for which our parents sigh. We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. We have come treading a path through the blood of the slaughtered. Now from the gloomy past till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is fast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us the star on the way, thou who hast by thy mind led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places of God where we met thee, lest our hearts drunk with the wine of the world we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land.
Good morning and welcome to the 27th Annual Cardinals Business Conference, CMBC, held virtually this year, losing none of the importance and input. A conference that grew out of the need and desire to work together as a people, and that has created energy, collaboration, partnership, and innovation over these past 26 years. A mission that is needed now, today as a matter of fact, as it did in 1995.
This year's conference concentrate on what we are called in the frontier market, the market that includes African American communities in the United States, Africa, and the Caribbean. These are the markets that have been starved of investment, markets that are exposed by the pandemic to the inequalities and the disparities that has become so real and has been amplified in these particular community. So this year we want to focus on how these markets, through investment and development, can provide a real sustained development for these particular areas. Through collaboration, through expert in the fields, we can come together, and these markets that have been through the centuries exploited can now be developed in a sustained way with the ability to transfer wealth and technology from generation to generation, and to give these markets an opportunity to expand and explode in a way that benefits the indigenous and local community. This is not new. For decades, Ambassador Andrew Young has focused on this Golden Triangle, and for a century or more before, Marcus Garvey has seen the need for us to collaborate. Listen keenly and enjoy the conference.
morning and welcome. Good morning and welcome. Good morning and
Thanks
Okay, there
very
you go.
much, Senator. Here I am. I'm waiting for instructions from the technical people. But thank you so much for your opening remarks, and we look forward to your contribution later in the program. You've always been an internationalist with respect to people of color, and as we look at the sessions for today and how we can bring about this collaboration between Africa, African American, and the Caribbean, your message and certainly your work is very relevant to that. And we want to say thanks so much and look forward to your continued contribution throughout today. And of course, in your own work that you have pursued in Albany and around the world. Thank you, Senator. Well, it's a delight to be able to welcome our first panel for today's session. It is under the auspices of the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy at the University of the West Indies. It's advocacy to advance economic, social, and cultural development of Africa, the Caribbean, and the diaspora in a centralized and coordinated manner and programs. Named for the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who will be our keynote speaker in the upcoming session. This session will be moderated by Ambassador Dr. Richard Bernal, former Ambassador of Jamaica to the US and to OAS, noted economist and author himself. And we are just delighted that this particular session is bringing the opening views of how we work, collaborate, and support each other. Please welcome the open session and our moderator, Ambassador Dr. Richard Bernal.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Richard Bernal. I'm the Principal Research Fellow at the P.J. Patterson Institute for African Caribbean Advocacy. Permit me to recognize Carl and Faye Rodney, the founders and leading light of the annual Carib News Business Conference. We thank them for their work over many years for the Caribbean and the Caribbean diaspora. Let me also thank Senator Kevin Parker, and a special recognition to the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the statesman in residence at the P.J. Patterson Institute for African Caribbean Advocacy, based at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. I'm going to proceed in the following way. I will invite Mr. Patterson to lead off with the keynote address. I will come back very briefly, and then we will have the following three panelists. Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, Ambassador Wayne McCook, and Mr. Deodat Maraj. Let me very briefly introduce all the speakers so we can have a smooth flow without interruption once we start the presentations. The Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, has had a very long involvement in international affairs, diplomacy, and trade negotiations, dating back to the Lomé Convention negotiations. In his various ministerial capacities and as Prime Minister, he has been involved in all aspects of trade negotiations. Indeed, he was the Prime Minister designated by the Caribbean community to lead on behalf of the community external negotiations. Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, professor, is an economist, trained to the level of PhD, and an attorney at law. She has been involved in trade as a private person, as a company executive, and as a policymaker. Ambassador Wayne McCook, former Jamaican ambassador to the People's Republic of China and to the WTO and UN-based, Geneva-based institutions. He is currently the Assistant Secretary General of the CARICOM community. And Mr. Deodat Maharaj is now head of Caribbean Export, previously held senior positions at the United Nations and the Commonwealth Secretariat. I now invite the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson to make his keynote address. Thank you. Sir, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Once again, we're all heavily indebted to the tremendous energy and dedication of Faye and Carl Rodney for convening this annual Caribbean Multinational Business Conference during a period of unprecedented turbulence and rapidly evolving challenges in the entire global landscape. Recently, the West Indies cricket team has not been performing in accordance with our traditional high standards. So a change of the usual batting arrangements is in order. This year, the organizing committee has afforded me the privilege of opening the first working session. But there is an even more compelling reason for this privilege. The theme of this conference is conceived to look at the impact and development market in Africa, the Caribbean, and the emerging market of people of color in the United States. This topic fits it admirably within the objectives of our Institute for Africa-Caribbean Advocacy that seeks to promote the development of the people of Africa, the Caribbean, and the African diaspora. To achieve this, we focus on mobilizing the diaspora, Africa, and the Caribbean in the fields of trade, investment, science, sports, culture, and entertainment. We are seeking to enhance the ongoing intergovernmental relations by engaging civil society through a people-to-people connection. We at the Institute are therefore grateful for this opportunity of partnership in this august gathering of elected officials, leaders in business and civil society, as we address the pressing societal changes of frontier markets. My presentation will seek to establish the framework for using trade as an engine of economic growth and sustainable development within a rules-based multilateral trading system. Those who follow will outline a number of initiatives in progress and detail what we are called upon to do. While Africa and the Caribbean constitute 1/3 of the WTO membership, we account for less than 4% of global trade. Africa's share is below 3%, and Caribbean countries are about 0.5. We cannot be content to remain at the periphery of the system and must resolve to enter a new frontier in all 6 regions of Africa. Africa is presently confronting a combination of crises, both traditional and contemporary. The long legacy of colonialism still has a debilitating grip, stifling the continent's enormous development potential. The challenges faced by African and Caribbean countries in the multilateral trading system have been exacerbated by the COVID crisis. Some estimates indicate that Africa has lost a decade of economic growth and development as a result of reduced export earnings for commodities and falling remittances. Caribbean countries have not been spared, as most of our economies have been hit by the tremendous costs of the COVID response measures, an avalanche of natural disasters, and the adverse consequences of the Russia-Ukraine war. The level of indebtedness has increased, putting at risk the gains that were made in the last decade. As with all transformative campaigns, the start has to begin with a vision. We have had such a vision for a very long time. Marcus Garvey outlined the pooling of the finance of the African diaspora in the Americas and the human resource expertise of the Caribbean with the natural resources and abundant workforce of Africa to unshackle trade. Integral to the realization was ownership of the production, shipping, and distribution by Africans and the peoples descended from Africa. The critical kernel of Garveyism is that enough financial capital resides among the globally dispersed peoples of Africa. Self-finance is key to controlling our economic process ourselves. We have for too long been prevented from benefiting fully from our inalienable right to economic freedom, economic self-determination, economic sovereignty, and economic justice. Rights are not given, they are attained and concretized by struggle. This will have to involve Africa and those of African descent asserting a role as change agents to alter the existing lopsided international economic order and the archaic global governance arrangements. Our discussion today occurs with the existence of Africa's self-prescription to foster its own initiative for intracontinental trade with the African Continental Free Trade Area and the contemplation of an eventual movement towards a common market as mooted at the extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers in Gabon earlier this year. This opens the door for African and Caribbean countries to strengthen their bilateral trade and economic relations through a high quality and ambitious trade agreement covering trade in goods, trade in services, and investment between them. The linking of CARICOM and AFCAFTA would provide mutual economic benefits for African and Caribbean countries and also strengthen the cultural and historic bonds between them. A synergistic trade agreement would provide access to a huge market for Caribbean countries and also give African countries access to the expertise in certain areas where Caribbean countries have an advantage, such as tourism. It would also strengthen our negotiating positions in the WTO and other multilateral fora. There are two imperatives to encourage the expansion of trade with Africa. First, progressively remove the barriers and inconvenience by national governments which impede business flows. This has to be tackled by listening to the impediments which the business sector encounters in the conduct of trade. Secondly, we have to effect improvements in transportation, in particular shipping, but also air travel, as trade in tourism, entertainment, culture, and other services requires the movement of people. Development economics has revealed that under conditions of fair and equitable trade, developing countries can accelerate their economic growth and with judicious nurturing, stimulate the more comprehensive process of economic development. This can be effectively accomplished by promoting the expansion of trade between Africa, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. While the constraints of transportation and infrastructure will not easily be alleviated, there is the untapped potential of trade by internet. Digital connectivity can directly affect the productivity of firms, of workers, and information inputs in the production, marketing, and distribution process. Use of digital technologies has grown exponentially. Business services, financial services, policy consultancy, and the exchange of the arts in all its forms are rapidly expanding. Caribbean music is now a global genre. There's so much more that can be gained from the blue economy in the Caribbean and coastal areas of Africa. The prerequisite is for Africa and the Caribbean to be vigorous in defense of the resources of the ocean, the protection from degradation and pollution, and promoting any development increase on a sustainable basis in an era of galloping climate change. In this regard, there needs to be joint study of the climate connection between Africa and Caribbean weather. For example, the sargassum weed, its dangers, and its possible convertibility to positive usage. Instead of cataloging once again the difficulties, let us in this conference be purposeful and forward-looking. The 6 regions and the diaspora together are rich in natural resources and have abundant, tremendous human talents. Hope is an essential state of mind, but we also need a sense of purpose. Through a new raft of fair arrangements for international economic engagement, we can lift millions out of poverty. Employing the combined human, natural, financial, and technological resources is the catalyst that can bring the evident potential to fruition. A new horizon beckons. It is high time to mobilize our creative skills and collective resources in a sustained push to drive inclusive growth for our own upliftment, our own benefit, and our own prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your wise
Thank you,
words.
Mr. Rosalie, Hold it.
Oh.
We know you're anxious. Hold
No,
on.
I thought we were just going to roll. That's what
Yes,
you
we
said.
are. I'm just going to intercede very briefly. And as you're John the Baptist, just to say that you're coming and you have all the answers. Let me thank the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson for his keynote address, where he emphasized the opportunities, the timeliness, and the need to be practical. There's a fresh impetus for action on trade with Africa. And this is indicated by several things. First of all, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement came into force in 2019 with 54 signatories. At the intergovernmental level, there was the first Africa-Caribbean Summit in September 2021. On the civil society front, the launch and operation of the Patterson Center for Africa and Caribbean Advocacy. On the development finance front, an initial agreement between the African Export-Import Bank and the government of Barbados in October 2021. At the private sector level, the investment by a Trinidadian bank in the financial sector of Ghana continues to go well. At the level of trade promotion, the private sector and government of Barbados sent an exploratory shipment of exports to Ghana, hopefully to initiate further growth. And at the tourism level, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, based at UWI Mona, has a branch at Kenyatta University in Kenya. There's need for additional initiatives, and we're going to hear from the panelists on these, but I would highlight the following. One, the need to eliminate trade barriers, which Mr. Patterson has already highlighted. The need to ease travel, simple things like removal of the need for visas. That could boost the already growing entertainment sector. Thirdly, internet services. Mr. Patterson emphasized that. And fourthly, increased information to make people more aware of what goods are available and how trade could be conducted. And finally, there needs to be serious attention to developing more transport between Africa and the Caribbean. I now would like to invite Professor Rosalie Hamilton to lead off the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bernal, and my apology for the rushing into it, but I did want to thank Mr. Patterson for his opening remarks, and also Dr. Spey and Carl Rodney for the work you do. To Senator Kevin Parker, fellow panelists, online audience, good morning. The theme for this conference raises two important questions, which I think we should consider in discussing trade with Africa. What exactly is inclusive growth? And how will trade with Africa drive inclusive growth? These questions are worthy of reflection in the context of growing inequality across the world, as trade liberalization has intensified over the past 3 decades. We don't really have enough time to comprehensively address these questions, but I want to offer a few perspectives to contextualize my main comments about trade between Sierra Leone and Jamaica. Inclusive growth has become a central goal due to the growing economic disparity and its effects on social and economic well-being and living standards in a world of record levels of income inequality. We can define inclusive growth as economic growth that raises the standard of living for a population, especially for those that have been marginalized for decades. This is a central promise, of course, of the SDGs, to leave no one behind. And it's a priority area in the Africa Union Agenda 2063 to achieve sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Of course, we know this is not a simple task. Sub-Saharan African countries have persistently low living standards as measured by GDP per capita. Sierra Leone, for example, is one of the lowest GDP per capita countries in the world, with about $500 US. in a world where the average GDP per capita is about $12,000. And the country with the highest GDP per capita, Luxembourg, is about $128,000. So the critical trade question for us is, how do these sub-Saharan African countries like Sierra Leone, how will they trade and drive inclusive growth so as to improve living standards for the population and to address their specific development challenges? Bearing in mind that Africa represents a small share of global trade and production, as we heard earlier, less than 3%. It's estimated that if Africa is able to increase this share of global trade by only 1%, Africa could generate about 70 billion of additional income annually, or about 3 times the world development, the total development assistance that Africa gets from the entire world. Now, given Africa's high dependence on overseas development assistance, growth in global trade is very significant. The World Bank projects that Africa will be home to 90% of world's extreme poor by 2030. And this projection is expected to worsen given the economic fallout and the global pandemic and, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war. So trade matters with Africa, but I suggest it's not just trade. We must be talking about transformational trade that will improve living standards, not just for Africans at home, but also Africans in the diaspora. We want trade that transforms lives. So it is through this lens of transformative trade that I engage this conversation about trade between Sierra Leone and Jamaica. Now, for far too long, most African countries, including Sierra Leone, have relied on rents from extractive industries and raw materials that dominate their trade. According to the World Trade Organization, mining and quarrying accounts for 90% of Sierra Leone's annual export revenues. You know, I recently traveled to Mabonto, one of the communities in the Tonkalili district in the north of Sierra Leone. This district is home to the Tonkalili mine, which is the second largest iron ore mine in Africa. Traveling there was an ordeal. The roads were worse than the ones we have in Jamaica, and we have bad roads, thanks to climate change and among other things. But the absence of schools, health facilities in the midst of dire poverty was a first-hand experience that the dominance of the traditional extractive industries have not led to transforming lives and improving living conditions in the communities from which the mining industries have benefited. We've known this for a long time. It is therefore imperative that Sierra Leone, like other African countries that rely on the extractive mining industries, diversify its economy. And although economic diversification is one of the priority areas in the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, most African economies, including Sierra Leone, have not diversified their exports. Exports diversification is therefore key to transforming countries like Sierra Leone and to transforming Sierra Leonean trade. It is also important for transforming Jamaican trade, given our inherited structure of trade. This entails not only expanding the export basket, but also increasing the number of trading countries. For Sierra Leone, trading partner diversification should include not only expanding trade within Africa, but also countries like Jamaica in the Caribbean. Sierra Leone has long signed the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement in 2018, together with its sister initiative, the Boosting Intra-Africa Trade. The value of exports is expected to significantly increase in countries across Africa, and Mr. Patterson, I dare say, a CARICOM, African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we expect that the value of exports would also increase across the Caribbean. So although partner diversification is important, analysts have argued, however, that product diversification of exports is the key to inclusive growth. Analysts have also argued that the increase in export diversification is positively correlated to intra-industry trade. This is import and export of similar goods within the same industry, and vice versa. And importantly, intra-industry trade is more beneficial than the traditional inter-industry trade that have dominated Africa, where we sell the gold and iron ore and other minerals, and we import tractors and computers, cars, etc. So it is this transformational trade that we must pursue, focusing on the trading of goods and services within industries so as to boost the scale of product differentiation and export diversification. This is important because inter-industry trade accounts for the greatest share and the fastest growing component of global trade. So inter-industry trade between countries like Sierra Leone and Jamaica can produce economic gains because it allows entrepreneurs to learn from each other and to innovate in creating products within the same industry. For example, if our Jamaican musicians want to trade reggae and dancehall music, and Sierra Leoneans want to trade bubu and merengue music, this inter-industry trade within the music industry can create even sweeter music that can create, a new genre of music that can take the world by storm, and we can do the same for fashion and art and creative cultural goods and services. However, trading innovative goods and services is necessary. It will diversify our trade and enhance our global competitiveness, but it is not sufficient to increase the GDP per capita and improve living standards on a sustainable basis. It can increase the capacity to penetrate global markets and enhance profitability. And this is key to trading competitively. But it also can reproduce and perpetuate our inequality. So there's recent analysis that I've done with my colleague, Professor Vanus James, using data from 128 countries that suggests that if countries want to grow GDP per capita, countries must simultaneously do three things. It must grow its capacity to innovate. Now, this will require adopting and adapting state-of-the-art technology and strengthening innovative systems and institutions that foster creative thinking and build self-confidence among the drivers of innovation, especially among the youth. And this is important as we continue to grapple with the colonial legacies such as self-doubt. Secondly, countries must also grow its capacity to produce and to export capital goods and services. These are the goods and services that are inputs into the production of other goods and services, including intellectual capital. The goal is to increase the share of exportable capital in GDP, especially in areas like ICT, education, healthcare, health tourism, creative cultural sports, those kinds of industries. And capital intensive and innovation driven intra-industry trade must become the drivers of inclusive growth. Thirdly, and importantly, this must be supported by the upgrading of our institutions that are required to grow the capacity to compete, to grow innovation, and to drive exports of capital goods and services. This includes our governance arrangements, the legal and business supporting institutions that can improve the rule of law, regulations, the business environment. And here, educational institutions are paramount, not only in supporting these institutional upgrades that are absolutely necessary, but importantly, to grow the country's productive capacity. You know, recently the African Development Bank has highlighted the importance of education in driving inclusive growth in their 2020 Africa Outlook, economic outlook. And they noted that, quote, fostering more inclusive growth would also require building Africa's human capital and creating more jobs in high productivity sectors. And to do so, the countries must seek to integrate education and skill development strategies in their development economic plans while upgrading and expanding education and training programs. In the recent address to the General Assembly in September of this year, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, highlighted the critical role of human capital development as a driver of inclusive growth and sustainable development. He pointed to Sierra Leone's increase in domestic financing for education, improvements in education policy and governance, as well as the inclusion of more girls, pregnant girls, rural girls, and the disabled in schools. Sierra Leone, I think, is moving in the right direction. It is this investment to drive capital-intensive, including human capital-intensive trade and innovation-driven trade within industries, the inter-industry trade, that is key to the trade that can transform lives. This is the transformational trade that I think will drive the discussion between both the Sierra Leone and Jamaica. And so I want to wrap up by just talking about a few opportunities for trade between Sierra Leone and Jamaica. First of all, Sierra Leone now has its first honorary consul in Jamaica, yours truly. So I will be working closely with Sierra Leonean ambassador to the US, Ambassador Siddiqui Wai, and his colleague, and our colleagues, all of us here in the Institute, the PJ Patterson Institute, to foster a stronger relationship between Sierra Leone and Jamaica that can enhance transformative trade. The approach is to build on the common historical and cultural bonds between our two countries that can drive this kind of trade, especially trade in creative and cultural industries and professional services. Professional services are especially important in economies like Sierra Leone that doesn't have a large manufacturing base. And so in collaboration with the PJ Patterson Institute at UWI-Mona, I've already begun engaging universities in Sierra Leone, the Fora Bay College at the University of Sierra Leone and the University of Makeni. And for those who are interested in medical and health-related services, there is a medical mission currently organized to go to Sierra Leone in January of next year. And I've already started to introduce them to some of the Jamaican medical professionals. And I've introduced them to the mission team, Dr. Michael Rogers, who's already raring to go. Also, Ambassador Wai and his team is currently organizing a trade and investment conference in Sierra Leone towards the end of next year. As we work towards the conference next year, we want to strengthen our ties, and so our activities will foster stronger relationship between the two countries on regular online forums. We call these the Sierra Leone-Jamaica Link-Up. And our core objectives there are to raise awareness about our culture, history, and so on, facilitate open discussion, create opportunities for networking and collaboration, and importantly, for building trusting relationships to facilitate trade. Our first online forum is going to be Monday, November 28th, and we have 3 distinguished professionals exploring Sierra Leone historical and cultural ties with Jamaica. And I'll just drop that to the chat for those who want to see that. And finally, I'll be opening the Sierra Leone Honorary Council in Jamaica in February the 9th. And we want to use this opportunity to roll out a week of exciting activities showcasing Sierra Leonean products at Jamaica's Kingston Night Market. This will take place on February 7th on Tuesday. And on February 8th on Wednesday, the PJ Patterson Center will be hosting an African Caribbean Trade Forum. And this will provide another opportunity for us to discuss the Sierra Leone-Jamaica trade. And all of this is taking place during Reggae Month. And so it will be truly a week of spectacular activities. Don't want to miss it. I want to say I am excited about the trade possibilities between Sierra Leone and Jamaica. And if you're excited, you can email me at sierraleoneconsulategjamaica@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hamilton. Happy to hear about these practical initiatives which are imminent. Thank you very much for your presentation. I now invite Ambassador Wayne McCook to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, statesman in residence and former Prime Minister of Jamaica, Carl and Faye Rodney, conveners of this conference, colleague presenters Rosalia and Deodat, and all distinguished participants in today's webinar, good morning. Trade happens and nothing happens without trade. If we had forgotten that, the intersecting crises that are still with us, COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have jolted us and reminded us that interdependence is not about esoteric notions of globalization. It is about development. And Rosalia has set a context for the conversation by framing the objective as inclusive growth, and I'd suggest trade is a path to that growth. Trade between the Caribbean and Africa is happening, albeit narrowly concentrated and on a limited scale. It has happened for worse and for better for a long time. Today, the key questions that we must address in terms of trade between the Caribbean and Africa are questions of logistics, scale, and diversity. For the Caribbean, it is a broader question, as its unfortunate reality is that Caribbean trade lacks diversity and scale, both in its internal market and external trade. With a population of 18.4 million, CARICOM trade was valued at $52 billion in 2018. Intra-CSME imports in 2018 were valued at $2.2 billion, and in imports and exports, $2 billion. CARICOM exports to the world in 2018 were valued at $18.6 billion US. Of that, total exports to Africa were valued at $815 million, or approximately 4.4%. In 2018, CARICOM's imports from the world were valued at $33 billion, and CARICOM imports from Africa stood at $603 million, approximately 1.8% of total imports. The trade data shows a limited range of both exports and imports, dominated by exports of alumina, ammonia, and LNG. The lack of diversity also has a geographical dimension, as the existing trade between Africa and the Caribbean is concentrated on a small number of countries on each side, with exports from CARICOM being dominated by Trinidad and Tobago, and imports from Africa being dominated by South Africa. The patterns of trade from the regions have been formed in the context of colonial and post-colonial realities, where value chains were embedded in the colonial economy. They were continued through the incentives built into unilateral preference schemes that favored the supply of primary products to feed the industrial and commercial centers in the UK and then Europe, and similar arrangements with North American partners whose trade and economic systems and motivations are similar, persist. The collapse of the benefits from some of these unilateral arrangements through challenges at the WTO and preference erosion arising from other unilateral preferences given to competitors and reciprocal arrangements entered into by them has changed the state of play with respect to the benefits from these preferences. So what does this background imply for the approach to Africa and Africa-Caribbean trade? The first is that we must look beyond intermediaries. The region has long had a second triangular relationship alongside Africa in the ACP preference arrangements and the still incomplete EPA arrangements. There had been talk of building an all-ACP trade relationship that would have encompassed Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, leveraging the collective system designed for engagement with Europe as a vehicle for structured engagement among ourselves, the A, the C, and the P. This has failed to launch, and there's no active consideration of an all-ACP mechanism at this time. The momentum, however, is building in direct Africa-Caribbean engagement, and it points to a decidedly bilateral pathway to deeper trade relationships with Africa, and the seeds of this are germinating. The historical Africa-CARICOM Summit in 2021 prioritized trade and investment and economic engagement as a follow-up focus for both regions. The Africa-Caribbean Investment and Trade Forum, held and hosted by Barbados earlier this year, continued this effort with a practical engagement of business-to-business, institution-to-institution participants. And it also saw the introduction of the ITC study on the promise of expanded trade between CARICOM and Africa, and also the launch of the Africa-Caribbean Business Forum. The African Union and the Caribbean Community Secretariat are at advanced stages of developing a memorandum of understanding that would set the framework for institutional collaboration in pursuit of deeper engagement between the two regions. As has been mentioned before, member states within the community have enhanced diplomatic presence and engagement in Africa and from Africa in our region, as Rosalia has underlined. Why, beyond the necessity of giving effect to the designation of the diaspora, including the Caribbean, as the sixth region of the AU of Africa, should we pursue deeper engagement along the lines that this panel has been asked to examine? It must be beyond. And indeed, there is a simple strategic logic to the effort to build a trade and economic relationship with Africa. It is about the future. Africa represents the most likely next central engine of global growth, and therefore reaching out to and building connections with Africa in the economic sphere is just good sense. At the same time, the ground is being shaped in positive ways. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which has been discussed by previous speakers and by former Prime Minister Patterson in his introduction, is a game changer for Africa and rules-based trade. It will consolidate a market of 1.3 billion people with projected trade performance of $6.7 trillion by 2030. While UNCTAD notes that currently Africa accounts for 2.9% of the world production and 2.6% of world trade, even though 16.3% of the population lives on the continent. At the moment, intra-African trade in goods is valued at $1.29 billion, representing 15.4% of total African trade in goods. The question for us is not whether to deepen trade and economic cooperation with Africa, it is how. First, we must support entrepreneurial engagement as it evolves. We must not wait. We must consider facilitation measures that support immediate trade and investments while laying foundations for sustainable and growth-oriented partnership. Matters like visa facilitation for business travel, investment in transportation and logistics measures that can facilitate evolving travel and trade activities must be considered and advanced. Without facilitatory transportation arrangements, sustainable trade cannot begin. And without substantial travel and trade, transportation arrangements would not survive. So to build the framework for lasting trade relations, we must move quickly to complete the policy studies that an endeavor as important and strategic as this requires. We must take our basic internal studies, examine the studies such as those done by the International Trade Center, headed now by Caribbean Executive Director, support the studies now being proposed by the African Union on trade and economic links, and be ready to recommend appropriate trade and economic policy frameworks and arrangements to catalyze trade and investment flows between CARICOM and Africa. We might need to examine in this effort alternatives to strict market access arrangements at the outset, as the Caribbean faces great challenges in pursuing such arrangements. And we see trends nowadays to trade agreements that are not exclusively market access based, such as the Indo-Pacific Trade and Economic Cooperation effort. We must accelerate our work within the Caribbean to improve the internal market arrangements, the CSME, and consider the pace and scope of the AFCFTA implementation, which has significant implications for the ways in which CARICOM and Africa will engage. The time for serious strategic engagement with Africa on trade and economic cooperation is now, and we must do so on several fronts with strategic planning, due diligence, and focused deliberation. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now ask the Director of Caribbean Export, Deodat Maraj, to make his presentation.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Bernal and Senator Parker, the Most Honorable PJ Patterson, fellow panelists, Dr. Carl Rodney and Faye Rodney. I mean, it's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning, and I'm really delighted with the actual theme and the focus of this morning's discussions. For me, I mean, Africa and Caribbean relationship is run a bit deeper because I have lived and served on the continent. I have traveled extensively across Africa, and I've spent, I think, most of my professional career working in Africa and dealing with African-related issues, starting with my first assignment with the UN in the beautiful country of Tanzania in the early 90s, and ending with my posting in Mozambique. I mean, Africa is a really special place, and we in the Caribbean often speak, and quite honestly and accurately, about our inextricable people and cultural and historical ties. And you can hear the passion for which we hold Africa, as so nicely conveyed by Senator Parker in his opening remarks. But I think where we have been less successful is translating this historical and people and cultural ties into concrete and practical relationships. With all respect, I think that I would like to make the observation that I think our heart is in the right place. We have the goodwill and we have the vision, but it hasn't really been met with commensurate action to help us realize that vision. And I perhaps would want to focus. I would perhaps want to focus just on a few issues. Apologies for that. Just last week, we at the Caribbean Export Development Agency, we convened together with the government of Trinidad and Tobago, CARICOM, and a range of other partners, the first Caribbean Investment Forum that was actually taking place in the Caribbean. And the focus for us was actually on business, creating a platform for business to engage with business, to create business. And our chief guest was my dear brother, Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the largest free trade area on the planet in terms of number of countries, which we're talking about 54 countries. And it occurred to me, and in our discussions during the conference last week, what we need to do is to focus on practical and concrete initiatives. And I like very much the perspective shared by my fellow panelists. But for those of us who would have lived and served in Africa, one, it's not a monolith, it's a massive continent, okay? You have Northern Africa, you have Southern Africa, Central Africa, Lusophone Africa, Anglophone Africa, Francophone Africa. So it's very complex. And when we in the Caribbean think about Africa, oftentimes I believe we see it as a large monolith, and it's a bit more complex, a bit more sophisticated than that. We also have to recognize that in terms of trade for us in the Caribbean, we account for around 0.75 of 1% or less than 1% of world trade. Africa, around 2.5%, 3%. Wamkele Mene, in his remarks at the Caribbean Investment Forum, indicated that Singapore has a greater GDP than the entire continent. And that's why there's this massive focus to streamline the trade processes and to streamline links and to boost intra-African trade, because it's like a massive continent, as we all agree. But in terms of our strategy for engaging with Africa, that's why I really enjoyed Rosalie's presentation, because Rosalie spoke extensively about Sierra Leone. And we need to be, I think, region-specific in terms of our engagement. I think for us in the Caribbean to engage across 54 countries, I think it's quite difficult. And therefore, where can we get quick wins and lay the strongest possible foundation to boosting trade and investment? I would argue, one, West Africa. Our people came from West Africa. Culturally, it's quite similar. Having lunch in Accra, Ghana on a Sunday is like having lunch here in Barbados or in Guyana or Trinidad and Tobago or Jamaica. So the ties are much closer with West Africa. And that's why you see businesses like Republic Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the largest indigenous bank in the Caribbean, setting up shop in Ghana. And from all accounts, they have been very, very successful. So one, region specific. Secondly, we also have to engage more systematically in a more organized manner with states of similar size and structure to those in the Caribbean. So we have to have a focus as well in our engagement with the SIDS, the small island developing states in Africa, whether we're talking about Cape Verde, whether we're talking about Madagascar, we're talking about Seychelles, we're talking about Mauritius, and small states in Africa, whether we're talking about Namibia, Sierra Leone, Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, whilst of course engaging with a full range of countries in Africa. So that's one point I wanted to make, the need for us to have focus. Secondly, in terms of geographic focus, we need to have a trade and investment and a commercial focus as well, because we have heard a lot of data and extensive comments about the size of African trade, the size of Caribbean trade, the importance of having these overall frameworks. And of course, I agree with all those comments made. But to my mind, we need to have a forensic support in terms of creating the platform for business, African business, to engage with Caribbean business. But it's a massive continent, as we have already argued, and we also agree. And therefore, we have to be quite specific as well. So one priority sector, to my mind, has to be on services. So we talk about the business of music, the business of fashion, the business of culture. Africa is the youngest is the youngest continent on the planet, with an estimated 60% of its population under the age of 25. And therefore, how do we create that platform and that framework to engage and do business with our artists, whether it's our reggae performers, whether it's our soca artists out of Trinidad and Tobago, or artists across the Caribbean? The creative sector, to my mind, has a lot of potential. And the young people in Africa and the young people in the Caribbean, they're not waiting for us to come up with that perfect framework and that perfect architecture. But we need that policy framework to focus heavily on the services sector. Secondly, and related to the services sector, has to do with our strength in tourism. When I think about Africa, I think about an LDC, a least developed country like Malawi. My friend Kena Mafonda, who was a former High Commissioner of Malawi to the United Kingdom, and in my time in London, Kina and I spent a lot of time together. Kina told me that Malawi, Lake Malawi, has more species of fish and plant than all the rivers and lakes of Africa combined. But yet the world doesn't know about that. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because our expertise in the tourism sector is probably second to none. And we have a massive opportunity to provide that knowledge, that business of knowledge, right? And that expertise in tourism to provide support to tourism authorities across the continent. Similarly, I come from Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, the principal advisor to His Excellency Nyusi, Felipe Nyusi, the president of Mozambique in the energy sector, is a former Minister of Energy of Trinidad and Tobago, Eric Williams, who was my neighbor when I was in Maputo. So there are niche sectors where we have a lot of expertise that we can lend to Africa and they can benefit from the Caribbean. Because one must also recognize that as a small region, notwithstanding the fact that we are the sixth region of Africa, which is excellent, we have to have a forensic focus on where we can add value and where it is good for Africa and it's good for the Caribbean. The next area, to my mind, that's absolutely critical is in the area of agriculture. Given our own food insecurity in the Caribbean and the achievements places like South Africa, places like Kenya, they have made in the agriculture sector, particularly with leveraging technology, I think opens up a lot of opportunities for us in the Caribbean. Continue on practical and concrete engagements. What I would propose going forward is that building on the dialogue that we have already had here in Barbados at the political level and some initial business engagement is an annual Africa-Caribbean business forum or business dialogue, where it is alternated between 1 year in Africa and the second year in the Caribbean. But again, the success of our Caribbean Investment Forum just last week was because the focus was on business, as I indicated earlier, creating that platform for business, to engage with business, to create business in 3 or 4 principal sectors. So less speeches, more focus on the businesses, and creating that platform for business to engage, to advance a really systematic and organized agenda. My own view is that I take the point that the most honorable Patrick Patterson made and other speakers as well, is that whereas we in the Caribbean, we must continue as they are doing, as is taking place as we speak at COP27, continue to highlight the need for climate finance and development assistance. And I think we need to continue to do that, given our own climate vulnerability, and we haven't created this crisis. But I think at the same time, that's going to be difficult in coming. And as Caribbean people, as proud Caribbean people, and as African people are very proud as well, is that we need to stand on our own 2 feet. And we need to be masters of our own destiny. And that's why I really heavily support this focus on that trade and investment and business relationship with a very forensic focus on key sectors: agriculture, tourism, the creative sector, and those associated with the services sector, because that will enable us to create jobs and opportunities for our people at a time of unprecedented challenge, at a time of unprecedented crisis. I think looking ahead again is that one, Ambassador Mukuk spoke about a framework, so that's vital, but I like very much Rosalie's emphasis on specific country experiences and to focus where we can get some quick wins and to lay a strong foundation for a robust engagement with Africa. The last point I want to speak to is the point of commercial diplomacy. I think we in the Caribbean as well, it's so critically important the transition from a traditional approach of diplomacy where we do more representation and more political representation. I mean, I was speaking with my friend, the ambassador from Mauritius to the United Kingdom. And I said, no, the High Commissioner, I said, High Commissioner, what is your priority? Are you going to come to all this Commonwealth Board of Governors meeting? He said, Deodat, when I have time, I would come. And of course, this is a priority. But my number one priority is to generate trade and investment to create jobs and opportunities for our people in Mauritius. And similarly, our engagement with Africa at the diplomatic level has to translate and has to have a forensic and a heavy focus on commercial representation and supporting our Caribbean businesses to establish a meaningful footprint and to encourage investors from Africa to come to the Caribbean. So these are some thoughts that I wanted to share with this distinguished audience, and I'm delighted to have had this opportunity. Ambassador Burnell, my deepest gratitude to you, and thanks to you and everyone. I look forward to this platform continuing to grow from strength to strength, and congratulations to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deodat. You have drawn on your long experience in Africa to point us to some very practical, doable things which we can move on fairly quickly. Before opening the floor to questions from the audience, I'd like to give all the speakers a chance to respond to anything that they heard or would like to add, having heard the presentations.
If I may, Ambassador.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I would just want to reinforce some of the points that was just made about the focus given the diversity on the continent of Africa and the need in so doing for us in the Caribbean to build key institutions that can provide kind of laser focus on the interaction. I think we ought to really pool our resources across the region. We ought not to be simply engaging nationally. We can do that as well because, you know, one of the interesting thing and exciting things for me with Sierra Leone is our specific historical links, given the interactions with the Maroons and so on. And so we can build on that. But then other Caribbean countries can benefit from that kind of relationship as well. And we can learn from each other in building the institutions to do that laser focus on specific countries or regions in Africa. And then the last point that was made about, you know, the future. This is about a futuristic development, and the young people in Africa will certainly gravitate to that creative cultural engagement. And I think that's an important platform for building trade with Africa in the future.
Thank you. Any other comments before I open the floor to the audience?
I'd simply like to say that I welcome this specific suggestions that have been made by members of the panel, and really make my concluding observations by emphasizing the following. One, it is business, whether corporate or individuals, who indulge in trade. Governments are there to provide the framework, to facilitate, and not to impede. But we have to get corporate entities and individuals actively engaged in the search for developing trading relationships with Africa. And in that situation, our musicians have set a fine example. They are not waiting on anybody else. They are there appealing to the audiences which want to hear and be entertained by them. But the governments have a very important role, critical role, in addition to the regulatory framework. We have to look at things like visas and the extent to which movements of individuals can be facilitated more easily. Secondly, I just want to underscore the point that was made particularly by our last panelist. We tend to speak of Africa as though it is a monolith. As he has said, it is divided into regions, and even within countries, there are tremendous differences which have to be taken into account. And so instead of a scattershot approach, let us find out what are the areas that are to be specifically targeted and begin with them. And soon we will be able to expand to other areas where the demand exists and where our capacity to supply is evident.
Thank you, Statesman. There's a question from the audience. The question is, with respect to trade activities, shouldn't some emphasis be directed toward the large diaspora market in the United States, with particular emphasis on culture and services? Would anyone like to respond to that?
Absolutely. That's my quick answer. And, you know, I absolutely see the connections between us in the Caribbean and African American and Africans in Europe and so on is seamless. So yes, definitely.
I would just like to say clearly, since the question was raised, that we have always seen our remit in the Institute. When we make a reference to the Caribbean, we include as an intrinsic element of that our diaspora. So we speak constantly about the 6 regions of Africa, and the Caribbean and the diaspora constitute that 6th region. And there are tremendous opportunities and tremendous linkages for an engagement of persons on the American continent, several of whom originate from the Caribbean and are leaders in their own fields of specialization. So I can't emphasize too much that we regard in everything we say and do the diaspora as an intrinsic element, integral to whatever we seek to achieve. And we hope, in turn, that the diaspora and their organizations will not only appreciate that, but will accept that and be willing to work with us to make it a reality.
May I add to that? Diaspora entrepreneurs can be very important in initiating new trade and investment. And here I refer not only to those who are descended from Africa, born in another location, but to people who have relocated. They have the advantage of knowing the market and the culture in more than one destination. And research has shown, certainly in Jamaica, that among the new exporters are people who are diaspora people, in the sense that they know the export market, they know the production market, and therefore they're in a position to initiate a lot of trade and investment. There is a second question, and this question is, shouldn't reparations come in the form of locally owned companies in Africa, the Caribbean, and here in the US by African Americans? Who is brave enough to take that on?
Let me start. The question of reparative justice is one that transcends national boundaries. It is a right, a fundamental right, for the harm which we have suffered to be compensated appropriately. We have to remember also that in slavery, Africa was a major loser because it was deprived of a generation of skills which were critical to the development of Africa at that time. So it is not something only for the Caribbean and people of the African diaspora, whether in Brazil or North America. It properly is one that includes the right of Africa to be compensated for the loss that they have suffered. That battle has to be fought relentlessly. And of course, it would be best if we could achieve it together. But in the meanwhile, while we continue that struggle, that fight, and pursue that claim in every legitimate forum, as businesses and as creative individuals, we can initiate measures that will make the redress immediate, direct, and achieve that which is long overdue, not as an alternate to what we are entitled to receive from the imperial countries that were engaged in this exercise, but to establish our own identity and our own preparedness and determination to achieve the economic justice and prosperity to which we are entitled as victims of the evil system of slavery.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Ambassador Makuk to comment, because he made a very important suggestion that before we go off and take certain initiatives, there is a need for research so that what we end up doing is targeted and practical. Ambassador McCook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to move on two tracks at one and the same time. I think I made the point that we need to encourage entrepreneurship, and I think Deodat has underlined that. That is a very granular issue that needs to follow business, and governments and the regional apparatus need to support that. But we need to look strategically at the long term. Some of the work we need to do won't be yielding results today, next year, the year after. But the countries that are succeeding in trade today, you would know, Richard, they set the frameworks for this years ago. So if you're coming to the table to harvest while you sow, you're in trouble. And so one of the things we underline is the need to do the study that allows us to answer some of the questions that Deodat has asked. How do we focus our efforts once we undertake them? Do we look at it nationally, regionally? Do we look at it sectorally? All of these questions first can be addressed by looking at data and information and the realities on the ground. So the first priority for us would be to do these assessments and analyses. And we look forward to working to see what comes from the Institute. I know there's work that has been done on the relationship with Africa. We know that the ITC has done a study. We know that the AU is commissioning 2 studies, and internally, we will be undertaking studies. The idea is to be able to ask and answer some of the questions that Deodat has brought to the fore, largely from his vast anecdotal trove. But we need to take that information and put it into we need to do, as you know, impact assessments. And we're talking more about frameworks there, because the entrepreneurship will take advantage of opportunities as they arise. The strategists need to create frameworks that allow more opportunities to be realized in the future. And so that is where we are looking to do that work, focus on our area of business, which is setting the frameworks, complement what Deodat leads, which is the actual go-to-market strategy. That is the Carib Export Machinery and the recent investment forum and the Africa Caribbean Forum tells us what we can do when we put business in front. And so that needs to happen simultaneously. Thanks, Richard.
Deodat, can I ask you to share your experience with helping companies to get into trade and investment in Africa? I say that because I know 2 large Jamaican trading companies that took initiatives in West Africa and later withdrew, which means they may not have studied the market conditions adequately. What can agencies like yours do to assist companies in making a more informed entry into trade and investment?
Yeah, Ambassador Bernal, just before I respond to that, just to endorse the comments made by the others who responded to the question earlier. I mean, I share those views, and on having a framework, I really am supportive of that. To my mind, you know, sometimes we in the Caribbean, we have an idea and we need to do something, and then it just takes a very long time. The most honorable former Prime Minister Patterson would know about these issues, but we need to have a particular urgency in getting the national and regional machinery going. Otherwise, the entire process will take years and years. And is it Keynes or somebody who said, in the long run, we are all dead? Okay? So that urgency is really critical. In terms of the specific work, Ambassador Bernal, I think that's why I like Ambassador McCook's comment, is that you need to have the empirical basis to move forward. So I know the creative sector, for example, because we've been doing a lot of work in the creative sector. That's one where we actually take artists. We had the Caribbean Rhythm Showcase just like 3-4 weeks ago in Jamaica, where we took around 20 to 25 artists, young performers from across the Caribbean, to put them in touch with people who are actually buying their services, okay? So matching them with buyers. So similarly, the best approach is one, identifying the sectors. So we talk about the music, for example. We talk about 60% of Africa being under the age of 25, the youngest continent on the planet. They're already moving ahead. But how do we do music fairs? How do we get the buyers, the labels in Africa connected with our own artists and performers? Very practical and very concrete. That's one. What we at Caribbean Export do, take our musicians to market, to introduce them to buyers and potential business opportunities. That's something that we are keen to do with Africa in a very concrete and practical way, but not across the continent because we don't have the wherewithal to do it across 54 countries. But again, where are the connections closest? Rosalie spoke about Sierra Leone. I kind of like to expand to West Africa because that's like where I see a lot of the similarities. But it's not only about opportunities in Africa for Caribbean people. What are the opportunities for African businesses in the Caribbean as well? Whether it's in the tourism sector, whether it's in the hotel industry, whether it's using the Caribbean as a beachhead to access the United States market, whether it's using the Caribbean as a beachhead to access the lucrative $500 million market in the European Union, given our own proximity. So to my mind, Ambassador Brunel, it's about being very specific, it's about being concrete, but also connecting the relevant business support organizations, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce with the comparable institution in West Africa, whether it's we have an umbrella association of Caribbean artists with a similar association in the Caribbean. So identify the sectors and very concretely, in a very systematic manner, over 12 to 18 months, encourage and ensure that that exchange and that actual interaction would take place on a systematic basis. It's not doing this because these things are not done easily. This is the last comment, and Rosalie probably is quite aware of this. It doesn't happen overnight, and it can't be a flavor of the month, right? Bit of work. It has to be empirical, and it has to be day in, day out, over an extensive period of time. And as night follows day, you're going to get results. But we have to get away from this notion, it's the flavor of the month, and it's going to happen immediately. It's not going to happen. That's why I support a perspective of having a focus, using that, building a foundation, and then we have something with some quick wins, greater people become interested, and then you can take it to the other level. Thank you so much.
Statesman, I once heard you refer to the necessity to focus on air and maritime transport. Could I invite you to comment on how we could go about getting a dialogue on improving and expanding transportation?
First of all, we have to begin with the admission that within the Caribbean itself, our transportation linkages, both by ship and by air, are very, very inadequate. And we are going to have to address that before we can make a concentrated and combined effort in seeking to deal with the transportation possibilities for shipping and transportation with the continent of Africa. I referred in my presentation earlier to the dream of Garvey, and we all know the emphasis which he placed on the Black Star Liner. He was well in advance of his time. There are entities within Africa that are already exploring what are the possible linkages that can be established for shipping in the first instance between the continent and the Caribbean. In terms of air transport, for decades, we've been talking with nations about having their airlines making a stop in the Caribbean on their way to or from North America. None of them have ever come to fruition, partly because nearly everywhere national airlines are experiencing great financial difficulties. I think certainly in terms of air transport, we're probably gonna have to start by looking at charters for specific events in the Caribbean and in the continent. For example, if I may use West Africa as a pilot area, we saw recently a charter coming from Nigeria. What we should be looking at would be a charter taking people from Nigeria and gathering in Jamaica people who want to visit the homeland for the experiences of their cultural heritage. In other words, it would have to be a two-way flow. The question is very much a chicken and egg situation, which comes first. But simply to say, there has to be an appreciation that the trade, whether of goods or those that require the travel of people, will not become a reality in the absence of proper direct transportation links. The business of going north to Africa to go south, or the business of going south through Brazil to come to the Caribbean simply won't work. We have been advocating at the Institute that the time has come for ministers of transportation of the Caribbean and Africa to meet and to discuss how we're going to make this work. And following the trend which has been set in the earlier discussions, perhaps we don't want to start with Africa as a whole, as an entirety. We want to look at those places where we have direct possibilities. Western Africa, in terms of Eastern Africa, Kenya is fairly well advanced in the field of air transport. So for that matter is Ethiopia, which has one of the oldest and most efficient airlines in the world. You only have to go on the internet to see that there are ads being put out by international airlines for special flight packages to Africa. But it's going to require some study, some work has to be done in seeing how best the logistics could work. And I think after that, there's going to have to be a meeting of ministers and perhaps those with a potential interest in establishing such linkages to see how we will make it happen. It's very urgent and it's an imperative if we are to develop the trading relations of which we have spoken.
Thank you. In the 2 minutes remaining, I'm going to do the impossible. I'm going to summarize some of the key points, and secondly, to thank the panelists. One of the most important points has to do with the fact that Africa is not a monolith, and therefore the initiatives need to bear in mind the diversity and to be targeted as doable and practical, and often at the national level. Other key points were, secondly, elimination where possible of trade barriers. 3, increasing the ease of travel and transportation, particularly in the entertainment area. 4, internet trade. 5, increased information to the private sector based on detailed research. And lastly, the importance of tackling transportation. I haven't touched on all the points in this very rich, very useful, and very practical discussion. It remains only for me to thank the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson for leading us off and for his practical interventions based on his great experience in this area. I thank Professor Hamilton. I'm very pleased to note the specific initiative with Sierra Leone. I thank Ambassador Wayne McCook for his overview and pointing to us the details of the trade that it exists and the need to research. And finally, Deodat, based on his rich experience in Africa, where he has lived and worked, pointing us to some of the very practical things which are inexpensive and often administrative, which can be done to promote trade. This has been a most timely discussion on a topic of central importance to both Africa and the Caribbean. I thank the panelists, all the speakers, the audience for this wonderful start to what must be an ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Welcome back as we continue with the Caribbean Multinational Business Conference celebrating its 27th year. We are continuing with our theme of this year, a global crossroad, driving inclusive growth on frontier markets and leveraging the current landscape. This session is on international travel and transportation, which is a vital hub for frontier markets development, Africa, the Caribbean, and the African American communities. If we're going to have any real development, we need to be connected. And so international travel and trade is key to those developments. It just so happened in the New York area, we have one of the largest hubs for international transportation and travel. And not only one of the largest, but it's currently under a massive redevelopment. And it provides an opportunity for us to explore international transportation and travel. We are delighted to have chairing this session the Reverend Dr. Les Mullins, who is a member of the JFK Community Redevelopment Council, also CEO of Challenge Charter Schools, a collection of schools in Queens from pre-kindergarten through college, and also the senior pastor of the Rockaway Community Church. Dr. Mullins, welcome. You have a very dynamic panel and one that is most appropriate to discuss this very vital session. I know you and I listened in on former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson and his panel and on trade, and they certainly, in their discussion, talked to the issue of travel, international travel and transportation, and how critical it is to their development. So I turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rodney. It's indeed a privilege and also my pleasure to be part of this Carib News Multinational Business Conference, something that you've been doing along with Mrs. Rodney for years. Let me pay homage to you guys first and foremost, because you guys are the mastermind behind this great venture. You're also, those who don't know, and I think there'll be few and far that doesn't. You guys are the foundational architects of the Caribbean community right here in New York City and across the globe. A lot of the foundational programs and initiatives that we've come to enjoy that kind of define the Caribbean community is as a result of your doing, you and Mrs. Rodney. So again, it's not by accident that you are the mastermind behind the Multinational Business Conference. So with that said, this is a transportation forum, International Travel and Transportation Forum. And I'm not sure, I think I see Dr. Gerard Bushell there. I'm not sure who else is on, but this is a very, very important segment of this Multinational Business Conference, because without transportation, I don't see how we could move forward to achieve and to make the necessary changes for growth and development that we are seeking. Transportation, as you mentioned earlier, the Honorable P.J. Patterson talked about that a little bit. And some of the things, it's ironic because some of the things that he talked about as far as referring to Dr. Marcus Garvey and his emphasis on the Black Star Liner and his doubling down on transportation across the spectrum, not just North America, but Caribbean and Africa. Is now sure that that should have been in place and that must be in place. With that said, and like you mentioned earlier, I believe the hub of transportation for the world is right here in New York. This is the gateway to the world. And we have some really strong people who are part of the development of the new JFK redevelopment community. One such person today is Dr. Bushell. And we're going to be hearing from him. That's Jared Bushell. He has a long track record of investment in community and success in endeavors. So I want to just take a minute to welcome him and to say thank you for being part of this great initiative. And let me just give those who don't know a little information on Dr. Jared Bushell. He's the president and chief executive officer of the new Terminal 1 development at JFK. He brings a wealth of experience from business, government, and labor, combines expertise as a financier, building of infrastructure projects, and senior advisor for raising capital. He is leading the corporation responsible for advancing public-private partnership with the Port Authority, valued at $9.5 billion, and delivering new Terminal 1 as a world-class business with a strong commercial enterprise offering top global retail brands and transformational customer experiences. The project is committed to delivering 40% local participation for jobs, businesses, and MWBE goals beyond 30%.
Recording in progress.
2015, Dr. Bushell was appointed and confirmed by the New York State Senate as president and CEO of DASN. Under his leadership, DASN attained the rank of the nation's top issuer of infrastructure financing and infrastructure development during his tenure. DASN successfully executed New York State MWBE goals of 30% and issued more projects across New York State for universities, hospitals, life science, government. DASN partnered with Columbia University, Memorial Sloan Kettering, Mount Sinai, Rockefeller University, CUNY, and NYU to finance $3 billion of life science projects. DASN's statewide construction portfolio on a yearly basis was valued at $6 billion, and its impact in NYC was well over $1 billion in capital expenditure. Dr. Bushell is a graduate of Columbia University in both the College and Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. He receives a BA, MA, and PhD in urban political economics from the Department of Political Science, where he holds an appointment as an adjunct professor teaching state politics and finance. And I could go on and on and on, but you get the point. So with no further ado, I'll welcome Dr. Bushell to the forum. Transportation is a key to this, and JFK is the hub and the gateway to the world, like I said before. Now, you are strategically placed right here in our backyard to make an impact on global development across the spectrum of the Caribbean and the African region. So, Dr. Bushell, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend
Dr. Mullins, and I would just like to say, so I got the doctor, I didn't get the reverend, and I didn't get the right reverend doctor. Okay.
Not necessary.
So you understand, my mother's Trinidadian, and growing up, the aspiration was always aspire to be like the right Reverend Dr. Eric Williams. So I didn't get the Reverend, but I got the doctor. Okay. So and so as someone who grew up in a Caribbean household, and I was the first of the grandchildren born here in the United States. So I was one of the wayward children at the time. But the heritage, the community, the imprint of what it means to be and experience the culture of the Caribbean community, and in particular, Trinidadian community is very much deep in my roots and in my blood. So that really is the imprint that my mother has bequeathed to me. So thank you. Thank you to the Rodneys for this opportunity to share my perspective, but most importantly, the work that we're executing on behalf of this great city, this great metropolitan region. And most importantly, if you're going to do an infrastructure project, infrastructure must benefit, all right, the community. That is the reality. We must build a bridge to the community, and we'll talk about that. And then I see an old compadre who likes to wear bow ties. I wore bow ties long before he wore bow ties, but I will say, State Senator Kevin Parker, we came up together. We have worked very closely together. And I will tell you, he stood for me when I was up for my nomination. As the first president and CEO of the Dormitory Authority that went before the state Senate. And my own senator did not stand for me. And my dear friend and colleague, Senator Parker, was front and center, as were many other senators. So Kevin, it's always great to see you. Always great to see you. And thank you for the support that you have given me over the years. And thank you for the partnership. Look, at the end of the day, a community, a city, a metropolitan region requires an airport. It requires an airport to be significant. That is a very important transportation modality that distinguishes demography. And in particular, when we talk about who we are, New York City is the front door to this nation. Unequivocally, it is the front door to the nation. New York City is also the key to the largest metropolitan region in the nation. Right here in the nation, a metropolitan region. So we're talking about not just the port region, which is New York and New Jersey, but we're also talking about New York, New Jersey. We're talking about, Connecticut. We're talking about Pennsylvania, all of these surrounding areas. This is the hub, okay, that will distinguish, all right, and help New York reclaim its position as the premier global city, And that's very important because when you talk in terms of the international economy, globality is very key. Because why is that significant? It means jobs, it means people, it means culture, it means you have a footprint that attracts, okay, not only people, services, capital, ideas. So that is very important in terms of what we're doing. The other aspect that is very important is how do you balance this globality with the local aspects? All right, the very unique demography, the very unique culture that we have in our city. And in particular, we are building an international only terminal in the most diverse community in the United States, and that is Queens. And so what we're saying here is we're going to bring the technology, we're going to bring the infrastructure, we're going to bring the best in class terminal, but it also has to represent a bridge to the community. It has to represent a bridge to creating jobs. It has to represent a bridge to support a multiplier, all right, that opens up an economy. It must create a bridge to drive and reduce and ultimately eliminate inequality that has been racially circumscribed, right? And so that's why we have a huge mandate, not just in terms of community engagement, i.e. local participation, but also having strong minority women business enterprise participation, which we'll highlight. Now, the new Terminal 1 will be a sustainably designed, future-focused, state-of-the-art terminal at JFK International Airport. It will be the largest terminal. It will encompass what is existing Terminal 1, Terminal 2, and Terminal 3. We will seek to become the terminal of choice for international carriers. Again, the globality. Very importantly, when we look at, all right, these terminals, we're talking about 2.4 million square feet, all right, of space. We will deliver this terminal, will take us 4 years to deliver this terminal, in which we will deliver this in June of 2026. We will deliver 13 gates. Upon the delivery of those 13 gates, the existing Terminal 1 that has been in place since 1996, once we operationalize the new Terminal 1, we will commence taking down the old Terminal 1. So that will be the replacement, okay, the replacement of an existing terminal. Then, contingent on where international travel is, because remember, we were building an international only terminal starting in 2019 at the height of travel. It was just running wild. And then what happened? COVID. COVID hits, we're about to close this lease, and there's a collapse in international travel. So the recovery is somewhere from 70%, maybe 80%. And so we have triggers which will allow us to continue to build the additional 5 gates, which we expect to deliver in 2028. And then an additional 5 gates, all right, in 2030. So on the whole, we will deliver 23 gates, all right? That's going to be very important. Now, JFK is one of the largest and most high-profile projects in the world. This is a public-private partnership, a P3. Our public partner is the Port Authority. Our private partners who are putting $2 billion of their equity into this deal are Ferrovial, which is a global infrastructure firm, Carlyle, which is a global investment firm, JLC Infrastructure Partners, which is an MWBE premier firm. That is the firm headed by Magic Johnson, as well as Jim Reynolds. Those are the 2 partners at JLC Infrastructures. This is significant in that JLC has a 30% equity interest in the largest project in the United States and perhaps across the globe. We also have a partnership with ULICO, Union Life and Labor Insurance Corporation. That's the building trades, the pension arm for the building trades. So together, that is putting $2 billion of capital to work. Our builder is AECOM Tishman. We have what we call a guaranteed maximum price, in which they take on the risk. We have committed $5,739,039, okay, to deliver the construction package. So there are 4 phases of this. We have professional services, which has really come out of the development phase. We have a design function phase, and one of our very important design teams is a young man, all right, of Trinidadian origin, Robert Gaskin, who comes from the community. He is doing a significant procurement for us in terms of supporting the advancement of our design. So we're very excited to have him as one of our lead designers. The third area that really represents the largest impact, the largest multiple, will be the construction budget. And as I said to you, that's 5739. That's $5 billion of capital. And that is AECOM Tishman. And that's really where we are seeing a very large number of MWBE firms that are participating in our project. So we have just commenced construction. We have closed the deal in June. And during that time, we have engaged more than 100 MWBE firms. So that's very important. Remember, we were in a period for 2 years where the project was on hold, and we had already engaged more than 30 MWBE firms. So our vision and our commitment and our execution has always been that we must have impact, we must innovate, and we must, in fact, build bridges to the community. So that's important. We have a strong local participation. We have a working relationship with the Southeast Queens community. Our project labor agreement, which is with the building trades, provides us with the opportunity to identify 37 zip codes across Southeast Queens and Western Nassau, where we will have very strong workforce participation, all right, and job training. So when we say workforce participation, we're talking about 50% participation from the community in the laborers and 45%, 40 to 45% for non-laborers. Our partners at the community are the Community Advisory Board that is headed up by Congressman Gregory Meeks and Borough President Donovan Richards. We have extensive support and working relationships with members, local officials across the City Council, State Assembly, and Senate. And I see one of them here. I think I see, is that Selvina? City Councilmember Selvina Brooks. She has been very engaged very early on the ground, and perhaps knows this project better than a lot of people, but has been a very strong supporter. So there are 37 zip codes in Southeast Queens and Western Nassau where we have this workforce participation. Inside the project labor agreement, which is an incredible project labor agreement that we negotiated with the building trades, we have the opportunity to do $400 million of MWBE participation, all right? And that is non-union. That's non-union because many of these smaller firms are not unionized, right? They don't have the scale. Why is that important? That's important because we know through the disparity study that had been commissioned by the former governor of the state of New York, many of the firms that are impacted, they're not $5 million firms. They're not $4 million firms. They're not $2 million firms. They're under $1 million. And so this gives us the opportunity to capture many of those smaller firms. Yes, in order for us to deliver, all right, well over $1 billion of MWBE participation, we will have to have large primes, but it's very important that we also identify opportunities and build capacity for many of the smaller firms that have been impacted by the disparity study. I did tell you we have strong MWBE participation across professional services, We're using an MWBE firm as our legal counsel. We have strong participation on the design side. There are a number of firms, and I did talk to you about Robert Gaskin's firm, that has done work at the terminal. But the way we've looked at it is we see an opportunity to work with a local firm that has previously worked at LaGuardia and other terminals and give them more, give them greater capacity. Now, you want to help many of these smaller firms grow. Some don't want to take on that additional responsibility because of the challenges that they may have from a capital perspective. But we are seeing opportunities to give more capacity to a number of small and mid-sized firms. And of course, the third area is construction. The last area that is very important is when we deliver the terminal, there's going to be an operational side to the terminal. And we have committed over 50% local participation, i.e. New York participation for hospitality, food and beverage. Our master concessionaire is URW. What's important is we have a project, all right, coming out of COVID. Why do we have a project? We have an investment grade rating from 3 rating institutions. We have a signed lease from the Port Authority to develop, design, build, operate, and maintain a terminal until 2060. Our financial close, we drew down $5.5 billion of capital. We have 5 years of funding. Why is that important? Because the credit markets have come apart. It's been very disruptive. So again, we have the twin terrors of COVID and now the challenges of the capital markets. But our sponsors gave a lot of thought to using bank debt so that we can advance our project, deliver, and then we will go back into the market, the capital markets, to do financing. In that, I have 37% MWBE participation, all right, in terms of M's and W's that would lead our underwriting initiative. Final thing I would just say is, look, in terms of jobs, we're looking to generate 6,000 construction jobs, 10,000 permanent jobs. We're creating opportunities for local firms and residents. We are prioritizing 37 zip codes, starting in Southeast Queens, which is, so Southeast Queens tier 1, Queens would be tier 2, New York City would be tier 3, and then tier 4 would be what we call the port region, which is New York and New Jersey. And, then there's a tier 5, which is, all over. It's just broader. We have an incredible project labor agreement with leading MWBE and local hiring provisions. Our initiatives are, we're going to have a JFK Academy to upscale local workforce, and we are committed to 30% MWBE participation goals across all disciplines, phases, and including the financial sponsor level, as well as professional services. So this is an incredible project. We've just started. We have executed on almost 48% of our packages. That would be steel, curtain wall, foundations, piles. We have an MWBE firm that is doing our piling. That's very important because those are areas where historically construction projects have not seen a lot of participation. We are holding our partners accountable to driving participation goals. That's very important in terms of our key performing indicators. So I'm held accountable to that. The diversity and inclusion team reports to me. I work very closely with them. They sit at the top tier of the firm and are very engaged in decision-making, working very closely with our procurement organization that would be design, construction, and other general procurements. So we're excited to be here and to facilitate the reopening of New York City's economy and the metropolitan region, and really enjoy working with many of you and really appreciate the support that you gave us during a critical period in which you know, it was very hard to determine if this project would return. We're here. And as they like to say in Queens, we're open for business too. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Man, this is a big deal. This is outstanding. This is impressive, and it's expensive. You have outlined in detail to us the length and the breadth of what is happening right there, and we thank you for that. Before I go on to the other questions and related to how that can help globally and impact globally. There's a question I just want to get out of the way. With the holidays upon us, what is the plan whilst the terminal is under construction for the traveling public?
So there will be no discontinuation of services, no disruption of services. The existing Terminal 1 will continue to operate. It is an ongoing enterprise. So Terminal 1, we will ultimately assume responsibility for and take down, but that will be in June or the day after we deliver the new Terminal 1 in June of 2026, right? So you will have a new terminal, okay, that will be on Terminal 2 and 3, and then we will commence bringing down the old terminal. So there's no disruption, no disruption. We're doing work currently on the air train for Terminal 1. We have a busing service. I would just like to remind people, part of the busing that we have is operated by a local firm that is Cawley Coach. And so we were very delighted to have them featured on New York 1 2 nights ago when there was a discussion around the work that we're doing at Terminal 1. So no disruption, and we have a busing service that's very important.
Okay, so normally what we will do in this situation, as far as the forum is concerned, we would have everybody do their presentation, and then we would do question and answers. But I know some people have to run. I know, time is of the essence for some of you, specifically Dr. Rochelle. So, and we have State Senator Kevin Parker, the best dressed man as long as I know him. Always, just donned out the boat guy and everything, and he doesn't need any kind of introduction. He is New York. He is Brooklyn.
Thanks, Reverend Mullins.
But before I get to you, Senator, we also have a City Council member and Majority Whip, Sylvina Brooks Powers. She's also chair of the Transportation Committee, City Council. She's really in a good place today because she should have all the answers in transportation, because that's what she's in charge of. But before we get to them, and I know there are a few other people going to be coming in, the Congressman and President Richards. I want to, Dr. Rochelle, you've outlined to us this great, expansive project, billions and billions of dollars. And one of the goals here today is to really voice our visions and really look into creative ideas and concepts and mindsets of how we can leverage the JFK and the JFK redevelopment, even the new JFK development, to impact the Caribbean regions and African regions and the diaspora of people of color, North America also. So as relates to that, how do you think this will serve as a catalyst to boost? And you mentioned some of that in your discourse, in your presentation. how could we leverage that to boost economic growth, tourism and industry, culture and service as far as the Caribbean diaspora, Caribbean region and the African region is concerned, and even people of color in North America?
Yeah, so thank you. We're building an international only terminal. And so it's international carriers, and it will really represent our connectivity to the larger global community. So we're doing that in Queens. Queens is a very diverse community. It has a rich textured history of Caribbean participation, African-American participation, Latino participation, Asian, et cetera, Eastern European. What we're saying is that there's a dynamic that's associated with the local and the global. So when you really think about what we're doing, yes, we have to build the infrastructure, but there are hirings that we're doing in the local community. So that's number one. Number two, working with small businesses, and many of the small businesses, are people of, Caribbean origin. They're people who are, sending remittances back home, right? So there's a whole connectivity associated with that. That's very important. So if you do business here in Queens and in New York, we know you're doing business with the larger global economy, particularly if we're talking about the Caribbean community or the African diaspora, right? Which now captures many of our brothers and sisters in the motherland. So I would also say, in terms of the work that we're doing, we have a huge art and branding initiative that is going to speak volumes to the local experience and the global experience that reflects the rich, textured traditions of many communities. We have a team of artists who will work with us and curate art. We know that we must reflect a lot of the local influences because that's going to be very important. How can you come to Queens and really build a world-class terminal and don't reflect, some of the nuances and the histories that are associated with Southeast Queens? I grew up in Harlem, in Brooklyn, but at the end of the day, you could make an argument that hip hop culture, right, starts in Southeast Queens. I know Senator Parker might have a different perspective, but the whole point is that it's there. It's something that we own. And so what I'm saying is we're going to have a huge multiplier effect in terms of food and beverage, retail, art and branding. When you think about the jobs, the amount of capital that will circulate in 37 zip codes, that will have an impact, not just in Southeast Queens, but in the larger metropolitan region. And because we know how it works with people who come here and make New York City their home, and particularly of Caribbean origin, all right, the remittances are going to be hugely important in terms of what you make here and what you send back to members of your family. I know that. I'm a product of that. We all are. So it's one and the same. This local and global is hand in glove.
And Senator Parker and Majority Whip Brooks, even though you're not up, you can respond to this because we're doing it a little on other. That's because of the time factor with everybody. So you guys could always chime in as far as that question is concerned, how that impacts or relates to leveraging that towards the region, Africa and the Caribbean. One of the things that I know is that transportation should not be a hurdle if we're going to make changes, if we're going to build, if we're going to ensure that there's economic growth and there is opportunities, and if we're going to stamp out inequities across the globe, across those regions, and we have to be able to make transportation a springboard to change rather than a hurdle for growth. So you're free to chime into that, and you may have to duplicate that after you're doing your presentation, but feel free to do so.
So Vita, why don't you jump in, being you kind of more connected to this particular project?
I was going to allow you to go, Senator, but sure. So, I mean, just wanting to first go back to some of the points that Dr. Bushell had raised, and just to include some of my observations on the JFK redevelopment program. We have such an opportunity with this program in terms of how transformative it can really be. It's almost going to be about $20 billion at this point. It started off at $13 billion and continues to grow. And it has the potential to not only change the way we view state-of-the-art travel and airports, but also how an airport that's located in an urban center can be able to spill out into the community in a good way. Last week, I went to Somos in Puerto Rico, and I went to check out their transportation and infrastructure. And I was learning about the history of their train that was built in the 90s. And there was supposed to be several different phases of it, but after the first phase, they ran out of money. And when you ride the train, you can see how it takes you from the city out to a rural part of Puerto Rico. But when you look at the map in terms of what the vision was, it could have really unlocked so much economic opportunity, allowing people from further into the island to be able to get to even the airport, and thinking about all of the jobs that an airport has. When you think about JFK, JFK is the largest employer in our region. When you think about Southeast Queens, even Brooklyn, we have a lot of people who come from Brooklyn to work there, and Nassau County. And so this is why we have to remain vigilant on projects like the redevelopment. MWBE is something that I'm always beating the drum on. Probably where some people would not like to see as much attention, but you know, we have to make sure that we shine a light on that program to make sure that we avoid MWBE fraud, where you may see people participating in the program that may not truly be a women-owned business enterprise. And so at the Port Authority, prior to being elected, I was working on this program, and we focused on diversity within diversity to make sure that we are reaching the communities in terms of business that would not necessarily have an opportunity on the program. And so, you know, just seeing what the potential is right now, it takes people like Dr. Bushell on that project to ensure that, you know, the focus remains the same. And even yourself, Reverend Mullins, who serves on the advisory council as well.
Okay, thank you. So let me just pivot now back to the man himself, State Senator Kevin Parker. He's, you know, I heard him earlier on the other forum, and he's here on this one as well. Again, I say he needs no introduction. I would just waste my time.
Reverend Dr. Mullins, thank you so much. And good to see you. It's been a long time.
Right.
And certainly to my colleagues, Dr. Bushell, who has been both a friend and a mentor, but also an inspiration of somebody who's come out of Brooklyn just like me and has achieved so much. You know, what you didn't get in the understanding of DASNY, the Dormitory Authority in the state of New York, is that it is the largest bonding authority in the entire world, right? There's no other entity literally in the world that has as much bonding authority as the Dormitory Authority. So to have somebody, you know, come up and out of our own communities and have that kind of authority and power is really, really impressive. And the work that he's done with it has been even more impressive. There's one thing to have the authority, it's another thing to do the right thing with it. And he certainly has done that on behalf of both the people of the state of New York, but also to grow the economy. And part of why we've had such a good economy and a good budget over the last decade was because of work like him, work that he's done with DASNY. And so thank you. And I'm really excited about what you're doing over, at the airport. It's really, it's great work. And I can't be more prouder than Selvina Brooks Powers, who I've literally watched grow up in politics and become elected. And, it was a bigger deal than me. I mean, it took me 20 years to become the majority whip, but she's the majority whip right out the gate, and chairing one of the most important committees in all of the city council. When we think about transportation, we have to think about it both ways. The development of transportation itself is an economic enterprise, right? So the development of roads, the development of terminals, the development of airports generally, the businesses that go into a terminal, right? The thing that you do in terms of street furniture on a street that we see, the fleets that the city and the state own and operate. We all are familiar, obviously, with bus fleets and train fleets, but there's other fleets of vehicles that both the city and the state operate. And the purchasing, maintenance, and operation of those fleets within themselves are economic development and economic enterprises. And sometimes people don't see it that way. And so this conversation about travel and transportation really has multiple dimensions of it. And part of what you've been hearing from Dr. Bushell and from our majority whip in the city council, council member Brooks Powers, is that conversation about the assets that run or at least a partial conversation, because it's not even a full conversation about all that there's entailed in terms of developing a transportation infrastructure, right? Which again, as you heard Dr. Bushell indicate, is vital for you to have a thriving economy, particularly in a global world, right? And here we are in the Carib News Multinational Business Conference, and again, led by Dr. Carl and Faye Rodney, and I want to thank them for including me and thank them for all the great work they've done over the decades. This is now multiple decades that they have been engaged in this work. And I thank God for them not to find it robbery to bring us together on an annual basis to look at ways in which the African diaspora can interact with each other and create economic and social and political synergies with each other. And I certainly have found them valuable on my own terms. But as we think about the connections that we should be building, not just here in New York, but obviously between Caribbean nations and now also Africa, the building out of transportation infrastructure is an economic opportunity that really goes both ways, right? It both within itself, as you build roads, as you build out fleets, as you build out airports and terminals, that work itself is an economic driver, and making sure that our people engage in it is part of the important conversation that you heard both the council member and Dr. Bushell talk about, right? Like that has to happen. And then obviously the moving of people around creates another economic driver, right? And particularly for the Caribbean, where so much of its GDP is predicated on tourism, having a good and stable and enjoyable transportation system becomes critical to that output that they're looking for. But then there's also other pieces of this, again, on the back end, in which you're not just moving people, but you're moving goods, you're shipping freight, and that work is really, really important. And I think there's lots of ways that the Caribbean community here can be investing in CARICOM countries to build the CARICOM infrastructure. One of the things I'd love to see is CARICOM become a unified economy in the way that Europe has become a unified economy. I think that the only way to truly become economic, many of the Caribbean nations, there's a bunch of them that obviously are still colonies. There's a number of them, particularly in the wake of the demise of the Queen, have started moving behind Mia Motley and Barbados in terms of severing those ties with their with their historical colonial relations. But as they do that, I think that the next step is to really look at CARICOM not just as, you know, this kind of a soft, you know, kind of confederation, but really look about, you know, creating a unified Caribbean economy that creates a scale, right, and creates a synergy between the various islands and nations in order to build their economies. And one of the most important things going to be important in that is to develop a interconnection of modes of transportation that will include obviously air, land transport, but also shipping lanes, right? And how do you free up those shipping lanes to move things in between? And so I think there's a lot to be discussed in this area. I think that we really should be thinking about, Dr. Bichelle, we really should be thinking about a Caribbean fund, right, that can be raised on this end. That would be, you know, and maybe a fund that just looks at transportation and transportation infrastructure, to buy shipping concerns, to look at terminals, right, and oftentimes people think about just the airports that currently exist, but there's probably plenty of opportunity to build out like airports just to do shipping, right? You know, as you know, you develop a CARICOM economy, you start looking at the agricultural necessities of developing a agricultural infrastructure that can support those countries shipping various food products, you know, in between nations just in that region, will be a necessary, a bigger part of what will be done, and will help diversify those economies that then now are so much supported by tourism, and look at other ways to make sure that you can feed your nation literally, and develop economic modes and economic industries that will sustain them even when the weather's bad, right? And so here in the state of New York, I think there's a lot of ways that we can be helpful. One of the conversations that we've been having is bringing a Empire State Development Corporation office to, we have actually about 29 or 30 offices around the world. I actually was helpful, as Selvina knows, Selvina was part of this project as well. When Malcolm Smith was the leader of the Senate, we actually brought a Empire State Development Office to Shanghai, China. And if we can bring one all the way to Shanghai, China, there's there should be no problem to bring one to Port of Spain, or to Kingston, or someplace in the Caribbean that makes sense for us to make sure that we are providing the kind of resources and smooth transitions for folks who want to do business in the Caribbean. That also being said is, the Port Authority has many offices in Caribbean, and a lot of people don't know this, but every place that we have, any place that you fly from New York directly into, we have a Port Authority office there, right? And so most of these countries have Port Authority offices in the Caribbean. That becomes the basis of those conversations. But hopefully that we can have more conversations and people and business owners to come forward and reach out to us, so that we can hear your ideas about what you like to do, what you're engaged in, and how we can help facilitate that in a more effective and more profitable way. But again, thank you, Reverend Mullins, for all your hard work and for convening us today and for managing this conversation.
Okay, so are you hearing me?
I can.
Yeah. Okay, we have an emergency drill, so I have to run out of the building. Well, it's not a drill, it's an emergency. So
okay, please be safe.
You guys just continue the conversation, and
yes,
we'll be back in a few minutes once we are clear.
Absolutely.
Hope everything's okay.
Yes. Good luck.
Doc,
I would just say very, very briefly, globalization is here to stay, contrary to what a lot of people believe. The difference today, however, is you're going to see more regionalization. So globality is here. Locality will continue to reign, very important, right? You've got to have your local destination. But I think you're going to start seeing more onshoring of jobs as well as services, as well as supply chains. You cannot do all of that all onshore. So you will have to build linkages, okay, across the Caribbean. In other words, the United States of America is going to have to establish its own regional block, all right? And that will include the Caribbean. That's going to be very important, all right? The trading partnerships that exist. Whoever you trade with, all right, there's a currency that goes between those two countries, but people also come between the countries. So it's not just dollars and supplies and services, it's also people who will build businesses, all right, in the Caribbean, people who will build businesses here in New York City, whether or not it's Southeast Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Nassau, Connecticut, they're going to do that. When I first went to Trinidad in 1967, okay, it was a huge anomaly to go. It was huge. I took BOAC, and it was a propeller plane. We landed. It was hot. I met my cousins, etc. You know, I would call my mother, and you had to call her at a particular destination. Today, I go to the Caribbean. Everybody's wearing the same stuff we're wearing here. All right. People are eating the same food we're eating here. We're eating their food. And so people have been to New York. They've been to Miami. They've gone to school here. They go back home. They're retiring. So what I'm saying is the linkages are already there. And so as this global economy begins to go through this huge transformation, because we can't do all our business with China, right? And we're seeing how we cannot be reliant upon one huge sovereign where there's a lot of conflict. So there's going to be a lot more linkages created here. And I think, Senator, what you said, an infrastructure fund, I think that's meaningful and important.
No, absolutely. And there's a lot of, and it becomes a way that people hear. I think, you know, one of the things I find, you know, again, in my communities, there are a lot of folks, you know, who are from the Caribbean, some of them still first generation, many of them second generation, third generation, who want to, you know, give back to their home, you know, their home countries and don't know how, right? Raising a fund of that nature becomes profitable both for them here, and then also is a way for them to be involved without, you know, having to do extensive traveling or developing a whole business that does that specific work. And so it's one of the things that I've been suggesting. I was actually involved yesterday in a symposium, an all-day symposium on Haiti, and looking at the problems there. And that was one of the things I suggested there, is that, you know, you need a fund, you need somebody who's going to invest, because there's a lot of concern, obviously, about foreign investors. One of the things happening in Puerto Rico right now is there's a lot of, you know, concern in the wake of the last two hurricanes, is that, you know, you get property that is damaged, and the people who have the money are outsiders, not people in Puerto Rico. And so you have all this, you know, prime real estate being eaten up, you know, by foreign investors who didn't develop it and are profiting, and the people who live there are still living, you know, without any real investment. This becomes a way that we can, you know, use resources and make sure that, you know, both land and capital resources stay in our community, right?
That's a great opportunity for joint venture partnerships. So,
Right.
You know, capital is going to come from all over the globe. So I think what's going to be key is, again, when we talk locally, if you're going to do business locally, what are the joint contacts, the joint venture partnerships, the lead relationships that you can have with a local firm, working very closely with a global firm, right? Because that's the way you create capacity. That's a very important way to create capacity.
Okay, so all is well. Thank you for holding on.
Good.
No problem. Glad
Yeah,
things are well there.
Okay. So thank you, Senator Portman, for detailing in such expansive way the need, not just the opportunities, for this great venture called JFK Redevelopment, and also how we can leverage that to serve our brothers and sisters on the other side of the spectrum, both Africa and in the Caribbean region. With that said, I'm gonna now turn over to our Majority Whip in the City Council and our Transportation Chair. Council member books like Dr. Burchell said a while ago, probably knows more about JFK redevelopment than any of us here. She started the whole process as part of the team and the manager in the JFK redevelopment office. Did great work, introduced the program and the plan to the community in detail, having community buying into the project, and also propagating the information as far as what it is and what it should be. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Sylvia Brooks-Miles.
Oh, thank you for that, Pastor Mullins. And can you hear me? Because my headset keeps going a little in and out. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you well.
Okay, sorry. So yes, as I said before, and I say all the time, JFK redevelopment has such great potential. And I was able to really explain the program to the community and see the early wins in partnership with my partner in good trouble, as I call it, Councilmember Williams, because I really believe that there is an opportunity there to make a difference. When I think about JFK redevelopment and the magnitude of that program, I think back to the stories I've heard about when Atlanta was doing their airport over, and how many Black millionaires that came out of that with that program, wanting to create opportunity, not for the same few people, but to open it up for the many. And that really comes down to a buy-in from the Port Authority, as well as from the terminal developers. I think the community is in a good space in the sense that they have terminal developers that have been engaged in this program from the very beginning. They have demonstrated buy-in. So when you think about New Terminal 1, one of the first acts that they did was to provide funding for our young people at August Martin High School to be able to get their flight certification. This was before they even signed a lease agreement, but that was to demonstrate that they were committed to the community. And as Senator Parker had mentioned, and he brought my memory back to the trip to China, where we were able to travel on a high-speed rail train. When you go across the country and you see such innovation, we want to make sure that when we redevelop this airport, the story that's told is that innovation didn't pass us, that opportunity didn't pass us, and that we leave no one behind. And so it is, going to be important as the years, continue, that we all stay at the table on this program. And then just again, going back to the MWBE program and that aspect of it. And I know the congressman who just joined us will probably speak more to this in terms of how do we create that wealth for our people. And as someone who is the child of Jamaican parents and represent a community that has a large amount of folks from the Caribbean diaspora, when we think about the local prioritization here, it it is the Caribbean diaspora that has a real opportunity to benefit from the redevelopment program as well. So again, so many opportunities here. But it's going to really take the consistency, the persistence, and the vigilance to getting it done.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Brooks Powers. I know you've had, while I stepped away, you guys had extensive detailed conversations about piece of transportation, but I just want to introduce the congressman. But before I do that, I want to just give him a little prep on where we are, to catch up a little bit on where we are. Welcome, Congressman Meeks. You are a busy man, and I know your day is packed, but you find time to come here today and to talk about the global impact of transportation, leveraging the JFK redevelopment and JFK Airport, the hub and the gateway to the world. Let me just, again, you're one of them that doesn't need any introduction, like I said, to Senator Parker, but I'll just a few things just to inform others who may not know. You're the Queens Democratic Party Chair, County Chair. You are the Committee Chair for Foreign Affairs. You are the Chair for the Congressional Black Caucus Political Action Network, Political Action Committee rather. And you're also a member of the Financial Services Committee in Washington, DC. So you're a man that wears many hats. And so again, thank you for your local work. Thank you for your international work. You know, we see you all the time somewhere around the world, airplane just waving goodbye to the rest of the world or waving to the rest of the world. And we're proud of your accomplishments. We are proud that we could have somebody of your caliber sitting with us today discussing local as well as global initiatives. So without further ado, I turn over to Congressman.
Well, let me thank you, Pastor. Thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you so much for what you do. You know, your church, for example, which is a large Caribbean population therein, but it's not just internal what you do in the church, you are external throughout the community, working with all of us. And so the work that you do and the pride that you take in your work in providing for those who are the least of these does not go unnoticed. And I want to thank you so much for it. And you've got a great panel with you. When I think of my sister, you know, well, actually, she's too young. She could be my daughter, who was a good friend of my daughter, but also one that I've watched grow up, one that I've watched her passion for this business and for people, and then become a member of the city council. In fact, it's whip and her ideas moving forward, and how she cares so deeply about the people in her congressional, in her councilmatic district. Sylvania Powers, brother Kevin Parker, who's a longtime friend and colleague, and someone that is unquestionably Brooklyn. I'm glad to be on with him. He, you know, he's always coming to visit us in Queens, but he's all over the state. He's a man with a good heart and a good vision, and I'm always happy to be on a panel with him. And then to my distinguished brother, who I've known. Again, you know, that just shows you with this gray hair that I've had, but he didn't have any gray hair then either. But I've known him way back, starting in the labor movement, caring about people, working with the comptroller. And now, you know, being the president and CEO of JFK Terminal 1, Gerard Burchell, y'all got a dynamite panel. So I'm going to be, talking about them might be longer because you got Gerard on and there's no one better. Look, to my brothers and sisters, you know, and I've also should thank, of course, Carl and Faye Rodney for extending this invitation to me to join this particular panel. And you're right, the schedule is crazy, but this is the benefits from JFK Airport. You know, everyone, you know, has talked about when I travel around the world, folks were trying to avoid coming to New York or going through New York because of the inadequacy of JFK Airport. And it came to a point that it was almost embarrassing to talk about JFK. And we saw folks going other places. And that would be bad for the city and the state of New York and bad for people in our district and there around because of the jobs that are created and the jobs that are there and the opportunity for wealth creation. So what I'm proud of, you know, when you think about 280,000 jobs, $17.1 billion in wages, $18 billion investment in the transformation of JFK Airport to a world-class airport that will then generate other dollars around the city and state. Other businesses will thrive from it. I'm particularly proud of it. And what I've heard when I jumped on Councilmember Brooks Powers talk about was how this has to be a joint venture. The community has to be involved and they have to have benefits from it. And we've got to be able to create wealth. And we've done so with having a community council, advisory council, so that we can, and we put teams together in various areas and expertise where they can come up with projects that we can make sure that we have investments in the local community as a result, because, you know, folks that are around the airport, of course, suffer from the noise pollution and having an airport and everything else that's in the area. So that's locked in. And Savinia helped put that together when she was there before she was a member of the city council. So I thank her so much for the groundwork that she put in. Gerard Burchell, now, one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that there's 30% MWBE participation in this project, 30% minority presentation in this project. And that's also divided up to make sure what that is ethnically, so that we're not talking about a situation, to be quite clear, quite frank, where you have white women, for example, coming in and they, you know, sometimes when we have these things set up, they get the majority of the business. We want to make sure that we're creating businesses so that we can create wealth. And so we started at the very top to make sure that there was equity, 30% equity to someone of color. And the reason why that was important is because we know then we have somebody that's at the table that understands from which they came and would then also be on the same page of understanding how the community has to be delivered with. And so we have 30% equity. We wanted to make sure that we had individuals who was at the table and who was setting the table and negotiating the contracts, that everyone had a fair share. That's Gerard Burchell. And that's why we're proud that he's there. We've got workers, labor on the jobs. And we also say when we look and take preferences in regards to zip codes for the jobs. And I can go on and on and on, but one of the keys, what we're doing here is leveraging private money with public money, which I think is something that we've got to start talking about more in our communities, public-private partnerships, because you're never going to get all the money from government. And then making sure that we know who we can put in and who we can encourage to grow their businesses so that we can create wealth and have opportunities, small businesses like anyone else, like everyone else, and create better opportunities therein. So I'll stop because I think it's better. You know, I missed, I'm sure Savinia talked about the Business Development Opportunity Center that she helped put together that facilitates that local capacity building. That's her. I don't know if she took credit for it, but she did. She helped put it together. the MBE participation in local workforce development programs. In the beginning, she and Councilmember Natasha Williams were there, so they deserve a lot of credit. And my co-chair, the borough president, Donovan Richards, all of us working together diligently to improve the participation and the economic development promise to this region. And what does that mean in closing? It means even we're going to debate among ourselves because everybody's going to fight for what they need to get. And that's a good thing. And I think in the end, the communities and the world are the beneficiaries, because New York's JFK Airport should be the gateway, and it is the gateway to America. The first thing many people will see. And Terminal 1, we just signed Terminal 6, by the way. That's another terminal that's being done at JFK. But Terminal 1 is that gateway. And I don't know if Gerard has spoken yet, but I just want to say thank you, Gerard, because this deal could have fallen through, but for the hard work, the determination of Gerard Bushell, who understands the significance of getting it done and the significance of making sure that people of Caribbean and African Americans were the beneficiaries of this project also, and not left out or last on the list. So thanks, and I'll stop there. Back to you, Rev.
You hear me?
Now I hear you.
Great, great. Okay. One of the things that we discussed whilst you were on your way is the question of how can we leverage the opportunities and the quote unquote riches of JFK redevelopment plan and program to combat inequities and global economic inequities, and to kind of boost opportunities in the Caribbean region and also the African regions, so the Caribbean and African diaspora. We talked about several things in one of the earlier sessions. The former Prime Minister, the Honorable of Jamaica, P.J. Patterson, talked about the importance and how pivotal transportation is and will be to the development of those areas and to make changes in those areas. Because from time to time we will see and we will get the information, and we know that lack of transportation can be a hindrance to commerce and tourism and industry and the development to these regions, islands, Caribbean islands, and culture and services as far as that is concerned. So how, and this, we're going to throw it out again because you're here, how can we leverage JFK redevelopment to boost the economy of the Caribbean, to boost the economy of the African regions, to create opportunities for the African regions, to in a sense leverage inequalities as far as giving them access to and being able to use what we have here to build commerce and industry.
I'll just say that the real there you go. I'll say to that real quickly. I just met, for example, yesterday, I was a speaker to the Institute of Caribbean Studies Roundtable. And this is one of the questions that we were talked about. So at JFK itself, to be quite honest, the way that better is the better connection, because Terminal 1 is an international terminal. And so folks, it will make more convenient for folks who are flying from the various Caribbean islands to the United States, and or those from the United States to the various islands. Now, the way that this improves life is that the example that we're setting. And then we need to, what we talked about yesterday was encouraging private investment in the Caribbean. So there may be airports and other transportation infrastructure systems that needs to be improved on the various Caribbean islands. And so we've got to incentivize the same way that we've done here to get private investment to the islands. And so some of the very people that are investing at JFK Airport may want to invest at the airport in Jamaica or Barbados or Trinidad. In some of the islands, the cargo divisions. So we could put partnerships together, individuals who now who had not been involved in the kind of infrastructure before, now are involved and willing to expand. And what we talked about is trying to push it and open those doors for those expansion. So for example, in Washington, we're having in December, the President of the United States is having the summit for the continent of Africa. We're meeting also when we went to in Los Angeles, the Summit of Americas, where we had all the Caribbean islands there in CARICOM. So there was talk and conversations there, and we can put some of these private investors in with the Caribbean governments and talk about where there needs to be investment, how they incentivize them to invest there, which then will create jobs and opportunities in the various Caribbean islands also. And so this is how we can connect in that regard. And I think that it also helps create jobs, will thereby also help to create jobs in the various islands, and so that they can diversify also their economies, which I think is tremendously important.
Awesome, awesome. Feel free, anyone else, to piggyback off that.
I was just gonna add one. The JFK redevelopment program established 35 zip codes to be like the top priority for the program. Again, the communities we look at with those 35 zip codes are largely represented by that Afro-Caribbean diaspora. And then when you look beyond that realm, when we can't find opportunity or businesses that meet the needs of specific skill sets or trades, it allows us to open up beyond then. And I think that's where you have opportunity. I think Senator Parker earlier said it best. We have been able to go as far as China to do certain infrastructure work, or to talk about transportation and bringing those efforts here to the States. It's an opportunity for us to then look and be intentional to reach out to those appropriate people in the Caribbean and in Africa as well, to see how they can also benefit from the program.
One suggestion that was made this morning was as long as we are seeking to do developmental changes in those areas, we may have to look at some alternative form of transportation. And PJ Patterson, the former Prime Minister, talked about doing charter flights as far as opening up the conduit for trade and industry, commerce for those islands. And I think this is something the Congressman touching something really, really big as far as development of maybe inactive airports or airports that are not up to par, they're just domestic. I think of one such airport, the Ian Fleming Airport. It's a third airport in Jamaica, but it's a latent airport. It's local. That was the airport that James Bond used in that movie. You don't hear much about it, but it's there, and that can be a developed airport. We could use some of the same things that we are doing here with JFK over there. So that's a big one. It's a big one. So we thank you for that contribution.
So Reverend Mullins, I do apologize, but I do have to jump off. We have a task force kickoff for our access to trauma coming to Rockaway, hopefully. Hopefully the Congressman will be joining us soon, as well as yourself, because you're task force members. But I just wanted to close and also thank the Rodneys for this annual conference, I remember working in the Senate for Senator John Sampson at the time, and always hearing about these conferences in the different parts of the Caribbean, and loved seeing that where we are taking business to these countries to have these conferences. And I think what looks different at JFK is when you look around in terms of the leadership from the congressman all the way through to all of our community members, is reflective of the communities that we want to lift up. And so I'm pretty excited about JFK redevelopment. If anyone knows me, they know that's my baby. And I'm looking to continuing to work with everyone to ensure that Black and Brown communities benefit, specifically Southeast Queens, but also the Afro-Caribbean diaspora. So thank you for being an amazing moderator, Reverend Mullins. And it's great. I feel great being on a panel with Congressman Meeks and Senator Parker and Dr. Bushell. This is a dynamic panel to be a part of and to learn from. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rodney, you want to chime in here? Do you have anything for us to just touch on? There he is.
Exciting discussion and exciting potential. I am pleased that my leader, Congressman Meeks, has put a cap on the discussion around the investment in the Caribbean to improve airport quality, and to not only improve the quality, but to get local business persons and local indigenous investors partnering with the kind of technology that I know both he and Senator Parker has been promoting, along with Dr. Bushell, to give the region and Africa the benefit of their experience, expertise, and certainly an opportunity. So it's that kind of synergy that we are looking to build. And it's exciting that this panel is looking at it in that sense. And really delighted that this is the direction it is taken, because as we heard this morning, and as we know, if we're going to build really sustainable development, we're going to have the investment in the infrastructure, and that investment in local business persons and local entrepreneurs. So great session. And then thanks so much to you, Reverend Dr. Mullins, for not only hosting, but planting the idea of the value of the JFK redevelopment in Queens and in the larger diaspora context. And of course, to the other panelists that made such a wonderful contribution.
Thank you. Senator Parker. Thank you, Congressman Meeks, and thank you, Mr. Rodney, for allowing us to be part of this. Thank you. God bless. So do we have at least one question that we could do really quick before we exit from the audience? If not, then thank you all for being part of this great and fantastic and fascinating forum, the Caribbean News Multinational Business Conference, Global Crossroads, driving inclusive growth on the frontier markets. Rightly said, all on the backs and the shoulders of two great leaders, Mr. and Mrs. Rodney. God bless you. Enjoy the next panel.
recording studying
music. There's no written music, there's no sheet music. You just had to stand up and listen, and old school, real old school. And then after that show, she son, this was very nice. We're playing in Clearwater next weekend. I'll see you there. I was just like, yo, what kind of thing is this? So, but seeing how her music impacted not only the musicians on stage, but the audience. And still to this day, I remember certain moments on stage where everybody's singing. And she's such a brilliant artist, and her story is very inspiring. So I think she kind of stands out. So for me, it's almost like when I was in primary school and we were all charged with writing a calypso for the calypso competition, which we had to do. Everybody had to do that. But that for me was a very moving point, because it shaped me to understand the concept of speaking to the moment and understanding that there are things that people may or may not know. And calypso does that. When you look at Dimash Gras, for me Dimash Gras is special because it's the combination of the best stories of the year put in song. And that's kind of what I try to channel through my music, is to be able to speak to not only current events, but also to what happened in history. You know, some of the great calypsonians I love who do that, or who've since passed on, people like Joker, Winsford Devine, who not only could tell a story of the time, but he could also tell into the future. So like when he said, in time to come, America will have a black president. You know what I'm saying? He recorded that whole many, you know, the way his mind worked. So for me, it's always about trying to channel that. And like you said, I'm Trini to the bone. So my music is also about bringing the road to the stage. Because nothing like the road carnival time. Tuesday morning is a specific type of road. Monday afternoon is a different type of road. Monday night is a different type of road. Tuesday is a different type of road. Tuesday night for the last lap. All of them are different types of road to me, different types of energy. And so trying to channel all of those things, especially now that I have this carnival band. So it's like artistically I'm making this dialogue happen between what I do here and what I do worldwide with my music, and then when I come back home to be on the road. So it's more of bringing home with me everywhere I go, and then also bringing what I learn outside back into home. Nah, for me, some people talk about 5-year plans and 10-year plans and 20-year. For me, I have a 5-minute plan. You know, and I always just moved along based on what seemed like a logical next step based on what was happening. And sometimes there are leaps of faith. Putting out albums is always a leap of faith. Going on a tour is always a leap of faith. Starting a carnival band is a hell of a leap of faith. You know, especially live brass music, which had been almost extinct for years. Right. Maybe early 2000s, maybe late 90s. And well, we're on the road, you know, and the idea came about when I first started school here at Juilliard for my master's. And the first concert was the music of Herbie Nichols. And I remember saying Nichols, Nichols, but as a Trini name, I know some Nichols from Trinidad. But I didn't pay attention. Played the concert. And the coach for the concert was a gentleman by the name of Frank Kimbrough, great pianist and scholar of Herbie Nichols' music. He picked up on my accent and he said, you know what, where are you from? I said, I'm from Trinidad. He said, well, you know, Herbie's family was from Trinidad. And he was born right there. Literally, he pointed right there. And I was like, he said, yeah, he's from San Juan Hill. And that was my first introduction to anything Caribbean in New York being outside of Brooklyn or Long Island. You see what I'm saying? So that kind of sparked an interest. And then Monty Alexander I was in a rehearsal with Monty Alexander, and he started talking about Thelonious Monk and how his music had almost like a Caribbean calypso type bong. And I was like, yeah, you know, I never thought about it, because when we play it in straight ahead, you go. So I was like, what? And he said Monk was from San Juan Hill, and that was a Caribbean working class neighborhood. Or there was a significant amount of the working class Caribbean people there. So then there's this name again. So next thing was robbing D.G. Kelly's book. And he talks about, the book paints a cinematic image of the neighborhood. Talking about West Indians here, and Puerto Ricans here, and blacks from the South here, and Irish and Italians, etc. And I kind of saw it. And then I started doing more research on it. You know, this needs to become a piece. And the opportunity came when I was in conversation with Lincoln Center. They had commissioned me before for another piece. And I brought this to them. I said, I have an idea. I think there needs to be acknowledgement to show to celebrate and to center the people who were here before. And not just the indigenous people, but all the people who came after and what they contributed. So these people contributed to some of the greatest jazz works ever to have happened. People like Benny Carter, Thelonious Monk, Russell Procope, who's West Indian immigrant. Ram Ramirez is from the neighborhood. Arturo Schomburg lived in the neighborhood. Zora Neale Hurston lived in the neighborhood. There's so many greats. It was, kind of like a black bohemia of sorts. And so I wanted to center them and then talk about a couple different points in history to just showcase, to give people a kind of like a musical immersion type vibe of like what is like, what it would have been like to know that these were a lot of tenement buildings occupied these streets, and thousands of people occupy these tenement buildings. Sometimes 5,000 people on a block, sometimes a couple hundred people in a building. And these buildings had no running water. These buildings had no bathroom. Just thinking about what it's like to live like that. So, and it's interesting, they say time teaches you, right? And trial and error. And when I did Folklore, the album came out in 2008, and we started playing the music. At first, I would just introduce the song, and then I started describing the characters on stage before each piece. You talk about Dwayne, you talk about the hat covering the feet, you talk about the feet turned backwards, you talk about Elijah Bless with the cow foot, you talk about Papa Bar with the dare party, Mama Low with the suit, and people will come up to me often and be like, you mean to tell me the feet are turned backwards? And I realized that just by telling the story, an image was being created. And we did a performance of Folklore in Trinidad with dancers in costume. And people said that the music was showed a different way because they could see the images. So, and when I did my Carnival project, I had huge video screen above the band. So when we play in Jab Malassi, I could send you the videos. Jab Malassi's on display, like literally on a big screen. You see in Jab Malassi spitting fire. You see them coming for money, and it put audiences abroad. It put them on the streets of Port of Spain, and audiences in Trinidad. A lot of them, it was the first time they had ever seen some gems of their culture, our culture, on a big screen. So with that Carnival, and then so when I got to do this, I was like, I have to assemble a team that is going to be able to fully immerse people into certain scenes, so they get an idea of sometimes tension, ideas sometimes of hardship, sometimes of joy and ecstasy from the experience of community and art in what we now know as Black New York, when you had the Charleston dance and the house rent party. So it's about channeling all those things through sound, because my medium is sound, but also to create some visuals that when you look up, you see, this is what a tenement may have looked like, or you see the face of a child, or you see just different hints. DJ Cool Hook, he was the first. Coke Rock, Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash, all West Indians. First time that I constructed a piece 100% dedicated to the concept of marginalized people, but also as an effect of colonialism and the migrations that happened as a result, was this piece called the San Jose Suite. And it was a focus on the effects of colonialism based on 3 former Spanish colonies from the perspectives of the Afro-descendants and the indigenous peoples of each place. And so I think that was 2014. I started writing that, premiered it in 2015, and traveled to each place, sat down with people, got stories, learned the history. And it was interesting because there was a certain energy that happened in the music from being where these people had been for centuries. And that was when I realized that something needs to continue. One of my mentors went to Marsalis. He did an album in 1985 called Black Codes from the Underground, which came out ironically 200 years after the French published Le Code Noir, Black Code 1685. Just by that title, sometimes just having a particular title, you taking an activist stance because you're reminding people that something happened. And so with San Jose Suite, I remember there's a movement about Hayarima. Hayarima is where that, you know, the name Arima. And High Arima was a feared Napoleon warrior. And there's a date, supposedly it was October 14th, I think, 1637, that he attacked the Spanish town of San Jose, which at the time was the Spanish capital. And the way it's documented is from a letter from the Dutch to one of the Spanish governors. I don't know, we never learned about that. So I literally put his name and the date in the title, so that you could just go on Google and then be like, ooh. So that, is it activism? I don't know. Some people think it is. I think of it as a call or beacon to stories that may not be told, so that you could then be, oh, what if this happened and I could do this? So I think of it as a way that art can highlight, and then you do what you want with it, because that's what the beauty of art, right? I mean, I say check-ins with my parents, because, you know, they, for me, the stalwarts of structure and stalwarts of drive and purpose. You know, they're both retired public servants from Trinidad and Tobago, and they were part of a group of public servants that really helped to build the country, build a newly independent nation. And you think about that, like 1962 was not long ago, and that they were part of the ins and outs of what became what I see as an industrial nation. And it was daily, it was patience, and there was always the time for family. There was always the understanding of better days ahead, the understanding of what days were before. So there was always a concept of a journey. And I'm from a big family. My mom is one of 7, my dad is one of 12. So I have a lot of great examples of aunts and uncles who were on that daily quest. And not just them, but neighbors. And that's the beautiful thing about being from where we're from, is your neighbor. You know, one of my neighbors, Mike, was a welder. You know, Uncle Ian working in the bank, whoever, you know, everybody. But for me, the model, the Uncle David was a doctor. The model that I saw was people going and doing what they need to do, coming home, liming on the weekend, in the pan yard Friday night, you know, posy on the head or pampers on Juve morning with a dress, you know. So like literally, you see the person who might look completely stiff and stoic on all business night, and then Juve morning they covered in mud, hugging up, you know, and going down the road on a duster, as we call morning duster, you know. So that for me, that's the beauty of where we're from, is that we were taught process. We were taught, you know, in a very, I would say, in a very holistic way, and then we learn to apply it to whatever we want to see change. Legacy is challenging. It's interesting because I think of my grandparents and I think of what they accomplished. And if I could think of all of my grandparents, the main points, the main words that come to mind for my grandparents were integrity, service, loyalty, and love and strength. My grandmother, her mother died when she was very young, 8 or 9. She had to drop out of school, and she became the mother of her brothers. And that didn't stop her. She built beach properties, would rent them out. She started running her own business. She had 7 children of her own with my grandfather. You know, woman who's the daughter of a Martinican immigrant and a Warao Venezuelan in Mayaro, and you know, moved to the big city of San Fernando. People forget San Fernando is a big city, and so just to see that legacy and see that they would continuously serve the community reaching out to children in the community. Same thing with my father's mother and my grandfather playing parang all over. And just the concept of paranging, going from house to house to bring joy through music. Now the parang had to be good. Because if you stand up outside and you start playing what they call it, the annuncia, and you see when you start playing and the lights turn off. No, so understanding that there are so many different ways that we can serve, and so for me it's music, and from at a basic level it's bringing joy through the beauty of the art of music, but on a deeper level it's about bringing awareness and understanding that music is one of the main ways that we create community, or we bring community together. When you think of a Calypso community, or when you think of Orisha, some of the tie-in the binds are the music. And see, I mean, when I think of legacy, I have to strive to be like them, because they set great examples for my parents who are stalwarts of loyalty, service, simplicity, family, joy and fun, travel, exploring the world. My grandmother said she was raising citizens of the world. Even though I'm Trini to the bone, I see myself as a man of the world. And that's for me, it's because, when you go down the road and wherever it is, Paris or whatever, we home, but we not home, and yeah, just those things, I think service and loyalty, and keeping the goal of searching for new ways to engage people.
it's a new charter school and they're building one in Harlem. And he goes, the best thing my teacher taught me was that the only option is to rise to the top because the bottom is crowded. And that is what by an 11-year-old. was like, damn, that's good. It's so true. And I have that up at my desk because I'm like, if an 11-year-old knows it, I should know it. And that motivates me. So it's what we each need to do for ourselves to get to that point that you can't slack off. There's some time for it. I like that. Yeah, I like that at 11.
But I do think about working. I think there needs to be a balance of working home and working, because I think I've seen laziness become like when you're working just from home, where you don't have to ever get up and go somewhere, or you don't ever have to go and interact with anybody. You kind of come complacent in your comfort zone. And I think when you have to get up, get out the house, present yourself, sit in a meeting face to face with someone, you have to actually, there's some type of like, okay, well, I'm doing something. I'm not just complacent. But you start seeing other people like, oh, that person just did all this stuff. Okay, well, obviously I can't just keep doing what I've been doing for the past year. So for me, like, yeah, I can work from home. Luckily, I've been blessed enough to have an office where I've decorated enough where it's like my home. But for me, I have to go to the office because for me, it's like, yeah, my father does instill that, you wake up, you get dressed, because you never know who you'll meet that day. Or you'll never know who might just walk by the office and be like, what does this do? Because from one of his biggest deal his first big deal came from just sitting in the office and someone asking, what do you guys do? And that created his whole start of what he was doing, where he was just sitting there, trying to come up with some idea. Someone came and asked him a question. So he felt like, if you're just stuck in your house, who are you gonna see? Who are you gonna see? Who's gonna ever know what you do? And dressing for the part. So when I wake up and get dressed, yeah, I'm going to an office where it's my office. I mean, anybody who's working there is working for me. So could I be late? Yeah, but I also realized I have to create myself a schedule where I know I have to be in the office at this time. I need to do something because that discipline and the whole motivation to keep moving. I know for me, I'm too creative of a human being to be working at home, because anything that like flashes by, and like, oh well, now I'm thinking about this, and then I'm on, oh well, I thought about doing this, and then I'll start talking. Then someone will call, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I can talk from now because I'm not doing anything. And because for IBM, we worked at home all the time, which was sometimes I would just leave my computer on and walk around the house, do other things, get other stuff done, come back when I heard like a chirp on the computer, and like, oh, type up a few things. But so for me, I was like, but when I actually got to the office, I felt like, oh, this person's doing this, I'm sharing ideas. For me, I like interacting with the people around me. I feel like, even if I'm in the office by myself, I feel like, I'm just gonna go home because this is what.
Well, I think we discussed a lot of great things and a lot of ideas and a lot of things that we're going through, similar things. And I can also relate, being a young person, of course, all of us are here young. Starting in a company, in a family business too, it's they see you as the boss's daughter or the boss, the boss's children, and they think you get away with a lot. Like you don't work hard.
Welcome to the session on international investment architecture to support and serve frontier markets. The 27th Annual Carib News Multinational Business Conference today has focused on the theme, a global crossroad, driving inclusive growth of frontier markets and leveraging the current landscape. We have heard from the panel headed by former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson around the value of trade between Africa, the Caribbean, and the African American community, and how critical and vital it is to grow that, and the need for entrepreneurship in that growth. The next session had to do with travel and transportation and the impact that has on this growth and a vital hub that is being played here in New York by the development of JFK, but also the opportunity that exists to use the technology and the financial underpinning that is developed to expand to the Caribbean and to Africa and better service to the African American community. This panel is the meat of the discussion as to how we can use the international investment mechanism in today's world to bring about true development in frontier countries, frontier markets, Africa, Caribbean, and the African American community. It is what will bring about the kind of development that will have an impact over time, and not only in the way of growth, but in the way of resource development, wealth, and technology transfer, and provide the real basis for equity and the elimination of the disparities that we saw so bare and amplified so much by the pandemic. We couldn't have a stronger panel in terms of experience as to how private equity and investment markets and investment services impact on the in the investment world. And so we're delighted to welcome Shelley Ogilvie, who will be acting as the moderator for this panel. Shelley has extensive experience in the area of international equity, private equity fund development, and has quite a career and has contributed considerably to the thinking that is behind the document that is being considered. And Shelley will be working with Congressman Gregory Meeks, who is not only the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, but also on the House Committee of Finance, and one that has extensive experience in those areas, along with Honorable H. Carl McCall, former Controller of the State of New York and former Chancellor of the State University of New York, Honorable William Bill Thompson, former Controller of the City of New York, and current chair of the City University of New York, and Mariam McIntosh Robinson, a financial expert of the Caribbean, also with extensive international background in the area of finance. So let me turn it over to Shelley for what it promises to be a very exciting and groundbreaking discussion. Shelley, it's all yours.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for the introduction. The format of the panel today will consist of the presentation that we will discuss, covering the topics that Mr. Rodney has so kindly outlined, that we've been working towards for a number of months to touch on some of the areas that are quite important to the investment and private capital investment in the regions that we are outlining, in underserved communities in the United States, in the Caribbean, and in African markets in key sectors, which we would then love to follow with contributions from our other panelists and an open discussion. So at this point, we would like to hand over the conversation to presentation from Mariam. Is Mariam on the panel, on the call right now? If not, I would like to probably open the discussion first, then to speak about the topic at hand. The discussion that we're having today is really about the shape that private capital investment and the support of private capital investment in these regions, the impact that it can have, and identifying the professionals and the type of organizations that will be best suited to carry this kind of vision forward, and also identify the types of investors and the expectations from the investing community around such a concept. So if I could start off by asking a few questions around the panel. If I may start with you, Bill. And you have a lot of extensive experience in identifying the kind of investment leadership that needs to be in place to address these sectors and these geographies. In your experience in directing investment funding into alternative asset classes, how were you able to identify the kind of high potential and diverse fund managers and teams that were well positioned to address these kind of goals?
Okay, excellent. And let me say what a pleasure it is to be part of this conference. I know Carl is not, as I said, he's clicked off for a second, but it's always good to see him. And I saw, and I know he will be back in a second, Congressman Gregory Meeks, who has been not just the chairman of Foreign Affairs and one of the ranking members of financial services in the House, but he is also one of the great leaders in the city, the state, and the nation when it comes to equal opportunity, when it comes to supporting minority and women-owned businesses, and when it comes to helping get those businesses off the ground. So let me just say, as well as I know eventually we'll be joined by Carl McCall. And, I will always, look to Carl. Carl has always been a great inspiration over the years and somebody who's been a trendsetter. So it's great to be part of this panel. I would say a few things and before, and I've seen the presentation. So I have a sense of some of the direction that it's going in. A couple of first quick observations. And, I know that in discussion about investment, between investment in Africa and in Caribbean, one of the things, and in the Caribbean, I would say that one thing that is important, though, is I think it's difficult to say we're going to invest in both in one fund. I think you have to separate that, number one, and create focus. They are not the same places. You need to, I would say there needs to be not a division of thought, but when you're talking to people about a fund, it needs to be focused in a specific area. It just can't be all over. That's number one. Number two, as you look at what differentiates, where would you look, and whether it's institutional investors or whether it's private investors, the thing that you're looking at, clearly experience and track record in a lot of ways. When you're looking, and I will single out and specifically look at the Caribbean, if you're looking to invest, you want a team that has been involved in one form or another. It might not have been in a same fund or a similar type fund, but they've got experience in investing. They've got experience on the ground. They've been involved in the communities or the countries that they're looking to invest in. And, the one thing that you'd like to do is you look at in almost any place, what's the involvement with government also, or at least an acknowledgement and a relationship with government? Those are all important if you want to get things done and if you want to create that singular focus in a lot of ways. So one thing, as I said, you're going to look at the team, because I think that's incredibly important. And the experience that they have, it may not be, there are first-time funds, but as you look at those first-time funds, you also want to see what experience in investing, what experience in fundraising, what experience in deploying capital the members of that fund have. That's huge. Secondly, where are they going to be investing and what are they going to be investing in? As you start to look at different things, clearly there's always a need in different ways for infrastructure, whether it's electricity and electric grid, whether it's water and ways to be able to deliver water, whether it's Wi-Fi, whether it's, cable, whether it's so many different things, whether it's transportation. Those are things that endure through good and bad economies. So you'd like to look at what are people investing in this fund, whether it's a first-time fund or a repeat fund, somebody who's back for a second or third fund within a region. And as I said, in the end, clearly everything is, when people talk about return, obviously people are investing for a return. What is that? It's kind of, when you look at it, return is based on the amount of risk. So, how risky are the investments? And then in particularly in a current, increasing interest rate marketplace or interest rate environment, what does that start to look like? And clearly it's going to wind up in a double digits where it's based on the risk and it's based on the strategy and it's based on, the period of time. If it's infrastructure, it's going to be a longer period of time. It's in a business. People are looking for an exit within a private equity and or a venture structure. So I think those are some of the things that you have to look at and that larger institutional investors are looking at as they look to deploy capital in funds, whether they're first-time funds or whether they're repeat funds.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive response. If I may pull at a bit of one of the things that you mentioned, which all investors are concerned with is risk. And in my particular experience working in some of these markets, which for a lot of investors are considered to be on the frontier, there seems to be sort of a gap between the perception of risk and then the risk when your perception of risk when you're sort of on the ground and involved with the business or the investment. And I wonder, this maybe you can add a response here, but I would like to hear also from some of the other panelists their thoughts about this as well. How have fund managers successfully and compellingly told the story of how they mitigate that risk and that perception of risk when they're working in an area that might be perceived to be frontier?
And I think in any investment, it is getting your investors comfortable, as you just pointed out, with risk. And in frontier environments, how do you get them comfortable? I think it is in painting that picture, in putting as much information in front of them as you can on a continual basis. I mean, you're not going to wind up in front of somebody one time and they're going to write a check or they're going to invest or they're going to make that decision and say yes. It is getting in front of them on a number or on a repeated basis, putting the information in front of them that will put them at ease, and then in having them do their due diligence. I mean, and making sure that they can do that. I mean, I think that's creating access to information or to individuals that will make them comfortable with their investment being a stable one, with them putting them at ease with their return, and that their investment will be a safe return or a safe investment. So I think a lot of that is providing the information on a number of occasions, and then creating the opportunity for them to get comfortable in reaching out to others within the region and making sure that they're the right people who are going to also paint the correct picture for them.
Gregory, I don't know if you would also like to weigh in on this, the compelling story of risk management when dealing with investors who may be wanting to get access to a new market or a new area for diversification, but are unsure of the risk.
Well, I can only talk from, and Bill is the expert, and Carl McCall will be the expert of that area. I can only talk about trying to create legislation that incentivizes individuals to invest, which I think is tremendously important. We just passed in Washington, D.C., for example, a bill dealing with climate and other activities, the IRC. Act. They're dealing with trying to think of the name. It'll come to me in a second. But anyways, what it does is incentivize private industry to invest. For example, when we're talking about the Caribbean and we're talking about climate change, we want them to invest in the Caribbean islands themselves and looking at the realistic chance of what the risk may be, so that there is incentivized by the government to follow through on that kind of investment. And so thinking in a creative way to ensure or back up many of the private companies that may want to invest and work it through, for example, the DFC or the IMF, one of those other large international financial institutions, because what we're looking to incentivize is public-private partnerships for that, and it's the Inflation Reduction Act. It just came to me. That's what I wanted to talk about, was the Inflation Reduction Act, of which we just passed. And so there is incentivization put in there for private sectors, and it tries to ensure them that they what those risk factors may be, so that they know going in, and then encourage it so that there can be profitability at the end. And we feel there where the investors make money, but the Caribbean islands and others like it also get much needed investment, which can help overall development and improve some of the quality of life for those that are living there.
That's fantastic. I've worked on a couple of projects where there was that public partnership with institutions like DFC or FMO in the Netherlands for investments that were made in Africa and Asia. Do you see a sort of role for that type of cooperation in infrastructure projects in underserved communities in the United States? Because you see a lot of these types of projects being undertaken globally in what would be considered less developed markets. But in a way, there are large swaths of the US that are crying out for an enhanced private investment. And I wonder if there are similar sort of opportunities within the US and underserved communities.
Well, yes, I think absolutely. I mean, we look at it both globally. You know, President Biden announced the Build Back Better World Partnership, which was seeking to help finance and close a $40 trillion infrastructure gap in lower to middle income countries, but also here. And one of those examples would be what we talked about earlier here at the conference, and that's in the district, and that which Comptroller Thompson, I'm glad to be with him on it, and that's JFK Airport, for example. That's the opportunity that presents itself where we have public and private money going in to rebuild the airport. It's an $18 billion project. And what we do is to make sure that there are companies that reflect the diversity of our great city and our great nation. And we try to make sure that there's individuals like Comptroller Thompson and one terminal, which we just closed on. Congratulations, my brother, on that.
Congratulations to you.
That's a big deal.
By the way, one thing, and I mentioned it in my earlier comments, there is no bigger advocate and I said city, state, and nation, and I seriously mean it, as far as empowering, starting, helping, and having the vision to see this all happen years before it does, than Congressman Meeks. He has been a great champion and a great leader. And thank you for your congratulations, Congressman. But to be blunt about it again, it wouldn't have happened without you and without your vision. So thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
You're a team, but that's what it's all about. Yeah. So there's opportunities there in local areas around the United States because, we have suffered from a lot of the hazards. You know, some people didn't want airports around them because of, the noise and other things. So you got to turn that into an asset. And so when you look at our communities, we got to make sure that we have these public partnership deals and then insist upon them being diverse. For example, at the airport, we demanded that there's a minimum of 30% equity from minority firms in the deals that are done. And they come up with the private capital, and that then benefits the overall community also. And then if you go, and I also encourage folks to do things globally, particularly in island nations, because of what's taking place with reference to climate change. As I talked about, you talk about infrastructure gap that's taking place in much of the Caribbean. And that includes traditional industries like energy and transportation and telecommunications, as well as structural designs and that address the unique challenges of our time. Some dealing with the pandemic response and climate resiliency to education, food and water security. All of that, can be done globally, and people domestically should be looking globally as well as locally so that we can take advantage of it and end up making money for themselves, but also doing good in the various areas where development needs to be had.
I think that's a fantastic point, Congressman, and I think it almost challenges a bit what Mr. Thompson had said earlier about the need to sort of separate these disparate geographies into sort of different pools. I think that there's a lot of learning that you can take if you're looking at different markets and you're tackling these same problems that we all are facing in different regions of the world, that you can apply those learnings across from one region to the other.
But that's absolutely right. You know, I happen to chair the Congress's Foreign Affairs Committee. And what we've done is put to the front burner, you know, the continent of Africa, the Caribbean, South and Central America, because, you know, these regions should be and must be, in my estimation, a top priority for the United States and the international community, because they offer crucial prospects for unlocking economic opportunity within their communities and around the world. And for, you know, they catalyze the change that's necessary. And then, you know, the side result of that, it also establishes some peace and security, you know, for us around the world. You know, a lot of folks wondering why people want to come to the United States sometime, particularly across Central America and others, is because, you know, the lack of peace and security. But here's a way that you can accomplish, you know, a number of things if we will just reach out and do the Bill Thompson way, put together groups of people and invest money and look at what the risk may be. Of course, that's what you have to do in some of these firms, but the opportunities are there. They present themselves, and we just need to go about them.
Thank you. And Mariam, maybe I could, it would be a good juncture for me to ask you to weigh in on what we've been just talking about here. I think, I mean, this is a question, but it's almost a statement question in that the concept of having a fund or a group of funds under one umbrella that was able to address these different regions seems to have a potential to resonate with investors who are looking for both diversification and impact. And I wonder what you think about this and how you've seen this kind of thing in action.
Thank you very much, Shelley, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for being late, and it's great to see everyone on the call. I'm Maria McIntosh Robinson. I am currently a managing director at a fintech company, but recently ran a bank in Jamaica for a few years, 6.5 years, and then have been in the US for the time before that, working in strategy consulting and private equity. So very specific to Shelley's question around why a fund of this type could be an interesting investment vehicle and platform, for a couple of reasons. One, I think Congressman Meeks touched on it, but I do believe that just the geographical, certainly for the US and the Caribbean, you know, we are strong as our weakest neighbor or country. And I'm very aware of what's happening, say, in Haiti. But to the extent that we can lift the GDP and the output and the economic opportunities of countries and jurisdictions around us, it only can help the jurisdiction of the region overall. So I do feel strongly that, you know, any kind of investment platform going into, say, a Caribbean, for example, it's helpful to go into a very specific asset class so that the rules, regulations are adhered to. But also it's helpful to link into the US because there's diaspora, there's exit opportunities, etc. Now, with respect to Africa, Caribbean, and the US, I don't know of any organization that is effectively serving diaspora in the US, Africa, and the Caribbean. Yet, the pain points are very similar. The people and culture are very similar, and the relationships are strong. So what you find is the sectors that are very attractive across these regions tend to be, I don't use the word exploited, but tend to be looked at and invested in by folks who are not of the regions. And so I think there's a real opportunity here. Industries that come to mind are industries such as fintech, infrastructure, even the creative economy, what we call the orange economy, where a lot of outside external investors go into these regions and invest in our creative talent. And so there's a question around why don't we have a collaborative effort where we centralize or bring together an investment platform. So not necessarily one fund addressing all, because that's a pretty expansive mandate for one fund, but an investment platform that really takes into account the relationships, the environments, the consumers, and then just more generally kind of rules and regulations and exits, etc. And so I believe that there could be a very interesting opportunity across the US, Africa, and the Caribbean. The one big risk I would say, or the secret to success there and what has stopped people from doing it before, before is the relationships, the on-the-ground relationships that you have to have. I find within the political sector, they have those relationships, they're going to conferences, they're building bonds. In the private sector, that's happening more now with the generations coming up, especially with how much connectivity the world has. So it's a natural kind of output of that. And so now it's about how do we have access to capital and deploy capital in a way that makes sense, not just for the investors, but these communities that we're trying to lift up and elevate.
I think I very much agree with what you have outlined here. I think there is so much undercurrent there. You know, one of the most recently appointed board members to the African Venture Capital Association is himself from Haiti, and he's been living in Senegal for many years. And there is a large private investor from Nigeria that has been looking to place money in the Caribbean. There are individuals and companies from Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago who are investing in Ghana. So there's a lot of cross-pollination and a lot of interest from individuals, from organizations, and there are people here and there placed to make those connections. And I think that there's a lot more to explore in how to bring those connections together in a way that that is very, very fruitful. We've just been joined by Mr. Carl McCall. We've just been having some discussion around the topics of the panel, with several of the panelists weighing in on their thoughts about investment in underserved communities in the United States, in Africa, and the Caribbean, and the idea of a platform for investment that can address common critical sectors across these geographies. And which, you know, you've arrived right at the right moment for me to point a question to you, which is, what do you think are the key sort of ingredients to success for the kind of platform that we're talking about? It's such a broad geographical area and different jurisdictional footprint. What do you think would be sort of the key ingredients to make such a broad mandate have a chance for success? Mr. McCall, you're on mute.
How's that? Is that better?
Much better.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think it's important to have a core of qualified, experienced staff and who will manage this program and send a signal to potential investors about the quality of the management effort. That's going to be very important. People who've had experience in these very markets that you're talking about. The only other thing I would say is that given the broad range of interest in the United States, the Caribbean, Africa, three very different markets, different territories, I'm wondering whether this attempt should be phased in rather than attempting to do all of those at once, but rather begin, say, in the United States, where many of us are more familiar, get some projects underway there, and then move next perhaps to the Caribbean and then ultimately to Africa. But just a suggestion that it is so broad and it's so important to do this and to do it right. I think the idea of phasing it in rather than taking all of that on at once might be a little overwhelming.
Yeah, and if I could just come in here, Shelley, and
yes.
Hello, Mr. McCall. So yes, I completely agree, and I think that would be the response of most investors. It's a very unique team that can both have the passion and the skill set to want to invest across the three geographies or three regions. So completely agree with you, and I think from a phasing in, I think one opportunity, one tweak on that, well, one is on the team. We need to have a team that has both investing experience for sure, but one of the things I've realized working in the developing world as well, or the emerging markets, as well as in the US, is that the operating experience is very important, because how we're going to extract value is really going in there, making these businesses more efficient, making sure people are clear on the vision and the right things to do. It sounds very kind of almost obvious, but I found a lot of opportunity in these markets to do that. And that's how we can generate returns for investors. We have a lot of good raw talent in the markets outside of the US. What's missing is that consistent, high quality infrastructure to really mold that raw talent. So that operating experience, that leadership experience, I think is critical to getting the most out of these businesses. So that's one on the teams. And then the second point about the phasing in, absolutely agree. And one of the biggest points about the phasing in, apart from just trying to get people to credibly, invest in such a large opportunity at the very beginning, is that we can put our money where our mouth is. So if I say, listen, come along with us, let's go for 200 million in a first, say, vehicle, a first private equity fund, let's say, then you have the opportunity to sit back as an investor, you play your role, but sit back in a sense and see whether this team is performing. I'm a big believer that before we ask for more money, let's have the exits. Let's see how the team makes decisions. Let's see how they're sourcing deals, although I think that part would be fairly easy actually. And then have them generate some exits for them to then go into the second platform. And it allows the investor base to come along on the story. I understand the US and the linkage to the Caribbean. Okay, I see where the Africa piece come in. And then the other thing is, from a partnership, the on-the-ground partners running these vehicles, my advice is that you'd have you'd have subsets of the full partnership responsible for the various vehicles. So again, another good reason to phase it in, as opposed to having this broad geographic market where on-the-ground relationships matter right up front in a very large kind of sized fund. So I fully agree with you there. One last quick point though is, if it was the US only, my only fear there, I think it's a much easier story to sell to US investors. I think there was a question about who potential investors could be. I think both the traditional PE investors out to the US and the DFIs, those are the two investors that I see in a fund vehicle like this. But it's the whole story of differentiation. There's so many lower to mid-market funds right now in the US. I think the differentiation of this vehicle from a vision standpoint is the ability to link the diaspora in a high quality way with people who know investing and operating experience, and they're able to deliver results. And once they've delivered the results, we reward them with upsizing to that next vehicle and that next vehicle within the overall platform. So I fully agree with you. Thank you.
And just to add to that point, once you have investors and you successfully performed for them, it is much easier to get them to re-up, to get them for a second or third fund, even with a different focus in a different geographic area, because they're comfortable with the team. That's the one thing, I will say that I have been guilty of that also, that people have returned, had done a good job. You want to give them additional money. They've performed for you. Even if the strategy shifts, even if the geographic location shifts, you're comfortable with the team. You're comfortable with how they've performed. And you're more likely, again, you're correct 100%. You're more likely to give them money again.
One of the general questions that I wanted to ask of the panel is, if we're looking at this from a sort of a pan-diaspora strategy that has great impact potential, aside from diversification, offering diversifications and high returns, would it take away something to market it as an impact fund? Does that carry with it a connotation of maybe less business focus? I'll let you take that away.
I'll touch on it and then I'll let others. I don't know that it matters as much. It is, the name is the name. And I'm involved with on our platform at my investment firm. We're involved in an impact fund. At this point, $140 million impact fund focused in the United States, Clear Vision Impact Fund that is focused and is funded by at this point, corporations have put money into it, and it is really to help grow jobs in the United States with small and mid-sized businesses that have an impact on jobs basically in African-American communities across the country. And it is, it is an impact fund. That is exactly what it is. At the same point, it is less in the title and more in the description and what we're doing. So it's kind of, when you look at the definition, it's, an impact fund, we can tie it into an ESG type fund. I mean, there's so many different definitions these days, but in the end, it's a question of, it's less about the title and the name and more about what you're attempting to do. And that really defines it more than a name. So I think, as I said, an impact fund has more of it connotates a little bit more of a description, but nobody's going to invest just because they heard the name. It is the work that you do in sitting in front of people and letting them understand what's the strategy, what are you attempting to do, and perhaps in that type of environment, is it perhaps a little bit of a lesser return? And with the corporations who have invested with us, yes, it is less about return than it is about trying to accomplish something and get something done. So I would say, don't get stuck on the name. It doesn't hurt, but don't get stuck on the name, because in the end, it is more about the vision and what you're attempting to do than what you call it.
Thank you for that. Mr. McCall, what are your thoughts on this?
I totally agree with Mr. Thompson. That's true. You can put any name you want on it. What's your strategy? What are you trying to accomplish? And how well you communicate that to investors, that's what will count.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe ask a follow-up clarifying question, perhaps, on the fund, a potential fund here, where the big question on the table is whether people would have an interest in a fund that is going to be quite differentiated, but will also introduce markets that are kind of frontier markets. So following the risk-reward, rule of thumb, if you will, you'd expect a fund like this to generate even higher rewards because some of the markets are riskier. But if it's doing more of, say, impact work, by default, they will create jobs. You go into emerging markets, you're going to have the impact anyway. The question is, what appetite really is there for lower than 25% type gross, IRR? Is there appetite for lower returns on a fund with this type of vision? So I'd be interested in hearing from Mr. Thompson, Mr. McCall as well.
I guess I'll start in attempting to respond to it. There is no set rule. So are there investors out there who would be willing to take higher risk and lesser return? I'm sure there are. It's a question of, there are few people who are doing it just because it's the right thing to do. So what else are they doing in the region? What else, and that's one of the things that you'd want to look at. What else is going on in the region? Those companies or those potential investors, why might they be enticed to be able to invest in an impact fund or in a slightly lower return, higher risk environment? What else are they doing? What else and how else does it benefit them? There are always a few good people and good institutions and good corporations who will want to do the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing. But the truth is, there are a number that will say this is a region that they're doing other things in, and they'd like to help grow, and they'd like to help benefit the region also, because in the long run, it works hand in hand with their business strategy. So I think that those are some that you'd want to take a look at. It's kind of like, I guess, the old, how can you do good and do well at the same time? And I think that's the biggest thing in that. So it's identifying investors who may have multiple strategies for benefiting a region and benefiting an area, a country, or an island.
I agree with Mr. Thompson again. And I think it really comes down to doing your research to determine what kind of investors would be interested in a fund that has some impact and lower return and which ones are not. And that kind of research will lead you, I think, to those investors that would be attracted to this kind of fund. So doing some work and following up and, just determining investors are in different categories. You've got to find the investors who have some record, as Bill Thompson said, of already investing in an area, but have a record of looking for what they might call impact investments.
Thank you. And just to close this out, what we found is that there are really two types of investors, bifurcated, willing to pursue a strategy like this. So one is the investor, which is from the DFI community, the development financial institutions, and they're willing to invest in these funds because they want to see the knock-on effects of the improvement to the private sector jobs and therefore the overall growth of the country. So European Investment Bank, IFC, IAC, Export Development Canada, German Development Bank, those are all institutions that will put money directly into a fund, right? A fund platform. And they're okay on returns. They still want to be able to show north of 12 to 15%. But they're okay. The bigger point, though, is that a fund that only has DFIs tends to limit how big it can really be. And you almost want to go after the traditional LP first, coming onto the US, biggest market really for this type of region, Africa and Caribbean. Some in Europe and UK, but the US is really where the capital is, for, I would say, based on the research we've done so far. And so what happens is that you want the traditional investor, they're okay with impact, but quite frankly, they want the same returns. So they trump almost the DFIs. So the DFIs are willing to be dragged along and get the returns, but they're really going for, give me the return of the 20 to 25%. But if I could just make a quick point following on that, just having worked both in the US and now in the Caribbean, and I'm kind of bouncing back into fintech in the US now, is one of the things I would say is that two things. One, it's very remarkable just how much these, what we call preconditions for wealth generation or investor returns exist in frontier markets like the US, like the Caribbean, like Africa. So this idea that businesses are inefficient that can be made more efficient, you immediately see the value source there, right? The value creation that can happen. So that's the first thing. The second thing is a dearth of equity capital. Wherever you have a dearth of capital, the little equity capital coming in commands the best price. And so again, if you're going in with a good price on entry, you have a good shot at creating good returns when ready to exit. And then the third point, and this is the biggest point I've seen, is that perception, that gap between the gap between perception and reality. And so a lot of people say, gosh, I wouldn't buy a bank in Jamaica, for example. But you have an example, and it's maybe story, but a good example of someone who invested in a bank in Jamaica and it's landed him on the global billionaire list at some point, right? He knows Jamaica because he's originally Jamaican, though he spent most of his professional life in Canada. But there was a perception gap, right, between what's really happening on the ground. And gosh, and when I think of Jamaica, I think of either the beaches and sunny weather, or I think of crime. So I can't think of how I'm going to make money in a market like that. Those three preconditions are powerful to make money, powerful. And so the biggest hindrance, as you say, is the capital, the skill set, the team that's going to know what it takes to invest prudently within the asset class of private equity, and the ability to also operate, be on the ground. That's where you get all the information. That's how you generate value. That's how you extract that true difference. As I was talking about being what's real and what's perceived to be real. And so that's usually the biggest hindrance. The last point I'll just make is when I think of pipeline, because that was always my biggest concern before moving back into the region and running a bank. There is a lot of pipeline opportunities that span borders. So there are a lot of businesses that are doing business, whether it's in the US and they're coming into the Caribbean, or in the Caribbean exporting to the US, right? I mean, I have one right now, a very successful BPO company And you might think, gosh, BPO, but they are trying to move up the ladder into knowledge outsourcing as well. BPO is like call centers, so it's pretty, what's the word, ubiquitous or, commodity like. But with COVID, the Philippines took a very strong strategy to, how they dealt with COVID, similar to what China is doing now. And that has actually had a huge and long-lasting impact on the call center industry. So what we're finding is a lot of businesses coming to nearshore now. And so these BPOs and these such businesses are doing well. But regardless, this BPO has expanded into US, so they have operations in the US and in Central America, and they've moved into one of the countries in South America. They're looking for 30 million as an example, and another fund had invested in them already. So that's an opportunity just right now. There's another opportunity, which is tour hospitality in the tourism industry, if you will, making really good profit. It's a opportunity that is, they have different theme parks around the region, both in Latin America and in the Caribbean, generating good EBITDA. There's some tussle between the owners, which creates an opportunity for investment. They're looking for about 10 million. And you can already see how you make back your money in a couple of years, not even just, put aside returns, right? And that's a big deal. So, and as you think about exits for these companies, the BPO one that I was talking about, because when you're doing these deals in these markets, you have to know exit on the way in. It can't be like, let's get in, this looks good, we'll figure out exit. You have to have a really strong hypothesis as to how you can exit if you had to exit on day 2. And so on the BPO, they've already had 2 offers from large companies, large BPO companies that want to buy them. But it's like a 40-plus-year-old family-run business. The guy is very strong. And so he's not trying to retire in his 40s because he's like, what will I do? So, so it's a great play for a PE firm because you go in, you help generate growth through the equity capital, and then you're looking to get out. You're not trying to take over. On this other hospitality one, which again, if we had a fund right now, right, on that one, which has US investors again, and then you have the Jamaican investors. It sits in Jamaica, but they have operations all over the region. That one you can exit to a strategic buyer or exit right back. You can refinance the debt because of how much cash flow it spits off. You can refinance out the equity partner in 5 years. So again, I just wanted to make this point because when I was working at Bain & Company and they recruited me into the region to do investing, my biggest thing was always pipeline. And now that I've been able to sit in the role, just kind of being at a financial institution, having run the bank for 6 years, it's much easier now for me to see where value is being created. And what's very interesting? A lot of small funds are pumping up in the Caribbean, at least, and in Africa actually as well, right? People who have no experience doing private equity, but they have investing know-how. It's small funds, $30 million funds. There's no one who has that vision of trying to do it at scale in a very methodical, high quality way with the right stakeholders around the fund to make sure that the team is delivering on what they need to deliver on. So I'll just pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I think that is an important message to get across, that the opportunity is there. The investing story is there from beginning to end. And there are a lot of these kind of things that I've seen across Africa, especially in companies that are doing business in the area of logistics. They have also a natural exit to companies like FedEx that want to come in and buy a ready route of flights that they can use for package delivery in a region in Southeastern Africa, for example. There's tons and tons of opportunities across the continent with trucking, with specialist transportation, and with package delivery. That's an area that could be exploited to many times over before even looking at other sectors. But the business opportunities are certainly there, and having the access to the pool of capital that would be needed to go after them is a lot more difficult than finding the potential companies to invest in. Would the panel agree that this might be a good moment to segue into the presentation?
Yes, I think so.
Sure.
Miriam, would you be so
sure.
kind
To share? Yes.
Yes. Yes. I could also share it.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay.
If you give me host privileges, I could share as well, I think.
Let me see. I'm able to share the presentation myself.
And I'll go, okay, you could share for sure then, Shelley, and I can go through, I'll hit the high points because I know there's been a really stimulating discussion so far. So I'll try to kind of hit the high points. But again, thanks very much for the opportunity for us to just talk a little bit in a more formal, structured way about the investment architecture and opportunities in the Caribbean. And just thank you so much for the feedback and the comments so far, and making yourselves available. So as we go into the opportunity, I don't know if you want to, this looks big, unless you can get it into full screen mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even better. Thanks, Shelley. Okay, so then I don't want to go to the next slide. So just when I think about what is the burning platform, what's the so what, why are we here? Why do we feel strongly about this? You know, I've seen this opportunity for a while, but the pandemic, I think, you know, made a lot of us really reflect on our purpose and what we're doing and where we see the pain points. And we really believe that this whole global push around driving inclusive growth, you know, a key theme at, I think, Davos in 2019, when I had the opportunity to go that one time, that what the world was in crisis, and human-centered inclusive growth was the focus that preceded the pandemic. And what we've realized is that, you know, we really have a burning platform to try and bring capital to frontier markets. We really, you know, no one should be left behind. And there are pain points right now in these markets being solved by businesses, right? And so why don't we, their biggest hindrance is access to capital. So this idea of how do you address that pain point is critical. So when I reflect on it, I thought to myself, well, would I want to be one of those capital providers? You know, why would I? And so on the next slide, when we think about how value is created, the conditions I was mentioning before, and I don't know, Shelley, if you want to go to the next slide. Yeah, so where I was talking about the kind of the conditions you'd want to at least have present to create value exist in these markets, right? So again, when there's little equity, we determine the price going in. We're not fighting over deals and fighting over price. The ability to extract value is not around financial engineering. It's going in, having the right management team. Leadership is so important. It drives the outcome of countries. It drives the outcome of organizations. And in these markets, there's a lot of opportunity to do so. And we're seeing a lot of the diaspora talent being developed in the developed markets, the US, the UK, Europe, looking to go back home and have an impact. So I think the opportunity is even more right now to really go in and make businesses more efficient. And then, of course, the gap between perception and reality. And then if you think about, well, okay, so there's a big burning platform. It looks like you can make money. So what are they doing in these markets now? Well, in these markets, debt. It's all about banks, and, you know, bank loans and loans. That is the main source of capital. And what we find is that the result of that is a lot of companies are undercapitalized. The cap structure is suboptimal, in fact. And so if you don't have access to generous friends, family, or high net worth individuals, it becomes very difficult to get equity capital. The thing I will note is that over the last 10 years, so when I was, joined this industry in 2009, we're now 10 plus years in, there's been an explosion of both venture capital and private equity sources. And what I mean by that is sensitizing the community, the region, to what that is, both in Africa and the Caribbean, explaining the difference between VC and PE, putting in place associations. So Shelley mentioned the African Private Equity and Venture Capital, or Venture Capital and Private Equity Association. We just set one up in the Caribbean. It's called the Caribbean Alternative Investment Association. They just had, I think, their first conference, I think, earlier this month. And so those are huge investments in the infrastructure. And so as a result, you're seeing smaller funds kind of come alive because they're trying to now take advantage of this. So as we move then and say, okay, well, we know what the pain point is, we know we can make money, we see what's the capital that does exist is very localized, right? So what are some of the things that's might be hindering external capital coming into these types of opportunities. And I'm not talking about the DFI, the large, big foreign direct investments, but really going directly into companies as private equity investment, private sector investments. And so on this next slide, where we talk about the infrastructure, we've seen a lot of improvement, particularly around, if you have to go to the next slide, Shelley, around the legislation and regulations, right? So, now we have bankruptcy laws. We have an insolvency laws. We have regulation that allows for GPs to exist in Jamaica. I mean, I would recommend the fund exist in the US, but I'm just saying, a lot of people say, well, why are you in Cayman? Well, you can't actually set up a fund in Jamaica easily because the regulation wasn't there. The laws to do that was not there. You have more firms now in the region. And so once you have the asset class that's being much clearer, where companies can now understand that equity investment, taking a board seat is okay. We're not trying to steal your family secrets. We're just trying to ensure that company does well, because when you do well, we do well. And we're here to help facilitate growth and lend our skill set. It's not just capital. Private equity into these markets is not just about capital. It's about partnering with these businesses to help them execute on that growth, that transformative growth plan, which is why twinning the investment and operating experience is so important. And we're seeing the same thing in Africa. You're having that emerging the middle class, and you have GDP growth rates that's increasing. You have a lot of investments from both the East and the West. And so you're seeing that there are private equity firms coming in. We do note, though, that some of the large brand names have gone into Africa. We've gotten the feedback, and we've spoken to people on the ground, and they haven't done well. And they've spun out to local GP, management teams. And I go back to the reason for that is really around, you have to have relationships, boots on the ground, have daughters and sons of the soil with the right skill set leading these vehicles. And I think that's so important, because not just the skill set, but they'll have that passion and that purpose of why they're doing what they're doing. And it's not just to make a quick buck. And so it's the same thing with the US. And I think we spoke about that earlier, but I see, the US, we have very strong relationships with the diaspora, both within the US and out into the various markets, right? The regions that we're talking about. And we like to see that there's more capital going into African-American communities. Mr. Thompson just spoke about one of the impact funds that he's aware of and associated with. And we believe that the US is therefore set up to really, and I always tell my friends this about, as much as we see all the dynamics going on in the US with the haves and the have-nots and discrimination, etc., the US sets the tone for the world. They are the example, because you have the regulations you have the laws, you have the success stories in bulk happen more in the US for people of our background, people of color, than in other markets, to be quite frank, especially in the investing world in a sense. And so that is why we actually believe that twinning and connection is so important. So as we think about, okay, Mariam, you've kind of convinced me there, I hope there's a pain point that we need to address. Seems like conditions are at a very high level, reasonable for me to make some money. The capital that's existing now is very localized. And the biggest hindrance I have is, do you guys even have infrastructure there? You seem to have infrastructure. So now tell me, what are some of the sectors or verticals that could be attractive that I could consider investing in, if I were to be an LP in a fund, for example. And so on the next slide, what you have is some of these attractive sectors that really are based on strong current trends. So with the fintech businesses, and not to be confused with crypto, not crypto, but technology businesses that are disrupting the traditional financial services firms, which is really addressing this issue of how you move money across borders. That is the biggest issue that's global. It's a real global issue. And how do you therefore acquire customers, because you've addressed that pain point. There are a number of businesses who are doing that safely, smartly, and successfully, but they just need to keep proving out how to partner with traditional firms for the last mile access. So I've seen a lot of progress here, even in Jamaica, with one of our largest banks, creating a digital bank to almost disrupt itself, but also to drive financial inclusion. The second thing is climate change and resilience. And it'd be interesting to see what final agreements come out of COP27. I heard that the fund where they put some money aside for developing nations that undergo significant weather events funded by the developed countries. I think they're close to an agreement there. Some people on call may have more information than I do, but the whole idea of climate change and resilience is a big issue for countries around the equator, well, in this part of the world, Caribbean and Africa, but there's been insufficient funding. But there are pools of capital, certainly even in the US and developed countries, that are looking for smart places to put their money to address exactly this. And so renewables will fall in here as well. So kind of energy would come into this part as well, but it's really the climate change and resilience that we see a big opportunity. Infrastructure, that came up in our discussion earlier. The reason why you have a fund that's not $30 million, but it must be much higher, is for this reason. Infrastructure is slightly different investing than the other sectors that I mentioned here or on this slide, but the know-how to do infrastructure and the impact and the need that's there says that any kind of investment vehicle that's going after these regions, we have to have expertise in how to invest in and do well in infrastructure. So you can't leave it out, and there are not as many people doing this extremely well. With real estate, you have a lot of people in real estate, because that's the other kind of area that's also slightly different. But I wouldn't even put real estate, because I don't think we have a real problem there. You can make money, but we're trying to advise on areas where you can make money that's invested in, underfunded. And then we have IT, which again, it's outperforming, not just because of speculation, but because of results that they're delivering in terms of addressing customer needs versus some of the extractive industries that you tend to find, especially in Africa. And then finally, the creative sector, right? I mean, we are, as a regions, we produce a lot of the high quality talent that comes out of what we call the orange economy. Yet we are if you strip it back and look at the investors in these businesses or these talents or things coming out of this economy or this sector, we're not represented. So we think that this is also an opportunity. This is a key point of the story. So, I'll take any questions on that later, but this is why, if I've convinced you of the earlier part, then I say, well, these are some of the opportunities that exist right now. And when we go to the next slide, you'll see no fund is doing it. In the US, you have a lot of low to mid-tier private equity markets. They're focused on the US. They know the US. It makes sense. So they're focused on the US. In the Caribbean, you have the DFIs. And in fact, you have them also in Africa, right? They outshine, in a sense, potential LPs when it comes to this type of asset class. But I believe the way private equity is structured, it holds accountable not just the management team, but it holds accountable the system to deliver results. And that's why I believe in it very strongly as a way to bring money into these frontier markets. And so the DFIs do a good job, but you almost want that accountability, the additional accountability that's brought by traditional investors. And so I think any vehicle that goes after this opportunity needs to have that mix of the traditional LP. And similar in Africa, I mentioned earlier about just the large funds that just kind of threw money at Africa, but didn't realize the secret sauce, which is about having the right people on the ground with the relationships and the know-how. So what's the response to all of this? Very specifically, we believe a platform that's focused on the three regions that we've been speaking about today is a very strong, viable way to both do well and do good. The first thing is the name of the game first is to preserve capital, right? As well as generate these risk-adjusted returns for investors. I do believe that the risk profile should be on par with any fund coming out of just a US-only strategy, to be honest. I think it can be done. And I think you do it first with a smaller platform, the 200 million type platform, to see if they're really, if we're putting our money where our mouth is, well, you know what I mean, if we're delivering on our results. And I believe that we've talked about this, exit considerations on entry is so important. And as an LP group, you'll be able to see that. And then this whole idea of minority stake investing, let me just touch on that. That's something that's very unique to frontier markets and also lower to mid, well, not necessarily in the US, it depends. So a lot of the businesses that do well in these markets tend to have a very either dominant family or management team that's been around for a while, the ones that are doing well, and they're not willing to give up or sell the entire business unless there's some succession plan that's not there maybe the kids have moved away or they didn't have kids, etc. So there's no succession planning, if you will. The ability to take minority stake in businesses is something that I think a fund like this needs to be skilled at. And so you put in robust shareholder provisions, right? So from as a minority shareholder, and I've seen that work, I've experienced it myself. And I think that's what makes the region tick, because you want the alignment with the family or the strong management team. You're going to want that alignment. You want some local owners that are perfectly aligned with you. We make money in these regions not because we have the best structuring or we got the best price. We make money in these regions because we've managed to align ourselves with our partners, which have to be local to some extent. So some part of that cap structure has to be local. We've aligned ourselves so well that we're going to inject our experience and our capital, et cetera, and we're going to get their relationships, et cetera. That marriage is so important, more so than in the US or UK or Europe. That's one of the key ingredients to success in a vehicle like this. And so as we think about the team, and Mr. McCall, you're absolutely right. If I had a fund in front of me, the first thing I want to know about is the team, how they make decisions, how they interact, what's their background. I'm most interested, in fact, in how they interact and make decisions. But what is unique about this, as we go to the next slide on the team, is that what has held us back is the team profile of what you're really looking for. So it's a set of partners, a partnership group that has both investing and operating experience. Ideally, a lot of investing with a little operating, a lot of operating, a little investing, but not just an investment partner over here and an operating partner over there, which we have in our US setup, right? I'm an operating partner, I'm a managing partner, etc. And the reason why this is important is there has to be a real understanding and appreciation about the operating experience value, how to manage companies without managing them, because you're not a manager, you're a shareholder, you're an owner, but that's how you get extract value, and that skill set is pretty unique. And then we need, I think I would suggest an advisory team. I think this is very possible, just based on our networks and people here today. So heads of states, business titans, and what does that do? Apart from keeping the GP again accountable and giving them support, it helps with the relationships, it helps build the credibility of, say, a first-time type vehicle doing this. So I think that's important for a team profile. I think the partners need to have relationships and they have to have a track record. They can't just present well or talk well. They need to have a track record of delivering value, whether they've delivered value through true traditional private equity alone, or they've done it through that as well as running businesses, whatever it might be, but they need to show that they know what it takes to extract value and do well in the frontier markets and the US, not just the US or just the frontier markets. And then, of course, daughters and sons of the soil. So what I would say here is more so now, you can find a team than 5 to 10 years ago. I think part of it is the pandemic. People have done well in these developed markets. They want to have more than just the do well, and they're willing to come back to address one of the key pain points, which is access to capital. And one of the best ways to deploy capital is to use this asset class that's so well structured, monitored, strong governance, to deploy capital in a methodical way with accountability if something has gone wrong or if something goes awry. So it's a very high governance, highly governed model of deploying capital, which I recommend in these frontier markets. So what happens is you need that team. And before, it was hard to find that team because everybody's staying in their various markets. And if you work for a fund, you're not trying to set up a new fund to go do the triangle. It's just not what people think of. But I'm finding a lot more people, myself included, they're much more driven to do this from just a deep passion standpoint. So that is good news versus, say, 10 years ago. The next set of slides are just some very specifics of what it could look like. On $1 billion platform, and I think you could really do $1 billion, but I would start in a phased way. Just like I think Mr. McCall, you were saying that a phased way, or maybe it was Mr. Thompson, I can't remember, but in a phased way where you really show results. So you can say, well, I don't feel pressured to invest with this team if they're not going to get the job done. But if they get the job done, I close my eyes and just give them more money. Not really, but it's so much easier to get the capital. I think it should, it's a traditional 10+2. I think it needs to be headquartered in the US. whether it's New York, Florida, Delaware, wherever. When I talk about headquarters, I mean operationally. I think it'll be incorporated in Delaware, but operationally, GP commit of 1%, I would suggest for the first vehicle within this platform. And I would say, it's typical 5 years to a 2 and 20 hurdle rate of 8%. But I think the investment size would be around 10 to 30 million. That's kind of the sweet spot. That's not to say we can't do lower or smaller, or larger, but anything outside of that would go to the LP advisory committee to get their approval to then go forward to do the diligence, even to, put resources in figuring out whether you want to do the deal or not. So that would be part of just the governance. And then after 3 to 4 years, you look to doing the next platform. So that's what that's what we would suggest there. Very quickly, deal sourcing I've talked about is if the deals are there, it's easy through our networks, through lawyers, accounting firms, bankers, through conferences. Once people know that you're out there and you have capital, you almost have too many deals to look at, not too few. The criteria would be, specifically, I think we need to go for a 20% gross IRR, or at least 2 times money. Like, I don't think we want to come in and say, well, we're helping Africa and the Caribbean, we're impact funds, so can you take 15%? I feel like that would be underwhelming to me if I were LP trying to invest. And I don't think we need to say that, even though I like to under promise and over deliver, but I don't think this is one of those moments. And then I think there's a lot of work around, it's easy to show ESG. I know some audiences care, some don't, but it's very easy to show ESG. And I think that needs to be a part of our strategy and a part of our message. And then, of course, we would invest in businesses that have strong scaling potential. So it's not that you're just investing in a business because it's cool or because, it has to show the ability to scale because of our capital. And that's so part of the diligence and the story and the decision to invest. So on the next slide, this is just a typical structure when I worked at, so I was at Portland Private Equity. I should just quickly share. I joined as a senior vice president back in 2009 out of Bain. And then we did fund 1, it was the 2007 vintage. And then we started Fund 2, of which I was promoted into the partnership. So I was a partner in Fund 2 that was vintage July 2014. And while I was there, I was sitting on the board of a local bank in Jamaica called First Global Bank. The fund approved it because First Global Bank was one of the subsidiaries of the Grace Kennedy Group, which is our largest conglomerate in the Caribbean, headquartered in the Caribbean, but we have business in the US, Canada, Europe, the region itself, the UK, etc. And I was on that board for about a year and a couple of months, but it wasn't a portfolio company. And then they asked me to step in to run the bank. And I thought that makes a lot of sense, not really, but it was been a fantastic experience. And you know why I said yes? Because when we were raising Fund 2, and I was responsible for raising the local funds for Fund 2, so I raised 30% of new funds because all our LPs re-upped. And what I found is the story that resonated is the teams that had both investing and operating experience. And up until that point, I had no operating experience. And I worked well with the portfolio companies, but when you step into the role of true CEO and we transformed the bank, that's when I started to realize the raw talent we have in our regions, but we're under investing in the leadership at middle management and pushing them through the system. You can make so much money if you're able to deploy capital and the right resources into the operations of these companies. So this is just an example of what we used when I was at Portland. It worked very well. And, I think most funds use some version of this. This would be the investment process. And then, of course, exits. As we talk about exits, for the exits, it's very important again on the way in. On the next slide, on the way in, you know what the exit is. The portfolio monitoring is so important. So, when things are going wrong, being on the board, you get so much information from the teams. And when things are going well as well, and usually it's the sale to a strategic buyer. You can refinance depending on the cash flow profile of the investment. Some of the countries in Africa and the Caribbean have stock exchanges, so you can exit to a stock exchange, or in some instances, you can actually structure in a pre-agreed, buyback, but I wouldn't recommend that. That's kind of, I don't think that's a real option. If you're at that point where you're doing that, it's probably a pretty risky transaction. So the next slide just shows an example of a pipeline opportunity. And I probably could have created 9 more of these slides that are in play right now that I like on the surface. I'd have to get into my diligence. This one I know a lot better. I would support this investment. Actually, I'd shared it with Portland. They have invested and have done well so far. They have not exited. And it's public knowledge. They've put articles out on that, so I can comment on it. But what I would say is that there are a number of opportunities like this and of this type of size, because there's always a question about 10 to 30 million is, does the region have enough to take a 10 to 30 million equity check? And the answer is yes. And so, and not just infrastructure, so non-infrastructure opportunities. And so I think that's excellent. So just, as we wrap up on the risks, so again, as you're listening to all of this, you're probably thinking, oh, well, still there are risks. So we just wanted to be very clear about these risks. Lack of investment ready, attractive deals. I think having the right team in place that can source these deals and having an advisory committee with a level of experience and relationships who can also provide support, as well as hold the team. It's not a management role, but just be there. We already have this informally through our mentoring networks, but it's just putting that more formally on paper so people know the support that this team would have. So that would address risk number one. Risk number two, the ability for, the inability for us to execute the growth strategies. I mean, this is probably where we have very strong experience. This is where you can hire for the investing and operating experience, and you can work very close with the management team. You're on the board to help execute a transformation. The third around limited opportunities for exits and liquidity events. I've spoken about the various options for exits. We can show exits that have happened in the region and even in the last 1 to 2 years, both in Africa and in the Caribbean. One of the things that I love about having the linkage to the US is the idea that it also helps to de-risk this point around exits, because the US is such a fertile market for exits. And then, of course, geopolitical risks. And again, this will be part of the diligence on any investment that one would make. So then, the final closing point I'll make is, and Mr. McCall, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Which is, all right, well, this sounds interestingly enough, Mariam, tell me who the team is, because that's my real problem. Like, who's going to do this? You painted this beautiful picture, right? Sounds interesting enough. Who's going to do it? And you're absolutely right. Now, again, I think the capital, the human capital available to do this is more now than 10 years ago. But from a very practical standpoint of how to set up an investment vehicle like this, the first thing I think would need to be done is you get a version of the GP team in place for a year or so, and you tell them to do two things. Number one, go out and make 1 or 2 investments that we like. And you act as almost like a pseudo LP, advisory committee, and they go through the same process so you get to see what deals they're bringing. And then you make the decision at that moment to fund the deal or to see the deal for the fund in a sense, right? So that's the first thing, that the mandate you give to this team. And the second you give to this team is, I want you to get to a first close, get a first close done. Now, we would then need to raise capital to put this, we would need to raise capital quickly from a few sources to put this team in place. We're thinking 1.5 to 2 million. And I've seen, why, and this is very important. And why, when I look at what other funds that have launched have done, this is how they've solved the human capital issue. And there are people who have the luxury of spinning out of PE shops or spinning out of investment banks, and they make too much money, they don't know what to do with it. So they say, all right, I'll go off for 2 years and fund myself. And that exists. But when we're the type of people that we're trying to attract, who are very high quality folks, it's very hard for me to say, can you just take 2 years off your life, don't earn any income, and let's go do this. It just limits, it shortens the pool a little bit. It shrinks the pool a little bit. And this model I've seen a number of times. I have colleagues or friends who are people of color who have gone out and raised funds. This is the model they've used, because we recognize that just in terms of how capital and wealth creation has evolved over time, it's very rare that you'll find, a group of people that can do this as a team that you're looking for, and they'll just take off 2 years and able to do this in a really, really strong way. It also de-risks potential investors, because the capital that's put up, which is a capital that could potentially be a waste if the fund didn't happen, you could almost shrink it to the size that you're comfortable with and tell the team, all right, you have this window to go and do, maybe it's 1 investment, but it's getting to the first close. A team that needs to get to a first close, and getting to a first close is very methodical. You're either with me on the strategy or you're not. So it's very methodical. And then for where somebody says, okay, I'm willing to listen, then you bring your A game around. What's your track record? What's the team? What are exits? Tell me deals I could do now. How would you structure it? How do you make decisions? Let me visit your office. I mean, the DDQ, there's a whole process, but it's not unpredictable. It's a very predictable process. So you're just going through the process. But we need a team that we can have in place, focused to do this. And so that's it. So that ends my presentation. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Mariam, thank you so much for that very dynamic delivery. I think it was actually worked out quite perfectly that we started with a discussion at first and then went into the presentation, because the presentation
Exactly. It was perfect.
It really answered some of the questions that we opened up and some of the things that we were positing in the beginning. So that was really excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank the panelists who have joined today for your contributions to this very, very important discussion. And for offering us your incredibly valuable insight.
And thank you for your moderating skills today. Really appreciate it. Well done.
Thank you.
Fully agree.
So I think with that, the panel concludes, and I don't know if we get kicked out or anything, but in case we do, goodbye to everyone, and thank you very much for your time.
Everybody take care. Have a great
you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
To develop some action item coming out of this session. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Recording stopped.
I went to this fundraiser and this 11-year-old at it's a new charter school and they're building one in Harlem, and he goes, the best thing my teacher taught me was that the only option is to rise to the top because the bottom is crowded. And that is what
And so if we can teach and educate individuals about those entities that make us who we are, what? Do you know how powerful that is? That's why I say the world needs the arts. I think because of the direction the program is moving in, they want to diversify their program. So they thought out, like, if you look at the ad that they put out for the position, first of all, and let's backtrack. So I'm currently earning my doctorate at Columbia University too, right? Okay. And people would have their qualms to say about being in these spaces, but at the end of the day, if we're not in these spaces, we can't speak up and advocate for ourselves. We can't have other people labeling or naming us. Right? So if we're in these spaces, then we're able to say, like, no, that's not it, or I think you should do this, etc. Or here's our stories, right? Here I am doing the research on Grenadian folk dance. Here are our stories, so that those that are coming up can go back and reference it. So I'm always a firm believer, and a friend of mine would always say it, like, we can't make noise outside of the building. Like, we can't, you know what I'm saying? If you want to shit up, you have to be inside of the building, then vote, right? And so that was one of my reasons for even pursuing this doctorate, among other things, owing it to my ancestors. So getting the position, it was because someone recommended me. I was like, dang, they want me, or someone mentioned my name, like, why would they do that? So I went and I applied for the position, and when you look at it, they were looking for someone with a K-12 background. They were looking for someone with experience in Afro-diasporic dance forms. Ding, 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 that's me. And it was just a matter of, girls, step out onto this, take that risk, and just, apply. And in me applying, I said, okay, I have no higher ed experience. I've taught, I went back to Howard. I may have taught a workshop there. I've taught at Centennial College in Canada. I may have taught a workshop in North Carolina, but to say that I've really taught a course in the tertiary system, I haven't done that. So that was one of my limitations. That was one of the reasons why I felt like, well, they were not going to give me this job because I had no experience. Psych. No, they were like, you made it to the second round. Psych, we loved your second interview. You're one of our 3 final candidates. Wow. Psych, we unanimously pick you to come and take this position. And so and I remember my advisor telling me this, he was like, don't second guess yourself. Go in there and be genuinely you. Be your authentic self. If you're this, Grenadian dancer who talks about Grenadian culture and talks about the work of you implementing Caribbean curriculum with your dancers in Brooklyn, talk about that. And that's exactly what I did. And so far, me being in this space, they want to hear this. And in me telling these stories, students have even expressed to me that they feel seen. Just being so passionate about this work, they're like, I feel seen, and I want to now learn about this. And I started Dance Grenada, moment of transparency, out of a breakup. So creating it in 2019 because I was like, okay, what are the things that make me happy? What's gonna pull me out of this space? Because John, no, I cannot function this way. And I was like, Lord, okay, let's go. So 2019 started, 2019, I was getting I got awarded with the Caribbean Life Impact Award. And then I got the 2020 Grenada Consulate Independence Cultural Ambassador Award. And I was like, oh, this is the best time, let's go. Way COVID, boom. And at first I was like, okay, I'm not gonna do this. Having people in your village and having people supporting you. You can't do nothing without your community. And I'll say that 10 times over. It was the people talking to me in my ear was like, no, Shola, I'm not allowing you to settle for that. This has been your baby. You used to talk about this since Howard, since we had grants for the arts in the Fine Arts Building our senior year, and I'm there writing up this fake, not fake, but you had to do your project, and I'm writing up a proposal to bring artists to Grenada and to do a dance festival. My friends, Melissa, my friend Carrie Ann, no. Okay, so let's reinvent the wheel. How are we going to still make this happen? And forcing me to think about ways to still create this network of dancers between Grenada and our international countries. And so it was like, okay, well, let's do a virtual model. Okay, I still want this welcome ceremony. I still want people to know who the teachers are. I still want us to have these conversations. How do I create this space? And literally with the help of my community and my friends, we made that happen. And so for the first 2 years, we functioned in a virtual space. Second year, we functioned in a hybrid space. And now this year is the first year it will be on island. A lot of the groundwork was done when I was home for Carnival this summer, right? So meeting with the ministries, meeting with our new Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, meeting with Honorable Ron Redhead, meeting with Grenada Tourism Authorities, and literally trying to get their support and backing. Once they gave me their support, which they did, it was a lot of the logistical planning has been through Zoom, right? Because I have one committee member in Atlanta. I have another committee member in New Jersey. I have another committee member in Ohio, and then another committee member in Grenada. This thing we call the arts and just creating projects. It's really a lifelong lesson in terms of organizational skills, time management, communication skills, because that's literally what I've been doing. And literally, like, here I am and just trying to like navigate and, you know, make sure all the places and the pieces of the puzzle are together. So we're doing it. I don't know how, but we are. Coming out of the past 2 years, we've had a very tumultuous 2 years between COVID, keeping a lot of us isolated, and folks now acknowledging their mental health and mental wellness, and having to rely on the things that keep them mentally healthy, keep them happy, keep them afloat, in addition to a lot of these social and political challenges that have been happening in the world. And not to say that these things are new, right? But I feel like for a moment, we were able to settle down, and now things were blatantly in our face, right? You had to settle down and you realize, like, wow, I was really speed racing and I never took a moment to really check on my mental. What are these things that keep me grounded, keep me healthy, keep me afloat? What are these things that have me, whether it be you're standing for something or not standing for anything at all, what are those things that you stand for, knowing what is happening in the world, knowing, okay, these powers that be, this is not new, but what do you stand for? And so using the arts, using dance, that has been my way it has made me happy, and it has been my form of resistance. It has been my political statement. It has been my social statement. I purposely come into spaces and start my classes with soca music, right? Because at a time when I was training, that wasn't necessarily the case. That wasn't necessarily the standard. Or we looked at soca as, oh, well, that is, gets on music. Not to say that my parents don't think that way, because that is why they used to play it. How do we have that conversation amongst the practitioners, amongst artisans, among dancers, for us to feel so empowered and so comfortable in who we are that we take that wherever we go? It's a dance festival, so of course we go through the embodiment of our language, our movement, right? So dance workshops. Oftentimes people feel like, oh, we're only dancing. No, we have conversations about what we're doing too. It gives us a moment to reflect. And it's not only dancers that will be invited to the panel. I have filmmakers, I have drama specialists, I have journalists, bloggers, just various diverse creatives coming together with the dancers to then have this conversation. We're also doing a welcome ceremony, which will be a space for us to gather, because we're bringing people into the island of Grenada for the sake of dance, and we're honoring 5 of our cultural practitioners. And those practitioners, they're in the press release. Gloria Payne Banfield, Livingston Nelson, and giving these individuals who have set the path their flowers now. Let's honor them now so they know that they felt appreciated now, and continue to uplift and even teach the younger generation who these people are. Look, these people are still present on the island. You know, these people have created spaces for you to continue your art form and to continue training. You know, let's create that community where they know who their elders are. And then closing it off with an island tour. And so the people that are coming into the island, they know what Grenada has to offer from a tourist perspective. So yeah. One, there was a point in time when I felt like people didn't believe in me. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes a part of that little girl is still trying to prove that what you said is not true. It's actually false. And I'm not going to allow you to name or dictate my path. So that's one. Two, yes, I felt at certain times I had teachers who would say that I was lazy. And in my mind's eye, I'm like, do they not know how hard I'm working right now? Maybe my way of learning the information may be different from how this person is picking up the information, but it's not to say that I'm lazy. So it's to negate that statement of laziness and say, okay, no, I have to keep working because I don't want to be called lazy. I don't want to be labeled that way. That's not who I am. And honestly, I have a hard-working mother who I believe has been my source of motivation, inspiration, support, encouragement, nourishment since day one. I even remember when I got the ASU job, both on the phone crying. Oh God, I'm gonna cry right now. Cause she had moved back to Grenada. And so I literally was like grinding for myself in New York, like literally going to teach this class, going to this rehearsal, not having any money in my account, waiting for the bus, taking the train, going uptown, coming back downtown Brooklyn, waking up again to repeat the cycle. And she was just like, oh my God, you are working so hard. And I guess for her, you don't never want to see your children struggle or be challenged. And she just wanted me to be okay. And so I didn't want to fail her. I don't want to fail her. So that's where that discipline and groundedness comes from. Young Shola was definitely not this outspoken. I remember when, but she always loved music. She always loved soca, right? She just always. I actually have a picture of me and my cousin who passed away from leukemia in the Gap in Grenada, in we Kitty's Carnival outfit. And if you see Hannah over here, but yeah, she was extremely quiet. And I guess always doubting herself. I remember being in class and my mom used to always say, you're always standing in the back. Go in the front, go. It's okay. Like you're letting them other girls, push their way to the front. But that was always me. I'm not always going to be, even now as an adult too, if there's a networking event, I'm gonna stand to the side. If my friend is here, we'll stand to the side together and we'll talk. And if people come to us, they come to us. But to say that I was the girl that would be at a birthday party and I would go in the middle of the circle and dance, I wasn't like that. I was very quiet. I like to say I'm an introvert, extrovert, right? Where, people look at me and they would think I'm extroverted, but honestly, I'm an introvert and I'm pretty awkward. We do have, our registration is up and running on our website, www.dancegrenada.com. If someone wants to register and purchase a full package, they can, even if they aren't able to attend. In the past, people have purchased tickets and sent me an email and said, hey, I purchased this ticket. I would like to donate it. Any way you feel like you can contribute, you can. Those that are on the island or not on the island, they can share to their social media platforms. Just for the creator to continue using me in ways unimaginable.
I like that.
You know, I want him to continue to use me. I say this all the time, like originally I thought I was just gonna be a performer. And I have friends that were with me in college at Howard and said, absolutely not.
Right.
I knew you were gonna go and get your doctorate. I knew you were gonna go ahead and continue to be a professor. I knew you were gonna be the founder of this festival. And in my mind, I'm like, when? Yeah, so I you know, again, this is definitely a calling. It's a labor of love, because it does make me frustrated at times. I don't see myself doing anything else. So for the creator to continue to use me in ways unimaginable. I am grateful to say that I am around in a time where we are pushing soca dance and soca music forward as a means of upliftment and bringing people together. You know, it's exciting to be able to be on stage and to move to their music, and knowing that I can take that experience and then tell the younger generation, yo, here's a lane for you to pursue your career, and know that you can go elsewhere with your career as well. You know what I'm saying? Like your career isn't limited to being a backup dancer for these artists. But knowing that that's just one entity, and knowing that we can go these multifaceted of ways to push the dance forward.
Okay. Welcome to the section on the principle of Garveyism operating in today's world. This is a part of the Caribbean Multinational Business Conference 2022, with a theme, a global crossroad, driving inclusive growth on frontier markets, leveraging the current landscape. Today's discussion centered around how we can finance and invest in frontier markets that would create the kind of economic development, wealth, and technical transfer in these frontier markets of Canada, of the Caribbean, Africa, and the African American community, and use that as a catalyst for sustained growth in our communities. This, of course, is no new message, as it has been that of Garvey for centuries. In today's sessions, we had at the P.J. Patterson Institute looking at trade in its normal form, and of course, the issue of trade and transportation, and Garvey's philosophy was clearly brought to fore. That continued in as we looked at transportation and travel and the new international development and Garvey's own vision, starting with Black Star Line. And it continued into the international investment architecture and how we need to invest and support our own if we're going to see real development. And now for the final session of bringing it all together, the Garvey Principle operating in today's world, hosted by the son of the prophet, none other than Dr. Julius Garvey. Welcome, Dr. Garvey. Dr. Garvey will serve as the moderator for this afternoon's presentation, and an exciting one. The Garvey sessions in these conferences over the years have been one that generate interest and has always been of value. And we expect it will be no different today. So Dr. Garvey, it's all yours.
Dr. Garvey, you're muted.
Okay, I would appreciate if I didn't get cut off in terms of muting and unmuting, because otherwise I don't know whether I'm being heard or not. Okay, I think everybody can hear me at the present time. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
All righty. Thank you so much, Carl. We're going to start with a 7-minute video that will just give us a kaleidoscope of Garvey in his time and his influence over the years. And it's been put together by a West Coast activist who is here with me in our studio, which happens to be my hotel room. And that's why we may have some little glitches. But we're out here on the West Coast doing a book tour. And we're going to have Michael talk about publishing the updated version of the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. So I think we're ready to go with the 7-minute video. Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay, ask him if they can see the screen.
Can we, Dr. Garver, can we record the session? Is it possible? It's not very, is it being recorded?
It probably is, you know.
Yeah.
Carl, is that true?
Yes, it is being recorded.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right. Can everybody see the screen? Can everybody see the screen?
No, sir.
Oh, wow.
You're not sharing yet.
Because, yeah.
So why aren't you sharing? We asked for that so that when we thought we could just come on.
They have to.
Do you have to share for me? I can't do the sharing. No, don't go off, Sheffield.
Yeah, and also check the recording as well. It's not showing in the top left corner of the screen. To make sure, if you can just check to.
Let me just get on mute here.
Yes.
And
Just wait.
Okay. Just want to make sure the sound and everything was good.
Recording in progress.
All right, why don't we go? Let's see if that's okay.
No, they can hear you, right?
Well, I don't know. Go ahead with the video and see.
Yes, right here.
Can you see the screen?
I can't see the screen as yet, but you just got permission, they said.
Okay, I'm saying, can you see our screen?
I can see yourselves, not the screen.
Yes. Okay, I don't know what that's about. You can see us and not the screen. Okay.
Dr. Garvey, you can share your screen. You have permission.
Okay, doke. So we should have just gone to one of the things on the bottom that says share.
Yeah, share screen.
Yeah.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay.
All right, let's pull up the video now.
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen now?
I can't.
Hello?
No, I can't.
No.
You can? Okay.
No, I can't.
It's not sharing it.
I don't know what's going on. It said
The
they
easiest
gave
way to do that is to ensure that your screen, what you want to share, is visible on your screen. Just slide it over a little bit and then click on share screen, and it should come up automatically.
All right, let's just go back to the Thanks, Forrest. Oh, is that David?
Okay.
Doc, I'm here.
All right, wonderful, David. I appreciate your coming on.
Sure.
You can try now, Dr. Garvey.
Okay, doke.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see why.
Just go ahead and start it.
No, it's not. It's not showing when we.
Well, Shaka, you see that share screen button at the bottom in the green beside the chat?
Yeah, and when I
What is the screen supposed to be showing?
it should be showing the film.
Can you do the
We just saw something about our rightful place in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and hit that.
It's already on share screen.
All right, so let's go to the.
But I don't see the film here. It's here, but it's not
So
here
click on
to
it.
where it needs to be. But see, this should be there. And I don't know why it's here, but it's not. Okay. What we can do is have the host just pull it up. How about that? That's the simplest way.
Yeah, just put the URL in the chat and that would work.
Yeah, if you'll just go to legacynetwork.tv and just click view featured video, it'll come up.
I see it now.
There's no sound.
Can you
You
hear
have
now?
to, when you share, when whoever click the share, there's a little button at the bottom where you have to click share with sound.
So click share with sound, the button, the audio, the button, and click share.
With the vast majority of
Share
Americans
what?
still mentally enslaved, experiencing widespread race-based discrimination.
Sound is good. Can you start over now?
Start over now.
Jim
Yeah.
Crow, lineage, and lynchings, and economic collapse.
Okay,
in a
I don't
world
understand.
Sound, please. There's no sound.
and
Can you hear it now?
that was pivotal in taking Pan-Africanism
Okay,
to practice. From May of 1970,
Sound is good.
UNIA was launched, the first branch on American soil. Through June of 1923, the accomplishments of the UNIA against all odds and all efforts to stop it grew exponentially. These accomplishments include over 4 million members worldwide, even more supporters, over 1,000 branches of the organization throughout 42 countries, the Negro World newspaper, a shipping company, Black Star, the Negro Factories Association, holds
Is anybody listening?
We could hear.
The volume is very low, but you can still hear if you strain. It's gone mute now, though.
This is kind of silly.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
Is it possible to start over? Because it's only 7 minutes long.
If you want, I can share my screen and bring it up on my screen. I could try.
Go ahead and try, please, Wayne. Let's
All right.
see.
Okay, let's just the person stop sharing, and I'll just share my screen.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear it okay?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Tell me, just give me a thumbs up when you can hear it okay?
Okay, doke. I just think it's worth watching and hearing because it captures so much in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Much better than just words.
Can you see okay?
No, it's off screen now.
Okay, strange.
Here now.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, let me start again.
Yeah.
We don't hear.
All right. Now we need volume.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh, volume is maxed.
Hmm.
Can you not hear it? Okay.
No, but I'll just let it run because
Okay.
at this point we can't keep going back and forth. And you sort of have to use your imagination from what you see on the screen.
Okay.
I don't know why the volume wouldn't be part of it. Yeah.
Make sure the host unmutes him.
Yeah, it's probably the host that's messing it up. Hasn't unmuted, probably has everybody muted, you know? Yeah.
Sounds like you can vaguely hear it, but it's very.
Yeah. Basically, just setting the scene in terms of the situation when Marcus Garvey arrived, certainly in 1914, 1916, the First World War.
Don't worry about it. Let him do what they're doing. Mama.
Individual view it whenever after this is over.
No, this is supposedly an international conference, and they're supposedly recording it, but there's no one. The different manufacturing things, restaurants, millinery store, trucking companies, farm, Black Cross nurses, African Legion. Of course, 1920 International Convention of the World with the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World. That's where we got our flag, red, black, and green, and the Ethiopian anthem. And the holiday, August the 31st. But these are some people influenced by Marcus Garvey. Medgar Evers, Malcolm, Martin Luther King, Fannie Lou Hamer, Stokely, Emperor Haile Selassie, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela. That was Dr. Ben. Ranoka Rashidi. Farewell in New Orleans. Yeah. Forming the People's Political Party in Jamaica and the first labor organization. Trio of Pan-Africanists. And that was me about 70 years ago. And that's me yesterday. That was Steve Biko.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was a quick run through. I hope everybody can hear me in terms of going forward. I think next what we wanted to talk about is the philosophy and opinions that we've sort of revised and brought up to date, because I think that the younger generation, Black Lives Matter generation, what they call Gen Z, are not really familiar with their history, and certainly the history of Garvey coming forward into the civil rights movement is of extreme importance, and then the Black Panthers and so on, and coming up to Black Lives Matter. So we've revised the philosophy and opinions, volume 1, omitting certain things and moving certain things from volume 2 and later on. So Mike Dawson, can you take over and talk about your publishing company and the business that you have and the influence of Garvey?
Thank you, Dr. Garvey, to be part of this panel. Is everybody hearing me just because of the difficulties?
Yes, Michael, we can hear you.
All right, great. As Dr. Garvey said, we've been publishing the company. The basis, the thought, the influence of all of that was Marcus Garvey's "Look for Me in the Whirlwind" speech. So we created a company, a group of companies now that stretches from publishing, theatrical production, movie productions, music, entertainment spaces, beverages, a wide range of areas that are all based and inspired and created by Marcus Garvey, certainly in my head. Specifically to what we're talking about, the book here and the idea of journalism, said to be published in 1935, Marcus Garvey's Tragedy of White Injustice, and I refer to 3 of them, number 53, number 55, and number 56. Somehow, Marcus Garvey had this amazing prophetic wisdom to know, in 53, he talks about the control of cable and wireless. And those of us from the Caribbean understands that until the turn of the century, we had a monopoly on telecommunications that was only controlled by cable and wireless. Somehow Marcus Garvey could have 70 years before that was going to be a problem. Further down in 55 and 56, he talks about the European controlling the printing press, controlling the media. He talks about the capitalists buying up the spaces in the press. So he was basically commanding us that we're going to have our own media. We're going to have to print our own books. We have to print our newspapers. What is, again, very prophetic about it is that he mentioned that the capitalists control this media, that they control the minds and what the people learn. So I fast forward to today when we're hearing buzzwords like, critical race theory and hate lessons. And I still have a child in school in the state of Florida, what they call a strong red state. And, things like Malcolm X, and, he's been taught that is hate speech, and parts of Martin Luther King's speeches are hate speech. So it's not like we were learning a lot of Black history before. So in terms of Whirlwind Publishing and what Dr. Garvey and I came together when he suggested we bring this to the youth, it was very important. Some may say a bit risky because this book has been around for quite some time, and I'll show you an unauthorized copy, and this is it, versus the one I bring up on the screen, our copy. But as Dr. Garvey said, with Gen Z, your generation, the attention span, if it was in the prior 2 generations here, the next one came here, now this one is here in the TikTok generation. So what we did with this book is put it in as Dr. Garvey will show you, what we almost call a bite-sized piece, which is edited and revised by Dr. Garvey, what is relevant today. I don't know if some of the prophecy in mind, went from Daddy Marcus to Dr. Garvey, because when he envisioned doing this book, we did not know that we were dealing with what we saw in the news over the last few days. That I'm not taking sides here, but if you say the wrong thing, then you can be what we call canceled. You can't be published, you can't be watched, you'll be banned from YouTube, all those things. If you use somebody else's platform and they decide to cut you off, then you're gone. As we speak today, every time somebody checks Twitter, it's we wonder if today's Twitter's last day. So Marcus Garvey inspired building our own and our own publishing. Now, we're not looking just to publish this book because we want to be able to be true Black owners, but publishers. And I was very amazed when I went to Dr. Garvey and I were in London last month, I believe, and one of the presentations that he had is in Lewisham. And I think almost everyone in there, bought at least one copy of a book, sometimes some 2, some 3. And these weren't only people of African descent. There are people from all over. And the thirst for knowledge there is still there. So whoever thinks that books are over, I think this book is proving them wrong. In Whirlwind Publishing, we've had some success. We've had the #1 book in Jamaica for about 7-8 years, and we've had #2 on Amazon. But we've decided that we're going to sell this book on our own platform. And let me see if my share screen would work.
I think that's officialgarveybooks.com, Michael.
Yes, yes, officialgarveybooks.com. I don't know if you're not able to see it because we have this. Let me try again to share screen.
All right, Michael, what I might do is come back to you because I want you to talk about the telecommunications network that you have created and that we're that we have at the present time in terms of Garvey TV, and hopefully, we'll be able to share a screen because I know you have slides for that to go forward.
Right.
At this point in time, Gabe, I would like you to come on. Gabriel Christian basically is general counsel for the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development. He's a practicing lawyer in the Washington, Baltimore area. He's an author and Pan-Africanist from Dominica, and he has interesting perspective to share with us. Gabe, you're also representative. You're very, very much friendly with Haile Selassie's grandson, and also with an Ethiopian manufacturing company that we think can, shall we say, help us in terms of the Pan-African world itself. So could you go ahead, Gabe, and give us a few words?
I just want to say a blessed good evening to all of you. I'm very honored to be here with our brother Julius Garvey. There's someone who's on the mic. So if you're not speaking, maybe you ought to mute your mic so that I can be heard. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, I think they're muted.
Outstanding.
Gabe. So
I of course know brother Julius and the brother who spoke with Garvey TV from before. But I want to say something. Mr. Usman, get Captain Abbey here. Bring him in. I want to show this. This is an interesting afternoon because we're talking about how, as descendants of Africans who were enslaved and brought into the New World, we can craft what I know Mr. Commission is interested in doing, but we have to be persons of integrity, and we have to be able to say to our leaders when they get into office, let them understand that they have state power that Marcus Garvey did not have, yet he did 1,000 times more than the leaders we have now. I mean, that's just a fact.
With the exception of Mia Motley.
I'll be leaving. I just sent, we've got a Pan-African office. We've got Ethiopians, we've got Nigerians in this law firm, and you walk in, you see Thurgood Marshall. Come here, sir. I want to introduce somebody to you who just came in. I'm going to tell you who he is. Come in. I want to introduce you to Marcus Garvey's son. Just bow down a little bit. This is, can you?
Yeah, we can see him. We can see him.
This is Captain Abbey McConan.
Wonderful.
Captain Abbey McConan is Ethiopian, of the Ethiopian Airlines family.
Mm-hmm.
He's here because the president of the Tuskegee Airmen Association is in my front office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the first non-American born person in history to be president of the Tuskegee Airmen Association. The gentleman owns the 3 aviation maintenance shops at Dollars International, BWI, and Reagan Airport.
Wonderful.
One person in the United States in that position. Captain Abbey's father is who brought Empress Selassie to Jamaica in 1966. This is the son of the pilot, and it's a fascinating story because Empress Selassie started Ethiopian Airlines in 1945 because of an African-American called John Robinson from Florida, Mississippi, but he did not want to fly to the Caribbean with a white crew. The 707s were being flown by white Americans. He wanted his father, and his father flew to Jamaica.
Yes, to
Haiti,
to Dominican
Republic,
picked him up, and then took him there.
Jamaica, and then he also went to Trinidad as well.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he went to Barbados. David, did he go to Barbados? Okay, so he went to Barbados. So say hello to the folks, and I just wanted to let them know that.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to meet you.
That's right. So I only say this. Thank you very much. Because a lot of what's going to have to happen is that we as private sector organizations, all we ask our governments to do is to be competent, to be democratic, and to be honest. Don't steal the people's money. Certainly don't sell the national patrimony, like sell passports, like they do in my island, Dominica. Dominica's Black, I last met David Commission. You won't remember me. The evening before Rosie Douglas, my mentor, was buried. He was on the platform. And Rosie Douglas obviously was a Pan-Africanist. He stopped the passport program because he understood that in a 75,000 person country, if you sell passports, you could dilute the actual nationality. So now we've sold about 30,000 passports in a 75,000 person country, and Chinese businesses have obliterated Black-owned businesses in Dominica. Marcus Garvey wouldn't have liked that. And that's the battle we're fighting right now for my island. But there's a bigger battle that we face in the United States and around the Caribbean and Africa, where some of the same things are being replicated because our nation states are led by folks who may be Black, but they're not Garveyite, they're not Pan-Africanists. Many of them speak a good game, but they've not dedicated themselves, dedicated their businesses, dedicated their lives. You see, we can't just have faith in Garveyism. We must leave Garveyism, and I will conclude on this point. Brother Julius and I were in Panama for the African Traditional Leaders Summit with the Panamanian government, which is not dominated by Afro-Panamanians, but they saw the wisdom of it, invited Dr. Garvey. And Prince Ermine Selassie, who is not just my friend and brother, but we've represented the Ethiopian royal family for 30 years. I've been a lawyer 31 years. And my only son is named after Selassie's father. He's Makonnen Christian. And while we were there, we were told that a statue was being built to Julius, his father. And they could not get in contact with the Jamaican government. The Jamaican government had a consulate in Panama. Ultimately, the statue was erected a few months ago, Brother Garvey.
Yeah, August the 31st.
That's right. And we contributed to it. The law firm did, but Julius did. The Jamaican government did not. I just say this to say, in every Caribbean country, there should be a Julius Garvey monument. In every Caribbean country, there should be a Julius Garvey curriculum in the schools.
Marcus Garvey, not Julius.
I mean, I'm sorry, Marcus Garvey.
That's okay.
No problem. I think you're also esteemed and worthy of a curriculum, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Gabe.
I don't want to be too long-winded. All I want to say is that it's a high honor and privilege to see your brother David Comisiong, Brother Comisiong. I'd like to speak with you. There's some urgent matters that I need to speak with you about that are pressing, that have just arisen within the past couple of days. I just want to say we're honored to be with Brother Julius, who at his age should be somewhere on the golf course or whatever, but he's dedicated himself to helping us by continuing the noble legacy of his father. And I want to see us understand clearly in the things we do, how we can network our farmers or lawyers or physicians or engineers so we can build our communities as the Ethiopian Airlines. Abi is here because we are working with Ethiopian Airlines on manufacturing of parts. There's a company that we're looking at manufacturing aviation equipment. So this is the hands-on we're doing, and I'll stop at this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gabe. And as you intimated, you sort of handed it off to David. I know David has a lot to say. Certainly, I don't know about in defense of all Caribbean governments, but certainly in defense of the Barbadian government, which has done so much in recent years to make us proud of being Caribbean. David, can you talk to some of the points that were brought up and tell us about the Barbados Initiative?
Yes, greetings, everyone on the call. And
well, I'm sorry, I should have introduced you, but could you introduce yourself then, David?
Yeah, sure. David Comisiong. I am in Barbados. I'm Barbados's ambassador to the Caribbean community. But I've been a Pan-Africanist for a long time, many years. And Gabriel was just saying that he met me. I guess that was that
2000. That's 22 years ago.
Yeah, at the time of
it was the
Rosie.
13th October 2000, the night before Rosie was buried.
Yeah.
You were on the platform at the Solidarity Rally, which by the way is online.
Yes,
I uploaded it. It's on my channel.
I discovered it about 2 weeks ago, and the little address I made. But just by chance, someone just sent me a video of you, Gabriel. Chance to view it yet. But obviously, you're speaking about the situation in Dominica. So yes. that video is being shared in the Caribbean.
Yes.
I understand the point that Gabriel is making, and it's something that Sir Arthur Lewis recognized Sir Arthur Lewis, from the great Nobel Prize-winning economist from St. Lucia, recognized this way back in the early 1960s, that one of the reasons that we need a federation, we need this unity, is because left to themselves, small islands will have a tendency for power to be consolidated. And if those small islands are part of a wider federal structure, then you have a greater opportunity for checks and balances. You have a greater opportunity for a sharing of talent. You have a greater opportunity for developing a real economy, so that you don't have to resort to counterproductive things like selling your passports. So anyhow, we do have to still continue that process of building our Caribbean community, integrating our region, building a regional economy. And that basically was Marcus Garvey's mission and vision, ago. Barbados is making a good go of it. Our Prime Minister Mia Motley, has perfectly identified herself as a Pan-Africanist. I mean, she said so to the entire nation that she is a Pan-Africanist, and she is demonstrating that Pan-African vision. Barbados, over the past year, we have just opened embassies in Ghana, Kenya. Just last week, we opened a consulate in Rwanda. And in September, we did something that is pregnant with many, many possibilities. We hosted, in collaboration with the African Export-Import Bank, we hosted the Africa Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, 1,200 delegates coming from 41 different African countries. We hosted it in Barbados, and we are institutionalizing it. And in fact, right now, as I speak, there's a delegation from the African Export-Import Bank in Barbados following up on many of the investment ideas and projects that were mooted at that conference a few weeks ago. So of course, Barbados is a 95% Black country. Barbados is a Black country in terms of its population makeup. The Marcus Garvey movement, and Marcus Garvey is the foundation of the political development, the political evolution of modern Barbados. The Garvey movement was very strong in Barbados and very influential. So many of the architects of political Barbados, Black political Barbados back in the 1920s and 30s were either Garveyites or people who were very strongly influenced by the Marcus Garvey movement. I have recently produced a book entitled The Pan-African Love Story of Arnold and Mignon Ford. And that's the story of two very outstanding Barbadian Garveyites, Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford, Marcus Garvey's musical director. In fact, not just musical director, but the man, because he came from a military background, who developed the rules and regulations for the African Legion and helped to organize the paramilitary arms of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Subsequently migrated to Ethiopia, and he, along with his wife, Mignon, who became the great Ethiopian educator, played a very, very important role, not only in the Garvey movement, but in the development of modern Ethiopia. So maybe that's a book that I can get on the platform. But
definitely, David.
Yeah, but the point is that I guess the fundamental point I want to make is that the new Barbados became a republic last year. The new Republic of Barbados is pursuing a very Marcus Garvey-like, a very ambitious Marcus Garvey-like program on the international stage. Our most recent international initiative is something called the Bridgetown Initiative, which is actually aimed at transforming the international economic and political order, transforming the Bretton Woods institutions, the international financial institutions, and really instituting the kinds of changes at a global level that Marcus Garvey would have approved of. I don't think I have the time now to really go into the details of that, but I can share the information later. Gabriel, you can get my cell and email and WhatsApp number from Dr. Garvey. So just let me conclude by saying that I'm very intrigued and interested in all that I've heard thus far in this program. And we are here. Barbados is energized. Barbados is in the vanguard. Barbados has that kind of Garvey ambition and mission in view. So feel free. I am here to be a part of anything that is progressive in a Pan-African direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. And you've shown that by being present today, because I think you're still in Venezuela, aren't you?
No, I ultimately didn't go. I did it virtually. I did it virtually. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I think the ancestors then help because I did want you to be here, and you've added so much to our discussion. I think one of the things that Gabe brought up is the idea of farming, and certainly food security is of great importance. And I think we can see it at the present time, not only from COVID, but from the perspective of the war that is going on in Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine or the Russian-NATO war, where we see that many people, certainly many African countries, that got their wheat, etc., from Ukraine and from Russia, and now they're having problems in terms of feeding their population. We have a young man who is a very good friend of mine for quite a while, Forrest Branch, who's an African-American from an African-American farming family from the Midwest. And he has been domiciled in Namibia for quite a while. So he's been doing, some of Garvey's work out there, and he's been doing phenomenal work in terms of Namibia itself, in terms of farming, but he's also moving to the Congo as well. He's working in the Congo to develop wheat. So Forrest, why don't you tell us about how Africa can develop a food security over the next 10 years or what have you?
Thank you, Dr. Garvey, for the opportunity to participate along with such distinguished people. I'd like to, if I can, share screen. I just have one or two visuals for you. If I have the permission, I'm not sure if I have it yet, but I'd like to do that just to make the brief presentation a little bit more robust. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, can everyone, I'm going to slide this over.
There you go. Yes, we can see it, Forrest.
All right, so I'm going to walk through this in about 3 minutes. So, yeah, Africa and agribusiness. My name is Forrest Branch. I'm a 7th generation farmer going all the way back to slavery. Unfortunately, my ancestors were owned in the state of North Carolina by U.S. Senator Jonathan Branch from Halifax County. We were taken, his sister married a man by Eli Benton Whitaker. And so the enslaved family was able to keep that surname, and then they moved to Wilkinson County, Mississippi. Both of my parents are from Mississippi. I've been in Southern Africa for about 33 years working in agribusiness and finance. I'm a finance MBA. So I've been in the region for about 33 years, and we are involved more on the agribusiness side, than we are the, on the agribusiness side than we are on the agricultural side. Just to give you an overview, you can see Africa right now imports about up to $80 billion a year in food. We have about 6 nations that comprise the vast majority of that. And with the exception of, 1 or 2 small food groups, the continent has vast tracts of land that could be used in cultivation of cereals and grains and legumes, beans and pulses. 60%, according to McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group, Booz Allen Hamilton, 60% of the world's arable land is based in Africa. It is just highly underutilized, and that is because most of the regionalized African country regions, ECOWAS, PTA, COMESA, SADC, they have these regional bodies, but they really don't interact. So now we have something called the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And just to give you a tiny example of the power of that, I'm now able to import coffee and flowers from Ethiopia into Namibia duty-free. And because Namibia is already a member of the South Africa Customs Union, I can re-export those flowers into a market of 60 million people. But in terms of imports, we're looking at 28 billion in terms of cereals and preparations, edible oils, about 9.6 billion, sugar and honey, about 6 billion, fruit and veg, 6 billion, which is really ridiculous because these are products that typically do not ship very well. So you could anticipate that you're getting unripe products for the most part, so they can travel. Meat preparations, that's mainly poultry. Africa is one of the biggest poultry importing regions in the world. And it is the most consumed meat anywhere in Africa is chicken, is poultry. Fish, 5 billion, dairy products, 4.8 billion, beverages, 3 billion, other food, 10 billion. So a total of about 80 billion. So that's the situation currently. If we look at the continent, we are a continent of 1.4 billion people. We are comprised of 54 nations, and we have varying degrees of food insecurity. So I'm down here in Namibia in the light blue, and according to the chart, there are approximately 1 million or less people in the year 2022 that are forecast to be in food crisis or worse. You may think that that's a small number, but when you consider that our population is only 2.5 million, that's 40% of our population. And we are one of the most modern industrialized countries in the continent. We're the second most industrialized in Southern Africa. I work in the Democratic Republic of Congo. My company is called Colagri. It's short for Kolwezi Agribusiness Limited. We are approximately 50 miles north of the Zambia border. And we are building a 30,000 ton grain storage system. That's probably a typical size mill anywhere in the Midwest, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio. 6 bins that will store about 5,000 tons of grain. Why is that important? Because throughout the country, as women and men produce grains, either maize, corn, or wheat, post-harvest losses can reach upwards of 25%. So you can imagine whatever the national harvest is in a particular region, approximately 25% of that is going to be lost to bacteria, aflatoxin, that sort of thing, which can be lethal for children. So the Democratic Republic of Congo, if you see that it's in dark, I think it's in black, 15 million or more people are at risk as we speak right now, having this conference. While we are having this conference, somebody is starving in a nation of 103 million people, in a nation which is the single largest copper and cobalt producing nation in the world, where the combined revenue of the mining industry is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 billion US dollars. And so in Kolwezi, we are the largest mining town on earth. We have approximately 924 mines in the town, yet you will see malnourishment among children with the large, expanded bellies, et cetera. And during COVID, we saw food prices for maize meal, corn flour, as high as $1,200 a ton, because we don't have producers or processors. We rather have speculators. And one of my jobs, and it's a pleasure to do this, is to absolutely drive the speculators out of the market for good, never to return. I just want to show you a quick video. This is what we're building. Presently, I was in DRC about a month ago, finalizing loan guarantees with the Ministry of Budget. It's a national priority. Food security now, they have new leadership. It's certainly a provincial priority in Lualaba province where we're working. So here you can get a sense of the weigh scale for the trucks that come in. Samples are taken to test for larva infestation, aflatoxin, moisture content. We will run the moist maize. If it comes in above 14% moisture, we'll run it through the oven about 300 tons an hour, and we can get it down to between 10 and 14%, which is a HACCP benchmark. So you can see the grain bins, the grain elevators, the conveyor belts, which run on the catwalks. And then this building here where the truck is coming out of is what we call a grain pit. The pit is underground. So you can imagine something the size of a 2-car garage by volume, where the grain is being dumped into the pit, and then kind of a Ferris wheel, almost a vertical Ferris wheel, is picking up that grain and then moving the grain to, silo grain bin number 1, number 2, depending on how full each one of those bins are. In this building here, with the sign Colagri, that is where the milling will take place, where we'll transfer the corn seed into corn flour and into animal feed. That's where the waste will go. So this is an area here in phase 2 where we will probably bring out anywhere between 500 and 1,000 heifers. This is an area called Manga Manga. It serves two purposes. Part of it is on the lower land, so we can produce potentially rice. So we will conduct some studies to determine, to what extent rice can be economically produced there. And then on the slightly higher rand of that field, remember this is 13,000 hectares. So this is about 26. This is about 35,000 acres. It's 13,000 hectares. We will bring the heifers out there. We'll bring some bulls out and let the bulls do their thing. And then we will set up an abattoir, it's small, but we're looking at approximately 25 to 30 head a day. One of the final things that we've done, we've collaborated with the University of Kolwezi, and 50% women, 50% men. When we did the soil profiling to determine the pH of the soil, because at some point we will have to cultivate, because the grain that is circulating within Kolwezi is insufficient. It's about 45,000 tons. I need about 60,000 tons a year for each mill. And in the third year, we'll have 2 mills. So we'll need about 120,000 tons. And so we're making sure that the young people are taking this. I am not trying to be the king. I am trying to be the second or third baton runner in the race. This is part of our team. Here. It's a very diverse multinational team. We have Americans, we have Congolese, we have Angolans, we have some people, short-term consultants from Europe as well. Just to give you a sense of who our customers would be, well, first, let me just address this slide. This is a pre-harvest. This is probably, in fact, when I visited this farm, we've agreed they will supply us with 25,000 tons of grain. This is a farm in a place called Temke Fungarume. This is in a town where the Americans had a very large mining operation. I think it's Freeport-McMoran. So the mining community is comprised of anywhere between, depending on price, because it goes up and down, anywhere between 35 and about 60,000 employees that have to eat 3 meals a day. So that's just one market segment in terms of potential customers. Kamoa Copper, I was there a few weeks ago. That's a joint venture between Zijin Mining from China, Ivanhoe from Canada, and Jeka Mine from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm seeing here to my left is Ben Mananga, who is the managing director, and Olivier Room, who heads up the agricultural section. And so we're talking offtake to the mines. We're also talking about how we can collaborate and work with communities to scale what communities are doing in agriculture. This is a project, and I took Dr. Garvey here back in, I think, 2016. If you remember, Doctor, we went to the greenhouse. This was the one that was under construction. So this is the new greenhouse. This was just days before the plants really began to emerge. Behind me, you can see a picture of me and an official from the Democratic Republic of Congo that came down. This is the largest greenhouse, CO2 greenhouse by volume in Southern Africa. It is either number 1 in Africa or number 2 in Africa. It's 2.7 hectares, which is almost 8 acres. And it's about 17 meters high with a opening and collapsing ceiling. So the impact of this, just days later, weeks later, we are cultivating green, red, and yellow peppers, what the Americans call bell peppers, what others call sweet peppers. And we have basically blocked now the South Africans from importing. Namibia is an arid country. We have a small population. The country is 2.5 times the size of California, but we have some weather constraints. We have the Kalahari to the east and the Namib Desert to the west. So we have groundwater, but we have very little precipitation. So we have now, there is no incentive now. We have reduced our imports by this one activity. We're building 2 more greenhouses. I'm not the owner, but I was one of the technical advisors. And I also played a key role in raising the capital as well. Let's see here. What else do we have? So I can be reached at fpbranch@colagri.com. I guess one of the one of the things that I'd like to point out would be we can leverage, in terms of financing, there's numerous opportunities for someone to come in with as little as capital as $5,000 to $10,000 and begin to produce, and then, for example, to add value. And the one example I'll give you, Europe, we are in a position where we're below the equator, so our seasons are the opposite. We can supply the European market, just like the Caribbean. We can supply the European market during their off season. A simple thing like dried tomatoes. Dried tomatoes run about 60 South African rand or 60 Namibian dollars for 50 grams. So 100 grams is $120. Multiply times 10, that's 1,200 Namibian dollars. That's about 60 US dollars per kilo. That's about 60,000 US dollars per ton. So that's how we have to start thinking. It doesn't really help if we only have rhetorical discussions about a great man. The man was not here just to be great. He was great, but his greatness is in what is more in what he left. And what he left was a template. And so if we're not going to operationalize and implement and execute, then I think all we're doing is talking. And as a farmer, I can't be around people that just talk. I am a doer. I work with my hands. I trust God to bless my hands. I have good intentions. You can make a lot of money. We're projected to make 34 million US in our first year. That's revenue. And we're looking at an EBITDA of about $1 million a year. That's just with one mill. But just think of the impact. I'm 60 years old. I don't need a Ferrari. So think of the impact that we can have on schools, on young Black people, on men. Just think of that, and I asked one politician, I said, well, look, you're driving around in your Mercedes, the roads are horrible. Do you really feel good? Do you really feel good when you give a Chinese company a mining license for $100,000 and the revenue that they're generating is somewhere around $3 billion a year? Do you really understand what it means to give away your birthright? Have you read the story of Esau and Jacob? Hello. My children, my wife is Namibian. I have 2 children. One's at Temple University. I want my kids to come back here. I want them in a safe environment. I feel safe here. I've been here since 1989. I don't fear the police, nothing like that. So I'm in the place where I should be at the right time in my life. All I'm asking all of us is to stop making Marcus Mosiah Garvey a literary figure of the past. Let's take him in our hands and in our feet. Frederick Douglass said, I didn't know what praying was until I learned to pray with my hands and with my feet. We need to learn to do Marcus Garvey and not just to talk about him. So let's, in my world, we do it with tractors and we do it with machinery. So,
Wonderful.
I'm just trying to be practical. We have practical needs, and there's no reason, as I close, to import anything from any country or any region outside of the continent. It is an absolute shame that we are doing that today. So I'm trying to hand the baton, Dr. Garvey, to the next generation and show them that it's cool to use Bluetooth technology with the grain bins. It's cool to drive a tractor. It's cool to work in a mill, and it's cool to not be poor and to break the cycle of poverty in one's family. So my father was a sharecropper until he was 17. I am a shareholder in one generation. Thank you for your time.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Forrest. I mean, a great lesson in terms of, actualizing the Pan-African concepts and the concepts of self-reliance. We certainly have, all of the wealth that we need on the African continent, and of course in the diaspora as well. And bringing both together is what we really need to advance our people and to be self-sufficient in the areas of agriculture and in other areas as well in terms of the manufacturing aspect and so on. And somebody else who has followed your path in that sense and has understood the Garvey message is a young man named Laquay Langell. And he's an African-American, Caribbean extraction. I'm not sure how many generations, but trained in international economics, also as a civil engineer and information technology. And he has migrated to Senegal. And I was there a few weeks ago and met him, and he's doing wonders there in Senegal. Look, could you add to the conversation in terms of your experience and what you're trying to do there in Dakar and in the other parts of Senegal?
Thank you, Dr. Garvey. Let me make sure I don't get the brother's name right. The gentleman just spoke.
Forrest Branch.
Forrest. I'm gonna have to get on a plane and come see you. I was so excited to hear and see your presentation and all of the other speakers, the gentleman who was the journalist. I prepared something that I wanted to discuss, but everyone here is pretty much Pan-African, so we kind of get the message. As Dr. Garvey said, I am from the United States, from Atlantic City. My mother's family actually came up from Barbados. We don't say Barbadian, we say Bajan. And so we're Graves and Callanders and Brathwaites, and for whatever reason, a whole slew of Bajans came to Atlantic City early in the 1900s, and my mother's family was one of those, and that's part of my heritage as well. So thank you to the ambassador for coming on and participating. I'm really excited that Barbados has taken the lead in the way that they are in the Caribbean. I came by way of ASCAC into the Garveyist movement, so to speak. My mother had was part of the Black Panthers. My father was part of the Nation of Islam. And then myself, when I went to college, joined ASCAC under Sister Marge, who was underneath Dr. John Henry Clark. So I kind of was raised to be where I am. And like the brother Forrest said, he's safe, he feels comfortable. I came to Africa in 1998 and stayed until 2001. I came here to Dakar in Senegal. I was a Marine Corps captain. When I left Senegal in 2001, I actually went by overland, kind of backpacking. I went to Mali, and the moment we entered into Bamako, a coup d'etat broke out. So I ended up being in a war zone and having to engage in Mali, and then actually went from there to Ivory Coast. The exact same thing happened. I don't know what was going on during that period of time with the change of the millennium, but coup d'etats were ripe all across the continent. And one of the reasons why I chose Senegal is because it has never had a coup d'etat. And it was very safe. And I had family here, and meaning like family that had adopted me into the village of Yoff. My wife is Senegalese. I have a newborn. I'm 51 years old. I have a newborn that's here, and he's 2 years old now. So I have roots, and I intend to grow. What we engage in here, I purchased some land. I had access to 250 acres of land, roughly 100 hectares when I came back. But that was all part of family and tribal land. In order for me to operate commercial agribusiness, I needed to have clear title. So we ended up buying roughly 9 hectares of land that had never been on the market. So we benefited from some of the bookkeeping and accounting rules that allowed our property to appreciate quite fast. Our current land value is about $400,000, and once we finish our operation, we'll be valued at somewhere around $4 million, based on the real estate market here in Dakar and in Senegal. We are engaging in hemp production. We are Ibada International. We are a therapeutic herbal extraction company. Anything that we can grow that we believe that we can extract the biomolecular compound that can be sold in the open market on the wholesale market is what we engage in. We do also have other partners that are part of our group that own large-scale poultry, as Brother Forrest mentioned, operations. We're looking to do somewhere around 4 million birds per month. We're scaling up now. I believe that agriculture, agribusiness, whether it be livestock, whether it be food for consumption, or even any type of medical or herbal product, is our path to freedom in terms of capital freedom. One of the things that I did go to school for was international economics, and our current situation requires us to engage in collective capitalism, or collective capital in general. How I managed to extract myself from the US economy is I own another company called Obsidian Elite Investment Association. What we do is we've been raising money for various funds. One of those is health and wellness, which is the cannabis fund. Another one is real estate, land. That's another fund. The funds are all geared towards a minimum of $50 million in capital raise for the purposes of Garveyism, so to speak. But it's not dressed in Garveyism because I deal in the market at large. We don't control who our customers are, but it's pretty much been primarily African Americans that are investing their money in our association. We're building the cannabis fund now. We will open, and we're looking to do something with Dr. Garvey, all of the other funds, each to be able to raise at least $50 million for the deployment. We believe that the diaspora has to wholesale invest in Africa. That is our best possibility of return on investment. We need to extract whatever wealth that we have from our parent countries, especially if we're in a nation like the United States. We need to be preparing not necessarily just our retirement, but our next generation, our next future desires on the African continent. A strong Africa creates a strong diaspora. A weak Africa weakens the diaspora. But a strong diaspora doesn't necessarily correlate to a strong Africa. Our core base has to be one people, one aim, one destiny, and that core must be placed not at, so my military background, I don't know any conflict where the generals set up their command and control in enemy territory or on the front line. It just doesn't make any sense. The best possibility for our sustained growth is on the African continent, where we do have the semblance of sovereign rights, and it is defensible. So I'm going to kind of stop there. I had much more than I wanted to.
That's pure Garveyism.
Right.
That was the reason for wanting to colonize the African continent, because that had to be home base and it would be defensible. Yeah, go ahead, McCoy.
Yeah, so I don't think that what I'm about to say, I think it's already been said. I will point out in terms of I did an op order, what we call OSMEAC, Orientation, Situation, Mission, and Execution, just to kind of show, because we're still doing the Garvey plan. But, how do we execute? How do we do this? The first thing is we're reaching the point of the end of a historical imbalance of technology. If people look at this short span of history, the short span of history of the European, it's been primarily based upon two factors. One, technological advancement in the terms of physical technology, whether it be military, machinery, and thus, as well as informational technology when they came into the understanding of a global world and in terms of navigation by sea. We didn't necessarily do that. And what that allowed them to do is just take advantage of the gap between social and technological development across many different indigenous peoples. We're reaching the point where that advancement is no longer in place. We're all on this particular call, in this particular meeting, well educated. You can hear it based upon how we speak and what we speak about. That means that there's countless others of our population that have the exact same advancements. So it's not like, oh my God, what is that that noise, that gun? What is that did that? We're not amazed by that anymore. We are integrated, meaning that we are close to those people who would choose to be our nemesis as enemy, which means that it's not so easy to just get rid of us or to bomb us or do whatever it is that they like to do. We're in their hometown, we're in their home territory. So therefore, this is the exact same cyclical point in history that caused the fall of the Roman Empire. They, quote unquote, civilized so many of the Germanic tribes and taught them to, in their military tactics and economic structure and construction, that they weren't unified politically or socially. So obviously the Germanic tribes just took revenge upon Rome. And once they sacked Rome, that was the end of the Western Roman Empire. Likewise, right? What's happening now, all eyes are on Africa. One of the resources that Brother Forrest didn't mention was, he did say cobalt, but he didn't say coltan. There's a reason why that Apple phone went from $200 to $400 to $1,300 with less memory, because the Congo controls coltan and Australia stopped producing their large stocks. So that in and of itself, the conflict that broke out in the Congo caused the price change for Apple, one of the reasons. So that means that we have strategic resources. A new study has come out just with the sampling of the Sahara Desert, where the Sahara Desert is replete, meaning it is full of rare earth elements, of which China has the monopoly on the process. If we were able to take this technological leap and take advantage of any of the new technologies that are out here and just take the ball and run with it, as opposed to let's go all the way through the Industrial Revolution, follow the same steps that they took, all of the mistakes that they made, and therefore repeat the process, and they're still ahead of us. We need to leapfrog ahead by taking advantage of every piece of technology that we can. We have quite a few geniuses that the moment that they pop up, I noticed that MIT and all of these other places snag them very quickly. We need to be able to create funds.
You're 100% right. And we don't have to redo the infrastructure that started the Industrial Revolution. Like, for example, Forrest, you mentioned the African Free Trade Agreement. We need high-speed trains to go from Cape to Cairo or from Cairo to Cape. We don't need to go back through the ordinary type of rail transportation, and we can extrapolate that in other areas. As you're mentioning, the technology and the information technology, etc. I'm going to go to Michael Forrest. Yeah, thank you so much, LaQuay. And it was a pleasure meeting you in Senegal. We have been on the horn consistently since then, and we have a lot of work to do together. So I appreciate you and your organizational ability and your ability to speak French, which helped me a great deal in Dakar. So thank you for that. Michael Forrest is the founder and chairman of the Black Chamber of Commerce of Canada. I think he has handed it over to one of his younger acolytes, but he's a founding and board member of the Black Chamber of Commerce of Canada. Michael, can you shed some light on how we're going to engage in international commerce from your perspective?
Yes, first of all, good evening, Doctor. And it's a pleasure to be here on this call. And I feel like a student in the School of Garveyism. And as I've noted that, as Gabriel Christian spoke about a man named Rosie Douglas, I have a copy of that book that's actually signatured by a judge here in Toronto. His name is Irving Andre. And so basically, it's just trying to bring the history together. And as Gabriel Commission spoke, I thought about the missed opportunities, and I'll share my screen for a quick second here just to get a little bit of visual. And as he spoke, I thought about the missed opportunity. Now, do you know what this flag is? Does anyone know what that flag is all about? This particular flag with the sun?
It looks like the rising sun. Is it Japanese?
Not Japan. Any other person want to guess what that flag is about? Okay, I'll explain. That flag is a missed opportunity, and I'm sure if Gabriel Commission was there, he'd probably know the flag, because this is the flag that was the flag of the West Indies Federation.
Oh, wow.
In '58. And so that year marked a very, very May 31st, a missed opportunity by the leaders of the Caribbean at that time, persons such as Grant Lee Adams, Norm Manley, of course, Dr. Eric Williams, and the many other leaders that basically was going to put together what's called the West Indies Federation. And we were so close to making it a country, but unfortunately, egos of men basically got the best of them. And unfortunately, years later, we are now stuck to putting this back together again. So it's one of those missed opportunities that was there. It was so close to being a nation, much like the Philippines or like Indonesia, as an example. And I think that day will come again. And so people from CARICOM definitely owe it to ourselves to find ways to make sure bridge the gap is as the world grows larger and our Black smaller countries grow smaller, we have to consolidate to find ways to really galvanize the economic power that Garvey talks about. The next particular slide I'll share with you is just basically what's called the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And this basically speaks about, you'll see the colors are definitely the Garvey colors, or the African colors, as I like to say. And what we do here at the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce is that, sometimes as you go through life, you come up with ideas and you realize that you open a book of Marcus Garvey, and realize that you're just running a play that was already scripted. And that's what makes it so much easier to make sure how to really rebuild and strengthen the Black economy. Just want to share with you a quick who we are. So the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, basically, our goal is to engage, navigate, influence, entrepreneurs across Canada to do trade within the Afro-global diaspora. And the intent basically is to find ways to make sure, how do we connect the Black economies of the world? And I just want to give it a small taste of the website as well too. And let me stop sharing now, actually. So I just want to speak more about who we are, what we do, and why we're here. And one of the goals that we see here at the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, it came out of a need to connect Black Canadians. We're a very small Black populace of 1.4 million Black Canadians, but I feel that we as Black Canadians are probably the most gifted Black people on the face of the planet. The reason why I say that is we are one of we're in the 10th largest economy in Canada. And I believe much is given to ourselves. We have to find ways to give back to the greater Afro-global communities. And in Toronto or in Canada, for example, you have everyone from the Afro-global diaspora here in Toronto, Canada. And while we live in a very neutral country, we have a chance to make sure, galvanize, collaborate, and find ways to connect back to where we come from. It is said that Toronto, for example, is the most diverse city on the face of the planet. And what that means is that we are connected to all the Black communities around the world. Then how do we start trading and giving back? We live close to the largest Black economy in the world, Black America. When you extract the economic wealth of Black America, it's around $1.72 trillion in U.S. funds, compared to the Canadian economy, which is around $1.7 trillion. So that is said that the Canadian economy is on par with the Black American economy. So we cannot underestimate the power of Black America. We have to make sure to tap into that important power that there is just south of the border. And so that particular opportunity, when we measure the trade of the nominal GDP of the continent of Africa, it is around $1.64 trillion. So you might say Black America's economy is much larger than the entire continent. It's the nominal GDP, and that's more the ability to produce goods and feed its people. That's how GDP is usually measured along the way in terms of gross domestic product. And so the opportunity I see, and I'm glad I'm seeing some men on the call here, Forrest Branch, who shares my last name is his first name. So there's great alignment there as well too. So we want to make sure through the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, find ways to really increase trade between, let's say, Black Canada and Africa, Black Canada and Black America. We're looking at really Black Canada and really the Americas, the Caribbean, and really try and find ways to make sure that we start trading within our own particular communities as much as we can. So the opportunities are many. Here at the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, we are, because we're very diverse and inclusive, we make sure that we are part of the Canadian fabric. We definitely are finding ways to make sure that as the Canadian Black economy wins, so does Canada wins as well too. And I'll say right now, the Black economy here in Canada, or the Black community in Canada, is Canada's best kept secret, because the fact that we are connected to so many Black communities around the world, around 2 billion Black people around the world, on top markets. So the Canadian economy, or the Canadian government, has seen great value in what we're doing here at the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And they've actually, basically given us grants to help other Black entrepreneurs develop their business. And so that's a great feat. A few years ago, as the founder of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, we put a paper to the Canadian government when COVID hit us here in Canada, and they basically had to put funding for companies that had $20,000 in payroll and greater. But below that threshold was a lot of small companies that did not qualify. So our team put together a paper and basically wrote to the government, and from that paper, along with other Black organizations as well across Canada, came up with a program called the Black Entrepreneurship Program. That has allowed over 40 Black organizations to be funded by the federal government to teach entrepreneurs to make sure start a company, restart a business. And so in so doing, we want to find ways to find out ways to reach out to Africa. For example, Forrest, I love what you're doing there in the agricultural space. what we're asking our members here is that, to think beyond the service sectors, to look at what I call the hardcore cornerstones of any society, of mining, manufacturing, farming, critically important. So how do we encourage more persons here in Canada to become landowners? And the same challenges there in Canada are in the USA as well too. Many of us live on square footage, but we want to make sure that we can definitely begin to look at the Black economy, not as it is now, but let's say 50 years down the road, 100 years down the road. And that's going to be through the acquisition of land and looking at where do we see future Black economies being created. So we have to start looking with our forward lens to see exactly how do we create these particular new economies of scale and make sure we start find ways to invest in them.
Let me just say there, I'd asked Jay King, who was chairman of the Black Chamber, the California Chamber of Commerce, and is also active in the general American Black Chamber of Commerce, to be on the program. But he's traveling just like I'm traveling, and I guess he wasn't able to make it. Also, I'd asked Melida Harris Barrow, who is Creative Mind Solutions. I see somebody there. I don't know if that's her, but probably not. She's the founder and chairwoman of the 6th Region Chamber of Commerce. I just want to say that those two should have been on in terms of filling out what you're talking about, to linking up the Chamber of Commerce's in the Caribbean for one, and of course south of your border, which is here in America, the American Black Chamber of Commerce. So go ahead, Michael, and finish up.
Definitely. Thank you, Doctor. And I'm sure LaQuay and Forrest can relate to this, that Black Chambers of Commerce are not new to America. They've been there since the 1900s. And in every city, for example, you'll find a Black Chamber of Commerce. And they're not new to Canada as well. But our goal here was to create a national body. In Canada, for example, there are very few national organizations that have a lot of strength and a lot of power. And then our main goals now is that how do we begin to measure Black American, Black Canadian trade? That is not there as yet. So we want to find ways to attract more Black Americans into Canada, to basically invest, to live, and to make sure it prospers as well. Because again, one of the challenges we're facing here in Canada is that the Black population is not growing at the same rate as other newcomer populations as well. So we want to make sure that we can increase our population, because we look at that as being an increasing population.
I imagine that the Asian population is growing pretty fast.
Dr. Garvey, I think last year, I think Canada imports maybe migrates around 500,000 people on average per year. And last year, the South Asian population was 67% of all newcomers into Canada, right? So if you imagine ourselves as being bamboos in a village, if we're not growing at the same rate, we're going to be careful that they outgrow us at a very large pace. And it's very, very dangerous in becoming a very small population. So we have to find ways to, and Canada's got a major good problem right now. It's a high producing country, but it's got a population crisis. And so in every province I go across, they're asking about allotments or migration. So our goal here at the Chamber is that how do we actually engage government, engage other, larger organizations in the United States to find ways to encourage more trade? How do we attract more Black Americans?
I think that's one of the jobs that we're going to have to work on, in a sense, offline. I wanted to begin it online. Yes. But as I mentioned, those two Chamber of Commerces did not make it online. But we're going to find ways to make that happen, because that's important in terms of our trade and commerce, to link up the Americas with Africa and with the Caribbean. I want to give Wayne a chance to say a few words. Wayne is a Canadian, although he's not in Toronto.
Okay.
He's out in Nova Scotia, and Wayne is a wonderful person. He's an activist. He's done a lot of work in Nova Scotia for the young people. He has had me there at least twice, and we were there in August. And he's a great host, and I had a really, really enjoyable time. But he does a great deal of work with young people, and he has been sensitizing African Canadians in the Halifax area to Africa, and taking young people to Ghana as well as to Zambia. And he used the drums as a tool of communication and a tool of teaching. Wayne, can you say something about what you do down there in Eastern Canada?
Well, thank you for inviting me to this conversation. It's really been enriching and rewarding. And I will only talk about two things about what we're trying to do here with Dr. Garvey's help. We're trying to keep a UNIA hall, which is in a place called Glace Bay here in Nova Scotia, alive and well. So Dr. Garvey has graciously come out twice in order to help stimulate and invigorate that particular hall, but also to talk to the African Nova Scotians out here about raising their consciousness and getting themselves to do for themselves by themselves. And my work that I've been doing over the years has been trying to raise that consciousness about being Black amongst my fellow Nova Scotians. I'm 7th generation Nova Scotian Black, but my connections to Africa have been very, very strong since I was in high school. And so over the last 15 to 20 years, I've been organizing to take young African Nova Scotians to West Africa, predominantly to Ghana, but we've had trips to Gambia, we've had trips to Sierra Leone, and most recently to Zambia. And the trips are really trying to connect the dots, because I think that the younger generation here in Nova Scotia, they really need to have a deeper appreciation of who they are as people of African descent. And that's not always easy unless you get a chance to really feel connected to being Black in an all Black environment. Because out here in Nova Scotia, we are a marginalized population. We're struggling in dealing with everything else as it relates to how we're treated from the larger establishments. And one of the things that a lot of the young folk don't have is a sense of cultural self-esteem. So by introducing them to Africa, by being in that place, it really has become very enriching. And so we tend to use not only these trips that we take for young adults, and we usually try to do from grade 12 or up to first, second year university, because those are the ones that seem to have the most energy and enthusiasm for wanting to take on this journey. But what we don't do is to go after money from government. We have to self-fundraise. So that means that if you really are committed to doing this journey, it has to be by yourself. There's been innovative ways that we've been able to raise enough funds, but we've decided that we're not going to take money from the establishments because we don't want to be beholden to anybody. The other thing that we've done, which has really also been very important, is we've introduced this notion of our culture with music. And to Dr. Garvey's point, there's about 3 different cultural African drum ensembles that I'm connected to. And we're trying to get, again, the younger generation to get involved in that type of an opportunity to learn their culture, what I would consider to be the culture that is most rooted in what they do now. It doesn't take away jazz, it doesn't take away rap, but it's really more fundamental to get them to understand African music. And I'm doing that in partnership with a master drummer who is really, really good. And so he comes down at least before COVID twice a year, and we put on these camps for young adults. And those have been really, really inspiring. So I would rather just stop talking right now and listen, but that's my connection to Dr. Garvey.
Well, thank you so much, Wayne. And Wayne is trying to put on also a Pan-African conference in Zambia for March or April. So we're working with Wayne on that. And I can give you a heads up for us that if we do get it together, you're going to be the star in terms of food security for Africa and all that you know about and all that you do and how you see the future and how the future can be realized in terms of food security in Africa. Carl Rodney hasn't said anything. I don't know if we have more time. I think we were more or less scheduled to finish in another minute, but I would like Michael to speak again and talk to us about, well, he has a strong background in information technology, and he's put together Garvey TV, And it has several platforms that can link us in terms of what we're doing, whether it's with trade and commerce, or through education, or through sharing cultural events. So Michael, could you go ahead and tell us a little bit about Garvey TV? Maybe you can show some slides and we can share the screen.
We try to share the screen, see if it will work. Can you see it?
Yeah.
I think we're getting there. Yeah.
Okay. Try to get it from start. Okay. Garvey TV is it's really I think a solution to what we're talking, because the Garvey TV is independent. It's funded by ourselves. I think Wayne just said he didn't want to be beholden to anybody, and that was the most important thing for us. So we built our own infrastructure. We built as robust as we can, and what we've done primarily is we've created a platform dedicated to Pan-Africanism. So some of you may or may not know, again, with YouTubes and all of that, if you say the wrong thing, if you say Black Power, you're demonetized, you can be kicked off, you can be this. There is no kicking off here on Garvey TV for Pan-Africanism. This is ours. And one of the strategies that we have is to see if we can literally, I know we're against time, so I'm going to run through it. See if we can have a Garvey TV in everywhere. Basically, there's Black people, all over the continent, Jamaica, Brazil, everywhere, because we have created infrastructure. We've already gotten these things approved on Amazon Fire Stick, on Roku, on the Smart TV app, in the Apple Store, on the Google Store, and we have our own website. So this is all ours. So what this does is for content producers, they don't have to go ahead and invest again in their own platforms, creating apps and building infrastructure and all that. So we take all that away. The other thing is that we're talking to some folks, or doing some stuff in England, and they're just basically afraid of Roku and Amazon and all that. And it's understandable when you're producing Black content. So we can customize wherever you want to be. If you just want to be on our website, if you want to be on our apps that are available in the Google Store and the iPhone Store, you can be on the app. If you want to be all over, you can be there. But I think for this conversation, I want to go down to this. I also mentioned that our growth area is to be on game consoles like PlayStation, Xbox. We're testing that now in our beta lab. And I think we're ready to get approved. So as we go after the younger generation, as I said, the TikTok generation, everywhere young people are, we're going to be. So we have to be right there competing with the nonsense that they're getting on their phones and all that. The range that we have, if you look, 53.6 Roku, 50 million Amazon Fire Sticks, 40 million Apple TV, 50 million Android, and Africa should be at 66% smartphones by 2025. So with all of that, we have a target market over 1 billion. So in sum, we don't need any CNN or BBCs, any other global, Al Jazeera. Everybody has one. We have one that's built. It's on Akamai. It's on the Amazon Web Services, so there's redundancy. To the conversation that we're talking about, and I wanted to share this. We've created, when I go to Garvey TV, I'm going to leave here, and this is Garvey TV running right now. It's our own platform, but what I wanted to show is that all these subsets of Garvey TV, the classroom, the Garvey Gear, we're creating our own Pan-African ecosystem. So whether it's the official books, whether it's T-shirts or whatever else you have, it's not working here on screening, or if you want to go to the classroom, yes, here comes the Garvey Gear. So from the TV screen, you can go and sell your own products, our own Marcus Garvey products, or any Pan-African product. We want to do business with everybody as much as we can. If you want to go back from that to go back to watching Garvey TV, but if you want to have a teachable classroom where we can teach Garvey lessons, we have the classroom platform. So what we're creating and what we have is this ecosystem of Pan-Africanism. Oh, the site's still being not working. My guy's always working on it. But we have the classroom, which if you're familiar with the master class or teachable platforms, that's the ones that we're building. So as we talk about trade, as we talk about independence, as we talk about doing our own music, we have a competitor to everything. If we look at some of the stuff that people are using, podcast network, we have our own. If it's TED Talks, we have our own. So what we're creating is an audio-visual, social media, e-commerce, publishing. As Marcus Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind. We have to be all around you. And we've decided to spend the last 11 years building an infrastructure that is all around. I give you an example as we think right now. Dr. Garvey's in California with a Garvey book. This weekend, or next weekend, we're in Queens producing theater. At the airports, you would find our books in the bookstore. You'll find our liquor in the wholesale store. And I don't know if you can see this. This used to be Strictly Roots water. It's spring water, alkaline, pH 8. It's not going to be Strictly Roots Garvey water. We're making a contribution from it. But what's important on it, it has this barcode. I don't know if you can see the barcode, but there's a barcode here.
Yeah,
right
we can see
there.
it, Michael. Yeah.
Okay. Now that barcode is going to take you to these sites. So when you buy this and you scan your water with the phone, you're going to be taken to Black information, to Black knowledge, straight to Garvey books or Garvey TV or whatever. So when we're saying we're creating an ecosystem to reach everybody, that's what we want to do. I heard Forrest talking, and then I'm so pleased because in the late 90s, I was there in the Congo with Kabila, helping to build some of those networks during the Civil War. And he was I not get into the politics, but in the Pan-Africanism, he was determined that Black people must own their own network. So that is the philosophy of Garvey TV, is to own our own, but also share that with Pan-Africans wherever they are, but also sharing the ecosystem, that we don't have to rely on Amazon to sell stuff. We don't really have to rely on Netflix to produce movies. We don't have to rely on Barnes and Noble to distribute our books. We can do it ourselves, as Daddy Marcus taught us. So I'm rushing Dr. Garvey. So
yeah, appreciate that, Michael.
And I hope I gave you the gist of what Garvey TV is.
Absolutely.
And how we can all work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. That was a great overview. And I know we have gone over time.
Dr. Garvey?
There you are, sir.
It's been
Carl,
a wonderful
you gave us a
session.
few extra minutes. Thank you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And we need to keep in mind that we want the resolution to make Marcus Garvey the first national hero of the Caribbean, of CARICOM. And we've already primed our other sessions. So we'll draft that resolution and get your approval and move it on. But it's been a great day of the revitalizing the Garvey's philosophy in a number of areas. And capping it off with this session has been just excellent. Thank you and your panel for a real great presentation. And
thank you so much, Carl.
We'll develop action items, of course, to follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of them would be the book in terms of, how should I put it, popularizing it and letting people know through Carib News and so on, that we have revised the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey, especially for younger people.
Sure. We'll have to do an entire session on that, Dr. Garvey.
Okay, wonderful. Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Very good. Thanks so much. And have a good evening, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Carl. And thanks, everybody, for participating, particularly those in Senegal and Namibia. I know it must be 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that.
Dr. Garvey, I just have one request before we sign off. Could somebody on the panel other than me follow up and make sure we all have each other's
WhatsApp mobile numbers and emails. I really would like to get in
Okay,
touch with
we will
Michael
do.
and Latoya and others.
Look, good, wonderful. Look, Alonjo, you'll be responsible for that, okay? Connecting everybody.
First, you want to invest, so I'm going to be in touch with you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great.
All right. Dr. Garvey, can you make sure that we all get the link to the recording for the meeting?
Okay,
Yes.
Carl will have to do that. Carl? I guess
He's
Carl
gone.
is gone, but
Yeah.
yeah, we'll arrange that.
Okay.
Great.
Thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
Recording stopped.